and it's affordable to travel.
Yeah, it's an amazing place. Thanks.
Hey, Jason, whatever happened with that case in the airport when the undercover police officers was harassing?
When they said I was moving cocaine from state to state. Crazy. Yo, you know what? I was pursuing it for a while, and then I just kind of I had so much going on. Black Lives Matter, everything was happening in the news. It was a lot. So I let it go. But then people from that community hit me up, sending us videos of how the police down there. I think it's Jefferson County in Louisiana. I think it is, or something like that. So we started just sharing the story, sharing the information. I never pursued that though. I was kind of disappointed that I didn't, but it was just too much going on at the time. That was crazy.
So this is Rebecca speaking. I want to circle back to Jordan Woods. And when she was on a Red Table Talk for the second time and she took that lie detector test that confirmed that they were not together intimately, how is she still a hoe? How is she still sleeping with her best friend's sister's man? When she took a whole test confirming that that was not the case.
Okay. I don't know who hired the lie detector people. I wasn't there for that production. Jada and Will are both biased. They have stake in the game. We already know that. I don't know, and I don't really care of whether or not she passed or didn't pass the test. That I don't know who did or didn't administer. I know that my writer was in the room, and I know what she saw, and I know the conversation Chloe had with her, and I know the conversation.
I thought she was in the room.
No, my editor was in the room. I was not in the room. I said, hold on. Listen, I'm not. I got to pack. I'm not about to spend another hour going into conspiracy. I said we were in the room. We as Hollywood Unlocked this week. All right, we were in the room. So, what I will say is that Jordan Woods, she already been through all that. Years later, she's with a man who loves her. She looks great. She's no longer a background dancer, as the host called all of you, to the Kardashians. She's living her best life. She's happy. I'm happy for her. We've all moved on.
Just one more thing, though. It's funny to hear you say that because it's you just called to all types of hoes and sleeping with your best friend's man. But I'm confused. Didn't Khloe Kardashian do the same thing to several other Black women?
I don't know. So were you there?
No. Let's not.
This stuff gets messy, for real.
You feel me?
I don't feel you.
This is a MAGA 909 exclusive. Make sure you guys share, like, subscribe. We have heavy content coming.
Can I say something? Number one, yes, they appropriate Black culture. I've talked about that on my show. Two, to the woman that just summed up another attack on a Black woman. You know, the crazy part to me is that, and I know this, I don't want to blow up your room and then have another hour conversation, so I'm probably going to just blow it up real quick and then I got to go, right?
Not blow it up.
That was, no. Hold on. I'm just respond to the person. That was literally the dumbest fucking thing I ever heard tonight. Now, no disrespect, but all disrespect. You asked me my opinion. I give it to you. And then I guess this Clubhouse culture for people who have nothing better to do is to sit online and spend hours and hours ad nauseum debating shit they're never going to fucking agree to. I'm not going to spend my time to that because I got to catch a flight. What I will say is that, yes, have they appropriated Black culture? Yes. Am I calling Jordan Woods today a hoe? No. Shit. That is just what it is. If you sleep with your man, or if you're sitting on his lap with your legs hanging over his lap on your sister, your friend's sister's baby daddy, that's some hoe shit. Now, if you say it's not hoe shit, maybe you're on some hoe shit too. I don't know. I'm not here to judge you.
Wow, that's so inappropriate. You bad.
But listen, but what I will, I know, I said I was gonna blow it up and leave, right? I will say it has nothing to do with being a Black woman. So stop complaining.
And your
everything
racist white mother is a whore. Thank you.
Okay, cool. And she's dead. Wait. Watch this.
I love you, Jason.
Hold on. I'm not offended. Wait. Guess what? I just gaslit you into showing you who you were.
Exactly.
You know what?
You've been using that
wait. And you know why I'm successful at what I do? And why this room is my name in it and not yours? is because I literally just gaslit you to show everybody in the room who you were. You try to gaslight me on some shit that I said hours ago that I love black people. And you try to make me, and you try to control the narrative. You try to gaslight the group to turn into a mob against me. And I gaslit you to show that you were ignorant. My mother is resting peacefully. And when you go to bed tonight, I hope you wake up in the morning so that way you're not resting peacefully. Because I don't wish for you what you wish for me. You don't want to like me. You hold on. You don't want to like me. You don't want to respect me. You don't want to give me my roses. But you know what? You're in here talking to me in a room that has my name on it. So while you want to sit here and say I don't like black women and this and that, 69.2% of the women that follow me don't agree with you. And like I said, I focus on quality, not quantity. So you're going to be one of the women that goes to bed probably single, sad, lonely, and desperate. Mad that I didn't give you the life that you wanted to get tonight. God bless you. Love all of you. Love you. Thank you. Please invite me back. This was fun. Oh my God.
Let's go, fam.
Oh wait. One last thing. To the moderator. Even when I was joking about you gaslighting me about my dead mom, I was just playing. You didn't gaslight me. You don't know me to have it. You just were saying stuff and it's whatever. I didn't take that personal. What you just did by talking about my dead white mother.
Hold on, who?
No, not you. The woman did. I said when I was joking earlier about you gaslighting me, you weren't gaslighting me. That was me gaslighting you. With the woman who just said that about my mom. You know, what I learned a long time ago is that we often spend our time having lots of conversations that get us nowhere. This whole conversation started out not understanding my theory, not understanding my strategy, not understanding how I approach certain things. This has been a very good conversation for me because I literally am like, I love the fact that, you know, writers were talking, the audience was talking, consumers asked questions about, you know, business. Like it was a mix of all those things. So I'm not walking away from here frustrated at all. Even when I blow up a room and leave, I still like literally don't think about it. But I just want to say to that last comment about, you know, your dead mom and all this and that. You can't tell people to show you the human side of them, for them to show you the human side, and then you take a human attack. You attack my mother. Really? That was low, but you can't expect that from people who have an agenda. If you're trying to prove something that don't, if you're trying to understand a person's thought process, you ask questions like everybody did tonight. You guys asked me a ton of questions. I felt like I was in the hot seat, but I really felt like it was fair, and I felt like everybody. There's people that are gonna say like I didn't agree with half the shit he said, or maybe I agree with what he said or didn't. But everybody at least let me say my piece, and I respect that, and I appreciate the conversation. But to attack somebody's mother who's deceased after they told you they're deceased, it just shows who you were. So the human side is talking to you right now. What I did a minute ago when I gaslit you, that's what Jason Lee does, and that's how he gets all the clips. That's how he gets all the conversations. That's how he gets all of the people riled up. He does what he does. I showed you right now that having a human conversation doesn't get us the attention that me taking that slick jab I did got in a minute ago. I said, watch, I'm about to blow up your room, And then I did it, and everybody didn't realize I just did what I just told you I was going to do. So I hope people leave with the understanding.
Well, before you go, I say that is not a reflection of the brand and what we do over here. But thank you.
I feel very offended, very attacked. Very
about that. Thank you for following me. So you only do interviews with the Exoticals. You're now officially fired here.
Wait, how you gonna tell me to follow you, but you not following me?
No, what happened? No. I'm in follow jail right now, so I'm gonna follow everybody back. It takes like 5 hours, but I'm definitely gonna follow you. I tried to message you and I couldn't.
Can you answer one more question before you leave, if you don't mind?
Okay, I will answer one more question. If it is related to colorism, I'm telling you right now, I ain't answering. I'm literally gonna click out.
It's not related to
because you're not accountable. You're a narcissist.
Can we?
God bless you, Jason.
Hey, Jason, how do I get an interview with you on my platform?
No,
a moderator is speaking. Please. Thank you. So yes, thank you for sticking around for this last question.
Of course.
So this is Natasha speaking. Some people on this app may better know me as London. This is not my question per se. It's a back channel question. They wanted to know, let me see here. They said, ask him why his beef with Megan caused him to bring up her being shot by Tory Lanez. Can you answer that question?
Well, there's no beef with Megan. There's no beef. There was me being very critical of Megan. And when the conversation about her and Tory happened, I was getting calls from, what was her friend's name that was in the car?
Kelsey.
You don't remember? I was getting calls from Kelsey. Then I was talking to Tory. Then Megan wasn't responsive. She was, I'm going to call you. And then she never called. Then she stopped doing interviews. Then she stopped returning calls. So it was like one of those things where like Kelsey was saying, there's a lot more that you don't know. I'm going to do the interview, but I got to wait. Oh, here's a single. It was like crazy, right? Then you had Tory who was like doing his thing in the press where he, nobody knows. Oh, maybe it was the bodyguard. Maybe it was this. So what I was saying was, here we are in one conversation saying, don't cancel the black man, don't cancel the black woman, don't cancel black. But we're going to cancel Tory. He hasn't had his day in court, but we're going to cancel him because we have selective cancellation. So we cancel him. We wasn't in the car. I wasn't in there. I'm not saying he shot her. I'm not saying he didn't. I wasn't there. What I'm saying is I'm not going to cancel Tory because Meg said he shot her when her own friend who was in the car is saying somebody else could have shot her, but it wasn't me. So it was one of those things where I didn't take the popular line of saying Tory shot Meg, he's canceled. I took the line of saying, this is what Tory's saying, this is what Meg is saying. I don't know who shot who. Honestly, I don't care who shot who. I was more surprised that they was fucking. That's what I said. I was more surprised that they was hooking up than I was the gunshot. So, again, my job is not to make everybody like everything I say. My job is to get everybody talking, like I did when that woman attacked my mom.
Absolutely. Thank you for answering that question. And the people that was begging me to ask it, I hope y'all happy. So shut the fuck up.
Go. No. And to the person that said I was a narcissist, I swear to God, if I wasn't in a room that was labeled Jason Lee, blah, 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 I wouldn't be here talking about Jason Lee. I want to talk about other shit. Like, I want to talk about a lot. I want to talk about Rihanna's
person is gone.
perfume. Oh, shit. Yeah, probably. That's what they do. They throw a grenade and run. Bitch ass coward. Like, right. You know what I mean?
But anyway,
And let me just say this, Jason.
Hold on, wait. Go ahead, Mike. He doesn't. Hold on, wait. Please. Because y'all do this thing when I have people up here where y'all just feel the need to affirm him. We already apologized to Jason. I don't need y'all.
Well, you owe me more than they do because you started the room.
Okay, but we'll talk about it on the back end.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Apologize later.
This is an email from the source.
No, hold on, wait, Naika. Hold on.
I just wanted to say
hello. Naika, go ahead, please.
Again, I just wanted to thank him for coming. I know that, it's not easy to come in rooms like this and you don't know what the temperature is going to be when you come in the room, but you came, you embraced all the questions. You've been down to earth, very transparent. And, I want you to know how much we appreciate it. And the little jabs, we know that you let those things roll off your back. You're smarter than that. So that's not going to be a big deal. But as I wanted to also just make sure that you link with Aya. I mean, he and his club, the Exoticals, they have rooms like this all the time on Clubhouse. But certainly he's been able to bring in lots of great, personalities to have good conversations that elevate Black community and particularly Black women and women empowerment. So I just want to make sure you connect and that you don't be a stranger so we can see you more regularly.
Well, I can't promise I'm going to be back on Clubhouse that often because there's no money here for me. But I will say that one thing, like I recently took a public stance on people in Texas trying to control women's bodies. I said, I feel like nobody that looks like me, gay or whatever, should say what a woman should do with their body. I'm going to always advocate what I feel is right. I'm going to learn where I may have some growth to do. I'm not going to promise to be perfect. I'm going to promise to piss people off because I'm going to always have an opinion. And sometimes my opinions don't align with everybody else's. But, I feel like if you can talk about my dead mom or you can call me a narcissist or you can make it personal, attack me, you can't hold me to a different standard when I turn around and hit you with that same jab. My jab is going to be a little harder. And I feel like, again, I don't want to do that because I'm trying to evolve out of that. But that's why, again, like, there's always going to be a balance. I can't say I'm going to get all the way away from who I am because I am who I am unapologetically. But I am evolving, though. Like, I have to grow. Like, I've done what I've done. I've mastered where I'm at in my career. I want to get to the next level. I think in order to do that, I have to lighten the blow with some of my delivery but still stay focused on my transparency and my honesty and my blunt opinion. And I think that there's an ability to do both. And the only way I'm gonna grow is if I actually do the work of doing that, consistently doing that, you know. But when I get gaslit, there's like a really fast decision, like you gotta punch back or you gotta just take the high road. And I just haven't mastered taking the high road. I'd be punching people still.
I mean, can I jump in? Can I jump in real quick? It's Chauncey.
But the whole situation about
Nikki,
the black woman.
Nikki.
All right,
please.
I don't want to talk about that though. That's not what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
So I don't know how it went to that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, he didn't even let her finish. Which is whatever. It doesn't matter. Go ahead, Chauncey.
No, I just want to say, Jason Lee is actually. I've been knowing Jason Lee for a long time. Like, literally, when he started in the business in New York, Jason Lee is Jason Lee. He's always been the same person. Even in his success, he has been the same person. You can think what you want to think about him, but he has evolved. He was worse. He was much worse. And I think if he would have had the platform that he has now, it would have been a whole different thing. And he has evolved. I'm proud of him. But also, I text him on the day. I say, "What the fuck you in the room? Like, you can explain yourself just to be completely transparent."
Don't do that, Uncle Chauncey.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm telling you the truth.
Let us live.
I know y'all love living. It's all good. I'm gonna give him my man love because I know where he came from, and I love the fact that he always gonna stand up for himself and he gonna say what he's gonna say. And you think what you want to think of people, and that goes for Aya. Aya's gonna stand for his truth. That goes for a lot of people in this room that I know that feel a certain type of way about whatever it is. But y'all stand in y'all truth. You gotta respect somebody that's gonna stand in truth, even though you disagree or agree, whatever you feel. So Jason, much love to you. Aya, much love to you for standing up and say, you know what, I didn't know, I learned something. We figured it out because that's what we do.
Wait, hold on. No, Chauncey. Let me just say this. I stand on whatever I said, right? The only thing
I said that.
Yeah, okay, because like y'all like to do that. Y'all like to,
he did say it. He did say
when y'all have when y'all have celebrities in here, but y'all know I stand on my toes. Stand down.
No. But this ain't no celebrity. I gave you the same love I gave him. So it was no. I didn't say you didn't. I said everybody stand their truth, even if you agree or disagree with that person. Y'all stand in y'all truth, and if y'all see something that y'all might have said, okay, might have a misinterpretation or whatever, you'd be like, hey, I said that wrong. I keep moving, and we move forward. So that's what this shit is about at the end of the day, because you learn about people and you figure out who you like and don't like, or who's on the same page, and you figure it out. But much love to Jason, much love to Aya, everybody in this room. I just, I don't even know what the fuck going on. I just saw my man Jason in here, and I was like, oh shit, not Jason, not my nigga. I was like, get the fuck out of this room. But
I mean, honestly, if today wasn't like, if the last 24 hours wasn't not Nicki Minaj, but the Karen Civil, Jason Lee, all that kind of Joyner Lucas stuff, honestly, I wouldn't even be plugged into it. I didn't plan on coming in here. Just people kept texting me about this room. I was like, oh my God, let me just go see what's going on. And I think it's been a productive conversation. I mean, there were a couple people who, wanted to take their moment to do or say what they want to say. It's cool, whatever. Like, look, I don't care. People are going to continue to talk about me, whether I evolve or don't evolve. I have to evolve because of my own personal interests, where I want to go in my career. But people are going to always have opinions about me. And I've just accepted that it is what it is. It's a part of the process,
Well, yeah, Jason, this is Ime from The Source. I just wanted to, acknowledge you for approaching this conversation in a very civilized manner and being open.
But why wouldn't he? I hate when. Please stop doing that. Why wouldn't he?
Because I don't think it's normal for people to come into a room where their name is.
But you do that for a living.
But what I'm saying is, if I start a room right now and say, okay, if Jason Lee would have invalidated a black woman's opinion the way you just did, Jason Lee would be drugged for filth. Wait, but let me just say this. I'm just saying this. I understand it's your room. I understand it's your room. Just like Hollywood Unlocked is my show, but it's still a platform.
I didn't invalidate your show though. And what you ever did.
I'm not invalidating. What I'm saying is, if I would have dismissed her in Hollywood Unlocked, the way I've dismissed Megan and Nikki and all that, I would have been labeled a person who doesn't like black women. And what I'm trying to tell you is sometimes we just have to agree to disagree or just not agree. I think that it's not fair to expect that courtesy shouldn't be given. If I create a room on here called Megan Thee Stallion, whatever, and she flies into the room and we have a heated conversation, and on her way out, I don't say, you know what, thank you for coming in and listening and allowing us to say what needed to be said, blah, blah, blah. That's fair. I can give her that. It don't take nothing for me to do that. And I would do that if she did. Just like when I called Amber Rose all types of shit, she came on my show and cleared the room. And afterwards, I was like, yo, thank you so much for coming on. I didn't expect you to do this. I was surprised. I'm thank you for it. And now we're close friends. So I don't think it's a bad thing to do that. But, I don't feel like anybody's kissing my ass. I feel like y'all kind of held me, you held me accountable for stuff. And, we had a good conversation.
Well,
but I didn't owe.
It's really nothing more or less than that.
We can leave it at that.
Integrity as being people who are, content curators. That's just common courtesy. Maybe you don't know about that, but that's just common courtesy.
So, yeah. But thank you so much, Jason. I appreciate you. And definitely looking forward to speaking to you in the future.
Thank you for having me. This is fun.
Now y'all being rude to Aya.
Yeah, so hello, look who's here, and look who's, but no, thank you so much, Jason. Yeah, I appreciate
it. Of course. Bye. Oh, wait, is this the part where the room ends, or is this the part where I leave?
This is the part where you leave and we recap it.
Sir.
Oh, so this is where I leave and go on my Fufu account to hear what y'all say about me.
Bye.
God bless you, Jason.
How to do it while you're packing, though.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
That was funny.
Wow. This was a great room. Yeah, so no, just to, I didn't want to invalidate what I don't know who was speaking, but I feel like a lot of the times, for me, I'm unapologetically myself, right? Sorry, I'm tired, but I don't like when people try to play if this is not Jason does this, so this is legitimately what he does, and I don't know. I just it was kind of weird that we were trying to say he shouldn't have approached this as civil. If he did not mention this in the room, and as content creators, we report on things, right? So I mean, why wouldn't he approach this conversation civil? That's what you're supposed to do.
And it should be noted that the thank you that I said really came from Aya. So when I'm speaking, likely we've talked in the back channel and he's asked me to do it. So I do want you all to know he was very grateful to have him in the room.
And it's a lot for me. So I apologize 3 times. So I just don't want anybody to push it. But the floor is open, y'all. How did y'all feel about the interview?
This was a really good room. But you've been really having a good room. These rooms for the past few days. You've been running.
Yeah, back to back. Aya.
Killing Aya, loved it. I was sipping all the tea, sis.
I don't know if I'm going to keep doing this. Yeah, y'all know this is a lot.
Did y'all see Armand in here?
Who's Armand?
Yeah, I was waiting for him.
Armand Wiggins.
Don't worry, he gonna put you in the video.
Yes.
Armand.
He's a YouTuber. He has an ongoing beef with Tasha K. Oh no, not another one.
Another YouTuber.
He's cool. He's cool though.
I don't know about that, but I loved how he came in the room kind of heated. I don't know what he was thinking it was at first, and he calmed down really quickly.
But this is my specialty, right? And it was kind of frustrating because I guess a lot of y'all, I do this. I've been the exoticals, we do this. We've been doing this for a while, and I think that I'm not trying to take away from y'all craft or what y'all do, but understand we're very strategic and calculated in what we do. This was all planned. Even Jason knew that he was going to be coming into this room soon, right? That's why he said he knew what I was doing. So when people get upset on things that people say, it's just he said it in front of everybody, right? And that was the purpose of the room. So when you feel the need to attack, you completely invalidate everything that we did here, right? I mean, it was not to expose him or anything. It was just to let him speak his piece and kind of see the human side. Not to have a heated argument back and forth, because that's not what I do with celebrities. But I definitely do appreciate him coming up. But just just like he played chess because he knew purposely that child was on focus on the colorism piece, right? And he did like acknowledge it, did what he was supposed to do. But like I guess he didn't like do it the way everybody else wanted him to. So, he probably knew this was going to be like on a blog or something. So he made like now you gave him the headline. The headline is not going to be colorism anymore, and we took away from that whole situation because we decided to bring up his dead mother. Do y'all get what I mean?
Mob Radio would have tried to make it a colorist situation. So I feel like he probably did that because of her.
He's gonna zoom in on that last part of this conversation when he writes up something, and he's gonna be like, "They talk about my dead mama, blah blah blah," and that's what the whole everything is mixed.
Exactly,
Everything
and it was like Jesse Wu, and that's what I want people to understand. Like Jesse Wu spent time like educating. There was the other few women on here educating and like trying to get him to understand what colorism is. He like brought up that he has a person on, and then we just was like, "Oh, your dead mother." Said, "Oh, okay, well." Damn, because that just took away from the whole great conversation that we had with everybody in the whole room about colorism, not just him, because he's one person.
That was evil, whoever said that.
I think that was done.
Hold on, one mic. Yeah, but now the whole conversation is now lost, right? And now the main headline is like, exoticals have a great conversation about colorism. Now it's just like in an exotical room, somebody disrespected a celebrity's mother. So I just want to, the decorum.
Exotical said XYZ. That's what it's gonna be, and
he's definitely gonna pander and
and I also want to say you also have to remember that you put dark skinned women in danger because I mostly have dark skinned women as moderators, right? So like when you put that information out towards a very powerful person who you say have an issue with dark skinned women, like what do you think happens now?
Yeah, that's a fact. But whoever's talked about his dead mother, that was uncalled for. I don't think they had to take it to that extent.
I agree. I think that was honestly done out of attention, but also I just feel like the visceral nature of the tone. I didn't understand why it was so personal. I mean, these were celebrities that he was beefing with. You can state your opinion, but like, she was getting very personal, and to me, it just kind of looks like you clearly couldn't debate and hold your own because then you had to make a personal attack on him instead of attacking what he was saying and attacking his argument. So I don't know if she was looking for attention or, wanted some type of spotlight, but it just kind of shows that clearly you couldn't go back and forth in debate. So that's the first thing he said when he came into the room. He said, she's off limits, so we all heard that. So I don't know why she had to go back and do that. It was definitely disrespectful.
But let me break this down, right? Because we're the content creators. And like one thing I don't like about Clubhouse, because I'm also a YouTube content creator and I love it because I get to talk to my screen and I don't have nobody like on a stage or anything unless I allow it, right? But like Clubhouse is something new to me. So I want everybody to participate. Like I want all my people out here. Like the first thing I do is like I see all the people, especially the ones I follow in the audience, or even the big content creators who when I go to their rooms, like they moderate me. So I'm like, let me get all my people up here real quick, just because I know this is going to be something big and huge. Not for numbers or anything. I just know that it's going to be big and huge, and I want everybody to be a part of it. But here's what kind of pisses me off, because like when people do things like this and they like hide their faces or they run away, that puts us in danger. Like the Exoticals, we have been through a lot of things on the top from people who legitly are probably not even around anymore or hide their faces. Even dogs. This man went and took pictures of one of my moderators' child's school and posted it based off of something that somebody else said, not even us. So understand, like, these stages are great and all, but for me, one thing I do hate about Clubhouse is when we bring people up and we try to involve everybody in the conversation, people throw their stones and then run back to their little hut, and then now we're left with, and this is our responsibility too, right? Because we should have vetted everybody on stage. But and I'm still going to continue to bring people up because at the end of the day, I just want to have like healthy dialogue and not sound like an echo chamber. But like, understand that we deal with the repercussions of that.
Well, I'm hoping that whoever sees this story, or if it's wrote up in such a way that if they're a user of Clubhouse, they'll see that that person was not a moderator. That was just a person on the stage. And certainly you can't control what people that come on the stage, what's going to come out of their mouth. So hopefully they know that it's not a reflection of the club nor a reflection of really the tone of the room. It was just a certain part of a conversation that somebody got in their emotion and really, came out of, a mean and ugly place.
For what it's worth, over the past 2 days, a lot of these rooms that were being held, I believe were perfectly moderated by the people that were leading the rooms, right? Because everybody was given an opportunity to speak, get out whatever emotions they had to get out, whatever story they had to tell, and the person that they were telling the story about had, the equal opportunity to rebuttal it, right? The things that I have, like you guys are saying, that I have an issue with about this app is when one person in a room makes a comment, the entire room is responsible, right? No matter who, if you're on stage, if you have a green mod or whatever the case is, and somebody that's on that stage that doesn't have a mod makes a statement that is not even an indication of what type of conversation is being had in that room, now that whole room, all those moderators are put like your foot are put to the fire to answer for the actions of somebody else. I feel like a lot of people on social media, we have to learn how to differentiate the two because, there's a lot of people that come on this app for shock value. They don't have nothing good to say about nothing. They just come on stage, say some of the wildest shit to distract whatever's being talked about or to be talked about themselves. So we have to be able to, pick out on those things because these people would randomly just spurt out random emotions or rude comments. The moment it happens, that's when we have to remove them from a room, right? Because even when you put people on the gulag, sometimes they'll change their picture just to try to get back up, and then they'll come back and continue the hatred that they have for somebody or whatever the case is. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of Jason Lee whatsoever. However, I feel like certain things are off limits, not only for people commenting on him, but also him commenting on other people.
Thank you for that. And like I know exoticals are known for being problematic, but like no, we don't talk about that people at all. And yeah, this like was a really great room. Make sure you follow all the moderators and follow the greenhouse at the top. We used to have women empowerment conversations. So if y'all think I'm going to be hosting celebrities all day, I'm really not. Cause it's a lot. I prefer my little social rooms that I do. Where I host great conversations about women empowerment. Also, I'm gonna follow everybody back that I can. It's just that I'm in follow jail. Like I don't know how long that lasts. I hope it goes away soon because I really just want to follow everybody back. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna follow you back, y'all. I see the message. I promise I'll follow back. It's just that I can't follow anybody right now. But what else do y'all thought about the room? Any feedback?
I love that he was open to going to research more about futurism. It was sound like it was a term that he wasn't familiar with, but he was open to learning more about it.
Hopefully he didn't throw that out the window. He wants to say that black color is a bit red. I'm kidding. No, good, but no, that's why it was great to have like the women speak on those things because even though like I feel like a lot of times like when men don't react the way like they do listen, right? But like they're not always going to react the way that you want them to, especially in hostile situations like this. I definitely know he's going to research something like this because obviously those conversations changed that he had before about this. Obviously, changed his point of view, even though he may or may not, by your opinion, still be that way. But I mean, he was able to bring in a woman who actually is very informative about that stuff. So your conversations are important, right? So his response is not important. The reaction and what he does after it is important. I think that we need to also remember that. Next week I have Beyonce up on here. Watch.
Period.
Oh my God, yeah.
Not Beyonce.
How did I just want to. I don't know if I should talk to you in the back channel about it, but I mean, how did you guys feel about after the comment about the black woman or whatever? He like immediately went to colorism. Do you think that was just like a defense based on the conversation before, or was it?
No, I mean it was gaslighting, and he said he's really good at it, right? And just so am I. I'm really good at gaslighting. For those who follow me, y'all know I'm really good at what I do, especially when I want to throw my digs and, do whatever. But he, I think what triggered him is that the discussion, when it became around Black women, it was like everybody unmuting their mic trying to ask a question instead of trying to inform me. So he got triggered at the whole, when you said Black women, but you didn't even finish your statement. So we don't even know where that was going to go. And that's why, I was telling everybody to don't let Nikki finish and let her tell her part, because now I'm going to have to derail the conversation and gaslight back, so that instead of Nikki finish it.
Yeah, I was basically saying that the reason why the story went viral, and a lot of times these stories go viral, hello Karen Civil and all this stuff, is because, it's about a Black woman. That's what I was saying. I was not talking about the colorist situation, colorism, futurism. I was not talking about that at all. So when he brought that up, I was like, oh, I guess I gaslit him. Touche.
Girl, you didn't finish the quote. What you got? But I guess it's a sensitive topic for him because it's something that, probably was a black cloud over his career, right? And it's something that is going to consistently come up. I mean, y'all know, there's something that, exotical rooms are consistently recorded, and they're holding recordings, even though I don't give a fuck. That's one thing about me. I don't care when people host those or try to say, "Oh, did you say this?" Yes, I did, and yes, I did host that room. Am I growing as a person? Maybe, but it's none of your business, because why is it affecting you? You're a random person. But I also have to remember, right, that now, just like him, now I have a team of people, not that I'm paying, that support me, right, that I have to protect. So I do have to maneuver different, because things like that put you in danger. Just like, the comments that he had before may put, his team at jeopardy. So, but I think that he I think that there's just a wall up that he has, that he still wants to show that he's bold, even though I was able to make him a little mushy on the stage. Yeah, I think that he's breaking down. I just didn't think. I think that he needed to still show he was hard, because he kept mentioning that there was 2,000 people in the room, even though he said he didn't look at the numbers of the room. He knew that. So
he's trying to protect some image that he has.
Yeah, he was like, just to remember, I'm still Jason Lee. But he was very vulnerable in the room, y'all. So that's why I was excited in this conversation. And that's why when people were apologizing, I'm like, no, don't apologize. This conversation made, he was able to be vulnerable for a second. And that's what we wanted, to have a serious conversation. So what are we apologizing for? What are we saying that he should have been? He came civil because he wanted to have the conversation.
Yeah, he's not having another beef with no other Nikki. He is not worried about little old me. So,
what do y'all think happens next with all of this? With Karen Civil, with Jason Lee, with Joyner Lucas? I understand we spent the large portion of this weekend consumed with all this drama, right? What happens next with these individuals? How do they move forward? Because they're all in the same industry, some way, some form, right? So they have to, at some point, mingle or see each other. What happens with that? The relationships that they have with people that, everybody knows somebody that knows somebody, right? So they all have some mutual friend in the industry. So how do they get to a place where everybody can sit down and say, what do we need to do? We don't need to be friends. We don't need to key up anytime we see each other, but let's not do this again, because we see how bad this can look for everybody involved. No one person is walking away from this situation saying, I'm unbothered, because it has bothered everybody, from Jessica, Karen, to Jason, and everybody else who decided they wanted to jump in this whole madness.
Well, I'll give you my prediction. And if those who know me know, everything that I predict comes to life, right? So I would say that Karen and Jesse will definitely be cool again. Will it be probably public? No, but they're definitely going to handle things in the back end. Jason and Karen will handle things in the back end. I don't even think that it will go to court, because I think that they were legitimately friends, and it went left, right? Or they knew each other, or they respect each other in the industry, or they both have big followings, so they don't that's something that you want to try, because they both have teams, right? Cameron has people on her team, big people, and he has big people on his team. And when they're fighting, that puts everybody in jeopardy, because it's oh, we want to choose a side. So those big parties are going to force them to sit down at the table and be like, listen, y'all fix this shit because y'all messing up all of our money, right? And then I already mentioned the whole Jesse situation. I think that was a broken sisterhood that needs to be rebuilt because I heard the pain in Jesse and both Karen's voice. And then when they sat and talked about it in the other room, like when they were talking about themselves without all those, background dancers, like, having them try to fight, like you realize that it was nothing. Karen said it was nothing, and so did Jesse. And then I felt like Jesse really wanted to speak to Karen at that moment, and I felt bad that she couldn't because she had a cease and desist because she really wanted to hash it out. But I think they'll do it behind the scenes. Now, as for Lucas, they never gonna rebuild that. That's gonna be his storyline on the next Love and Hip Hop. I'm telling you right now, they're gonna cast his ass, and he's gonna be talking about Karen Civil left and right. All men, when men are hurt by women, they will drag that shit. It's gonna be like y'all gonna see multiple people coming out with her left and right. They're gonna be doing rooms. He probably gonna do a song about it called Karen Civil or Being Civil or the Civil Dollar, something like that. So no, he's gonna drag it, and he's never gonna take it legally because he doesn't. I personally feel like he doesn't have a great team behind him. Because they would have directed him not to have these conversations with certain people on Clubhouse, but he did already. But that's just my prediction.
Okay, so I have a question for like everybody. In regards to the comment made earlier about Karen like being attacked because she's a Black woman, do y'all not just think it's because she has like poor business practices instead of it being like a Black thing? Because there's a lot of people there's a lot of like, Black people that make mistakes in businesses, but I feel like in a certain extent, you have to hold people accountable for their actions. And I feel like each person that has attacked her has said the same thing, not about her race or anything to do with her culture or anything like that, except for Jessie, who is another Haitian woman. But again, it's just the business practices. And it's been like that, not now, but for years. Like Cameron literally was attacking her, talking about she can't come back to New York. So I don't think it has anything to do with it.
Yeah, no,
but men should be threatening women and where they can and can't come back.
And let me break that down, right? Because are you on this app a lot? Who's speaking? What's your name? I'm sorry.
Bella. It was Bella.
Bella, are you on Clubhouse a lot?
Well, I was before, but not as much now.
So you see the gender wars that are happening online and how like Black women are like being like just dragged left and right through Clubhouse, right? And Twitter and Facebook. So it's kind of hard to differentiate what is because, but I don't know. I really think it is, right? Because like I said before, the smoke I see for a Black woman and the smoke I see for a Diddy or a bigger person who scam more money, it's not that same smoke. I don't see headlines. I don't see anything. I don't see people dragging it. I don't even see people coming out and supporting those people who have been scammed. A lot of those artists. Hold on, wait. No, go ahead. Hold on. Can I remember what I was going to say?
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, I got it. Hold on. Wait, I'm sorry. And she apologized, right? She said sorry to Jason, and she said sorry to Lucas, right? So what's next now? Like, do we go arrest her? Do we go like? I mean, the only thing that we can do is say that if it happens again, then it's like, okay, Cameron, you apologize, and it's happened again. And she apologized publicly in front of 8,000 people on Clubhouse, and we still are asking for more, or still, saying all this weird stuff. But it's just like, where's that energy and smoke for the men?
And I do agree with that, but I do feel like to a certain extent, like, again, I feel like it's just her business practices because so many people, you look back, especially with these men, and you have to think about it. The business that she works in is a male-dominated business. And when you sit here and play with people's money, because the type of person that I am, like, I have a couple businesses that I'm into. And when people sit here and play with my money, I don't understand why certain people didn't go about taking legal action. I feel like that's the problem, even like with her issue. A lot of people didn't go like the legal route. And I guess it's because, you know, a lot of people rock with her on a personal level. And I feel like that's kind of where it went wrong. And I feel like even on the men perspective, like when you hear people like Future and Rocco and stuff like that, like they're not sitting here beefing in the streets. Rocco, who is it? I believe Rocco sued Future or whatever, and that's kind of how they went about it. Or like, you know, with men, it's kind of easier to talk about the issues. I personally,
but you just proved my point, right? Because Rocco, the men took it to court, right? But it's a woman; they didn't take her to court. They dragged her name from Clubhouse, and they definitely started making tweets and posts and dragging her. The reason why they took it to court with that side is because
it was actually like.
All right, so let me take the black out of it because I think that's what's going on. So women in the industry are usually overall held accountable more than men when it comes down to things that they do.
No, but I was saying, like, even if it's just like a woman thing, like with that, it was on a personal level, but you can't sit here and quote unquote kill your op. You're gonna sit here and you're gonna. If it's that deep to you, then obviously you should take legal action. Like for example, the Jason, not whatever the Joyner, whatever guy that has like that deep hatred towards her. I feel like all the energy he's putting in, yes, he should like go about suing her, and I do feel like, you know, to a certain extent, you can apologize for certain things, but me personally, and I don't know Karen personally to sit here and be like, oh, I'm personally attacking her, but I do feel like she will sit here and do the same thing because it's been like this for years on top of years on top of years. Now, do I feel like everybody should be running a we hate Karen party? No, but I do feel like it's not about being a woman or being Black. It's just the type of person that she is, and you call them out because even like with certain white celebrities, a lot of people don't get sued. A lot of people get called out, but we're just not in their media.
Can we stop right there? So, all right. So we know she's not going to stop, right? Let's just say that. Let's just put that up there. Karen not going to stop scamming. So she's been doing it for years and years and years. And guess what? She keep being able to scam because there's people to scam, right? So if they know she's not going to stop, then when do we keep trying to hold her accountable? Because she basically said she's going to keep doing what she's going to do. Or is it we start teaching the culture and the people?
You hold us accountable.
Yes, thank you. Hello, and that's what we have to like really wake up
because that's the only way we can move forward if we hold each other accountable, and then we can have honest conversation. Sometimes honest conversation don't mean we hate each other. Honest conversation means let's put aside differences and let's talk about what really needs to be talked about. And
what we really need to be talking about, and this is one thing that I agree that Jason was saying, one thing we need to be really talking about is that how are all these people in our community are able to be scammed, right? Like, let's wake that up. Like, who is really behind these people that are pushing them into situations because they're being signed with people who've been in the industry for years, right? If, let's say Cameron was alleged or allegedly scamming. So the people who pushed, who invited or who brought in Karen to Jonah Lucas knows that she had a past, right? Mm-hmm. So, like, where's the learning of it? I mean, we saw everything play out in the media with the P. with the Jay-Z's, with all these artists who are allegedly, well, these producers or whatever, who came out there. I mean, look at Dame Dash. Damn, how many times have Dame Dash been scammed? I mean, that's my brother-in-law. I love you, Dame Dash. Don't be mad at me. But he's been scammed the hell out. I mean, he's given out millions of dollars, and still to this day, people owe him in debt. But yet it's still happening. It's because we produce a culture of holding one person accountable instead of the system. So we need to start talking about the system, not the person, because Cameron going to be Cameron regardless. Jay-Z going to be Jay-Z. I mean, Kanye West, Tiana Taylor, we have to talk about that one too. But am I going to spend my time talking about somebody who's already a billionaire, or I'm going to talk about the system that keeps scamming my people?
I mean, it's the real conversation that you want to have. Are we gonna put our pride aside?
What the hell is?
No,
but do y'all realize?
Hold on, wait. But that's what we talking about. Karen is going to be Karen, but the system is fucked up. The reason why Karen is able to be Karen is because of the system. So if we defeat the systems, we won't have Karens and we won't have Jay-Z's and we won't have people. They will have to work with integrity because we will be holding them accountable. We will be holding the system accountable. The system will be holding them accountable. Sorry.
But I just wonder, why is it that
it takes like for Black women, especially in that field, that they have to do the hand holding when it comes to the Black male artists. For example, Karen Civil explained that she had him on the red carpet and he was 2 hours late. What is she supposed to do? Hold his hand and help him get ready and get dressed so he can be there on time? No. These are the actions that he made. Therefore, like, she did her job. It's just not how he wanted it. And he's still mad about that. It's just, again, it's too much hand holding for grown ass people. I don't get that.
And I disagree with that.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you the who is that speaking? Fonte?
Yeah.
All right, let me give you the mic right after. I just want to say, but then now he thinks that it's okay for him to be 2 hours late, right, to an event, right? Because now everybody's coddling him and like, oh, that's nice. That's fine, but you were 2 hours late. We're going to talk about that too. Nobody has yet to address that. That lateness with an artist, this is your craft. I used to work for corporate for a big company. When I used to train the interns in the summer, if they were late, I was sending them home. 1 minute late, that's 1 minute of my time that I could have been doing something else, or that I could have been really investing into somebody else. So time is important, and she's a really busy woman, right? She has a whole company. So I don't even care if you're paying me at the end of the day. Go home, do what you got to do, and that's it. Time is money. Go ahead, Monty.
You could come back to me. You pretty much summed it up.
Yeah.
Y'all, what the hell going on? I was asleep.
So we had
Oh my God.
So we had a Jason Lee did kind of like a mini response room to ours, but he actually talked about a lot of things. And then we did this room right after, so like, you know, kind of clear the air a bit. Jason Lee came in here, and you know, we had a little tit taff, but then we were able to have a great conversation. He was able to be really vulnerable and like nice and I know you're listening, Jason. I know I made you feel a little cute and warm inside. You're welcome. And yeah, now we're here talking about the recap of the room. And he thought I was shot.
He thought he was who?
Shot. If you hear, raise your hand. Freaking Jason thought I was you.
Who was shot?
How you think you was me?
No, he thought I was shot.
That comment where he was like, he don't have conversations about people who you don't give a fuck with, and when he made that comment, he thought he was shot.
Oh, okay.
Who was shot? Shad Moss?
No, Shad.
Not Shad Moss.
Not me being Bow Wow.
Little Bow Wow, you just don't know.
And I'm Bow Wow the whole time.
Oh, hell no.
y'all would gag.
I really would hollering.
Go ahead, y'all. The floor's open. What else y'all liked about the room? Y'all gonna make me open up a bottle of wine. Hold on.
I said drink water, not wine.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to apologize for being late, but I was so tired from all the rooms yesterday, child. The bitches wore out, but I woke up at a decent hour, got my little special.
I just want to say, like, y'all need to cash out.
Yes, definitely. And I just want to say I'm so proud of all my exoticals, and especially Aya, of course. And this is just the beginning, and it's up from here. It's up, and it's the exoticals of 1,000.
Yeah, and I just want to say I need to cash out Ion for his labor. Like, the rooms that he made, the work that he did is absolutely amazing, great work. Like, cash out that.
You really can't drink this liquor. Go ahead.
Oh, y'all hear me?
We in China. I really enjoyed the value that Jesse added to the conversation. And the stage looked a lot better when I walked in than the other stage did, because I mean, it's still a lot of people on the stage, but the quality of the people on stage was a lot better than the other day. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, we chose well this time. We picked out who we picked out. I was like, I'm turning off the hand raiser and I'm choosing. But we did have a little mishap.
What, the colorism comment or something before that?
No, you didn't know. Somebody said something somebody made fun of Jason Lee's dead mother on stage.
Oh yeah, that was right after that. Oh yeah, I heard that. It's just unfortunate, but he handled it well, so good for him.
He did. He's a big boy. But make sure you're following the greenhouse at the top. Make sure and y'all are following all your moderators. The floor is open for everyone. Shout out to all the guest moderators that came to support. Shout out to Anais, Joey, Alicia, Rainisha, Patrick. Who else do we have? We have Diamond. And we have a few others who left. Corey, you're becoming a normal, but you know, I'm using you because I need something from you. I need you to host a room for me in the future.
And don't forget to hit the bell as well so you'll be notified when we have these conversations. And also feel free to go follow us on Instagram, Exoticals with 2 S's. Thank you.
And Nicole went to sleep too. Hi, the Mad Diva. Go ahead.
Oh, I just chimed in. No, I was just gonna say I didn't. I don't really stay tied into everything that's going on, so I didn't know that now it's Jason Lee. But I just peeked out the topic of the room. But I was just trying to find out more on the Nicki Minaj part. But I'm sure you guys already discussed it, so I don't want to change the flow of things.
No, he just had mentioned in the room that Karen Civil was working for Nicki Minaj, and I guess in his demise, allegedly. But yeah, hi Hunter. Thank you for helping host this room. I know it was in and out, and yeah, so that's what happened.
Okay, thank you. I've actually worked with both of them before.
You work with who? Where did she go?
Well, no, I was just saying as far as Karen, I've done, because I've bartended a lot of celebrity events and stuff here in Hollywood, mansion parties and things like that. So I have, I'm familiar with Jason. He's come to a lot of events that I've done. And Karen Civil, I did some stuff with her, a screening that was at Tiana Taylor's house. It was a while back, but she, we've crossed paths before. So I can't really say it's not like we've done any super big contractual work or anything like that. So I'm just chiming in.
Oh, she mentioned that. I think she mentioned that yesterday in our room. The Tiana Taylor house party. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, now she said she was mad because she didn't go upstairs.
My name is Olivia. How are you guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Olivia. I'm sorry.
I heard everything he had to say. When it comes to the Nicki part, I just felt like, what does the motorsport thing have to do anything with him? What does it felt like he was just doing it on the strength of Cardi's friendship.
And that's why I asked him.
Because what does that have to do with anything with you? He even said it, when she had a photo fight with Cardi, I wasn't mad, but I was a little bi. You remember? It was just then you get mad that she called you that. It just felt like he was just doing it on the strength of her friendship. I also felt like he did it because she didn't want to be his friend,
She didn't want to come on his platform. That's the whole thing. And he said that he would, get back on good terms with her if she came on his platform. And I don't think that's going to happen. And that's just what it's about, giving him interview, exclusive story, and access.
He said also if they privately talk, they could work it out and not be friends. But he didn't say that she had to talk on the platform.
But I also feel if you are she's not going to tell you who you could be friends with, because this is the industry. But if you pick the side, she already feels like you pick Cardi's side. So why would she go on your platform and to talk to you about anything? And all you do is drag her through the blogs. I feel like everything, he even said it when people would say, when some lady, I don't know if she's still on here, I don't know her name, when she asked him about the girl that did the interview about somebody paying the rapper, someone paying her to make a diss track. You notice how he didn't answer the question. Mm-hmm. It's like I feel like everything that has something to do with Nicki, you gloat about it because you don't like her or whatever. It's like you put certain things on about her on the blog because you don't like her. Then you blame it on your team. Like it's just weird to me.
Yeah, but like so for me in general, like it's the bias is crazy.
Yeah,
but we all have it though, and we just gotta name it though. That my problem is not people being biased. My problem is me naming it. Like perfect example when I did my room about Karen yesterday, I clearly said that this is a Karen stand room, and so that should have meant that everybody knew that if you're not a Karen like stand, if you're standing against Karen, then I'm gonna have an issue with you, right? That's my. But I see why he doesn't. He never publicly says he has an issue or that is that because he has to protect his brand. And the moment he maybe acknowledges that, and it's all what if, right? It could all crumble down, right? And it's like, oh, there you go. You finally put a name to it. So now look what happens.
But I just find it funny how that, like, he's saying that the personal stuff, that's going on with her family, that's being talked about, so he's reporting on that. But the video that the other person just asked about, it's resurfacing because people are talking about that too. So I also wanted to ask him, why is he going to report on it? Like, why he's choosing to not?
And I have one more question, right? You notice that how he's friends with Cardi, right? What about the new charges that she have gotten that she's supposed to be going to court? I don't see nobody posting it about that.
Wait, who? Like, oh, you talking about Cardi?
Yeah, like when she has the 12 charges against her about the bar fight, and she's still fighting. She's supposed to go to court on September 13th for the cover thing. I don't see nobody posting about that. Like, you hide the things that she has going on, but when it's with Nicki, you gloat about it. I just find that weird. That's all.
But like, what do we expect though, right? Because there is a.
I mean, but if you're saying that, okay, it's one thing to report the news, and there's one thing to be malicious about it. It's different. And at the end of the day, like, Nicki's always going to win. Like, she's in her mansion, minding her business. you
can call a spade a spade. I mean, it's right.
I mean, what you could do is hand your friend Cardi a notepad and maybe she could work on her rap.
Yeah, because she can work. She can definitely use a lot of assistance on working in the rap department. I'm talking about maybe like 10 years of that. But let's not even get on that because that's the whole other conversation.
Because we can really Cardi be in this room. Please, I can't do another room.
No, I can't. I'm not fucking with her because she took my foot down. I ain't fucking with Cardi. Let me deactivate my shit on here because that bitch took me down. That's another conversation for another day.
Yeah, I'm going to
listen, I said what I said, and maybe, maybe you can, maybe she could go drop some beats, and maybe she could work on her raps. That's what I'm going to say.
And that's true
too. Nicki will always be the queen, and that's just that.
Well, yeah, he have it up because he was even trying to get Cash Doll to talk bad about Nicki.
Yeah.
She did, so she talked bad. She ended up talking bad about me.
Why they all secretly want to collab with her?
He got into it with Nicki, and he had her on his show, and he was still trying to get her to talk bad about her, and she was trying to avoid the shit. But it was like, why are you trying to pull it? Like, he was basically trying to get her to say that.
Wait, who was? Huh? Who was?
Jason was trying to get Cash Doll to talk bad about him.
Why y'all wasn't emailing me this tea? I mean, in the back channel.
I mean, because bitch, we thought she was a bar, bitch. We knew this.
But hold on, but the gag about all of this is the girls that you want to have her this, they all want to collab with her at the end of the day.
Yeah, but I think that like the critique really could just be like for me, we know that Jason is Cardi B's friend and that he's going to stick beside her, just like we're going to stick beside like Nicki Minaj and everything else. So I don't really have any expectations of Jason Lane.
Right, no, I know that.
Hold on, wait. But my problem that I do have with that is like the and I'm not going to bring the black woman card out. I'll just bring like the consistent just the whole industry. And then once again, remember what I said before earlier, like here we're talking about Jason when it's an industry issue because there's plenty of record labels that are really trying to take down Nicki Minaj in general. So, like, how do we fight the system so that it could just stop attacking our favorite artists just because they don't want to work with them? Like, how can we protect the artists? Because it doesn't stop at Jason Lee. Like, Jason Lee.
They attack her because they know no one in the rap industry can compare to her. So they feel like, you know, they secretly want them to kind of like not be her, but kind of like, you know, have the same, what's the word I'm looking for? What's that word? Longevity that she has.
Yeah, but
you know,
but like,
and
I just want to let everybody know, like, in general, like, because I know there's a lot of people who are in the music industry here. Like, industry's fucking us over. And, like, all of us, like, even down to content creators. Like, Clubhouse right now is fucking us over. Like, we bring content here. I mean, the Exoticals have that everybody has bring, and they still have yet to pay us. Like, right?
This is another narrative that I have a problem.
Hold on, wait, because I just want to like, we have to find a way to beat the industry because it's been fucking over Black people for too long, right? So when we have these discussions, I want us to talk about, like, and I know today we came from Nicki Minaj and I stand in that barbs, but I need us to eventually get to conversations with how we sit it down and making sure that we don't support industries that don't support the artists that we love. So those are people who don't fuck with Nicki, but yet we continue to fuck with the people who don't fuck with Nicki in a way of streaming their music, of streaming the artists who work with those people. So
you know what else is alarming to me? You know how, like, because Nicki won't allow people to silence her and bully her. So when she claps back, because sometimes she, like she said, remember she said sometimes she doesn't always respond. So when she does respond, now she's this angry Black woman. But what about all the things that people have done to her? But when she responds back and she claps back, oh, she's mean, she's evil, she doesn't support other artists. But what about the artists that used her to get their music up in clout? And then once they get what they want, they act like they don't have like a genuine friendship.
But you know, because we as the fans, we have to also understand that we don't support what we're supposed to support, and we love Nicki Minaj and we love the artists out there. We need to extra stream their music. We need to like make sure we are everything that does not support Nicki, or boycott everything that doesn't support any artist that we appreciate.
Right. But that's why she's always, in my opinion, I think that's why she always comes on top, because she doesn't let people silence. Look at the stuff with the COVID stuff. She didn't look at how nasty these blogs were, and she didn't back down, and she stood 10 toes down, and she was not gonna let nobody silence her. And that's why Nicki will always win in my eyes, because she doesn't allow anyone to bully her or her fans. And in my opinion, that's why she's the queen, and she will always be the queen. And that's just that. My opinion.
As a Nicki supporter, like, I can't support anything that, you know, drags her and gaslights her and stuff like that. And I think that it might just be a personal thing about me, but I couldn't do the whole, like, blogger shit, because it's just like, he clearly demonstrated tonight that he built his career off of gaslighting, and that's how he moves through conversations. I think that, like, for me, like, as a person that tries to be mentally healthy, like, I just don't think that that's, like, you sound crazy, you know? And it's just like, okay, cool, if that's what makes you money, like, I don't know, I just can't respect that. So I'm saying, like, as a Nicki supporter, like, I don't follow or support any content or initiatives that go against her for no reason. And that was my question that I asked tonight. Like, why do you continue to talk about her on your platforms if there is no relationship? And yes, he said she's still getting mentioned in the press. And we also talked about things that people are talking about, you know, about Cardi and other people
but that's
that aren't getting.
Right, like,
so everybody comes off malicious.
Let me hop in there real quick.
But you didn't. But that is needed, though, and I think that we forget about that press is needed, because, and I really think that sometimes Jason Lee is actually a Nicki Minaj fan. Understand, he knows. I said he knew. He knows the industry enough to know that he purposely was meant to get in here. So I think that he went out knowingly, because every time she comes out with a new song, he makes sure that he puts out a lot of stuff on his Instagram about her, which draws attraction to her album, believe it or not, right? And it may be hurtful or things like that, but it's just like, well, there are still people talking about her, and I think that's what we need. And I think that's why Nicki Minaj doesn't take it too serious. I think sometimes as fans, we take things way too serious, but I don't really hear her talking about Jason Lee. I really hear her talking about the industry that's trying to crush her. But we as fans, we take it out on the individuals when she's telling us that the industry is fucking her over. So what are we doing about the industry?
What are those platforms that they've been doing that for years? But you know what's so funny? She's been doing that for years, and she's still.
Yeah, hold on, wait. Who wanted to say something? You have to say a name.
Devontae. Let me say this. I mean, some of y'all don't like what I got to say. Some of y'all ain't. I really don't give a fuck. But at the end of the day, I've been a Nicki Minaj fan since day one, and I've lost a lot of friendships just over the fact that or whatever my relationship is with Jason Lee. And earlier today, Jason had his own room, and I'm glad he said what he said in that room. He said that he loves Nicki Minaj music. He still bumps her shit. She's a really good rapper, a good artist, blah, blah, this, that, and the third. But as fans, and I know some diehard Nicki Minaj fans, as fans, I think that a lot of the bars, we have to understand that his job is to what? Blog, whatever the case may be. Nicki Minaj got shit too. We may not want to see that in the limelight and whatnot, but that's what he said in his room earlier today. He loves Nicki Minaj as far as her craft goes, but his job is to talk about the shit she has going on. And for example, with the shit that's going on with Sue, with her husband and shit like that. It's not a secret. It's public record. But of course, as our fans, we take it as if, it's a personal attack, this, that, and third, but it's not. We got to do better too.
It is.
That's just my opinion. No, but there's a difference of reporting the news and being malicious. There's a difference.
How has he been malicious in reporting something that's like? Explain that to me.
Because my thing is just
it's more like gloating. He gloats about it. That's what it is.
Have the same energy for everyone. What's going on with Cardi right now?
Exactly.
Have the same energy. And also, didn't he put that battery in Meek's back? So everyone is coming for Karen, although they were on good terms. So it's just like
that was he DM'd her.
Random.
But at the end of the day, but what has Jason said? I'm not just saying this because of my relationship with him, but what has he said that has not been true about Nicki Minaj? He hasn't said anything that hasn't been true. And this is coming from someone who supports Nicki Minaj. He's posted the receipts multiple times. We just don't want to hear it as her diehard fans. That's what the fact of the matter.
Okay, so what did he say is true? Enlighten me, please.
What did he not say is true? I'm pretty sure you follow Hollywood Unlocked.
I don't follow Hollywood.
Did he say that was true? That what receipts that he put out that was true?
What I'm saying is, what has he not said that has not been true? It's public record as far as the harassment and all this shit with her husband.
But her husband,
it's out there.
We get that. That it's out there.
I need to put a hold on. Wait, I need to put a disclaimer out there. So I just sent out 2 emails because I just saw 2 videos of my room being recorded on YouTube. So because I know you're still in the room, I know you're live streaming. So your page is going to be deleted by tomorrow. It's going to be suspended, just like that YouTuber who had 150,000 subscribers, and YouTube is still waiting for me to respond to see if I'm willing to want his page to be back up. Because if he takes down the video, so y'all keep recording these rooms, and y'all pages are monetized. I feel so bad. How dumb are y'all to record these rooms and not know that you cannot put it on YouTube, you dummy? I mean, the only reason why you have not been taken off yet is because people don't know that all you have to do is email YouTube and send them the video and let them know that send them Clubhouse's terms and conditions in that video, and your YouTube is suspended. So thank you for that. I appreciate you. Oh,
that's just stupid. When you screen record, Clubhouse tell you can't do it anyway.
That's why it's so easy. I never was able to get things taken down so easy. But like so for y'all who have, if y'all have anything recorded of y'all on YouTube, all you have to do is email YouTube the video and send them the terms and conditions.
Yeah, but they do that for clout to get there.
Yeah, but it's not. But what you're not gonna do is you're not gonna record my rooms without my permission.
But that's what it's not right. But that's what people do.
Yeah, but they lose their money because, unfortunately for me, I don't need money. Like, I'm good. I'm fine. I have somebody to take care of me.
And you're not allowed to record on Clubhouse.
Yeah, they do. So they won't be getting any money off of that. But Fonzie, finish up your point. Go ahead.
I mean, I just don't want to go back and forth, like, because, I mean, really the topic is for another room. But all I'm trying to say is, like, us as her fans, like, a lot of her fans hate Jason Lee. And I just think it's, it's just immature because, he hasn't put out, a storyline about, Nicki Minaj that, hasn't been in the news, that hasn't been true, that hasn't gone through the courts, whatever. That's all I'm saying.
But everybody hates Nicki Minaj. I mean, I did not mean to say that. Everybody hates Jason Lee, right?
He gloats about it. That's the problem.
In some type of way.
That it's coming from
I don't want to make it seem like it's a Nicki Minaj thing because it's really not. And that'll be the last conversation that we have about because we're not going to get anywhere. But, Nicki Minaj and Jason Lee, it's not. But we can talk about some other things in the room,
right.
Yeah.
No, I was just making my statement. I don't really care because at the end of the day, you could talk about her all day long. Like we know that secretly you are her fan, and you're mad that she didn't. Secretly, you wanted to really be the way you are with Cardi. I feel like you wanted to be, and she didn't give you that. She paid you duds. So, and that's why you're really mad because she paid you duds. So, and her coming on your blog will give your blog clout. Respectfully,
I like you.
So, and it's just it is what it is. You're always talking about her, like child, like you don't even talk about Cardi, and that's your friend like that, like child. It's like you gloat about it.
Oh, I don't know what happened. That's crazy. Oh, when she comes back. So somebody wanted to maybe say that can Nicki Minaj fans acknowledge that she is, what did he say? That she's a shitty person, and that even academics says that she's a shitty person. I don't think Nicki Minaj, I don't think academics can legitly, no, y'all don't message me because it's not going to be a Nicki Minaj room. We love Nicki Minaj. That's it. We're not going to keep debating that stuff. Once again, the problem is with the industry. The industry is fucking over Nicki Minaj. Jason Lee is a small part of that, right? And he actually helps towards her capital because every time she makes a song, I'm away. It goes to her page or goes to her Twitter. So let's talk about the industry. Who wants to speak?
Whoever the fuck just said that, fuck them. Nicki Minaj is the best to ever fucking do this shit. Motherfuckers get mad when she use her platform to address some real life shit. And then y'all want to attack her.
Got it. I didn't say anything when he was in here because I didn't have anything nice to say. This is Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Answer that person that just asked that question. I would put academics and Jason Lee in the same boat, right? Those are two people that wanted to be in her face, wanted to be in her circle, and she paid them both dust. And they both now talk about her. And every fucking interview that they do with anybody, they always have to bring her name up. And the narrative that they always spin, they're always bringing up some type of drama or trying to get the other person to talk negative about them. I.e. in this room when he was just talking about her, everything that he said about her, he had to bring up something negative behind it. Example, when he was talking about the whole thing, and I don't even know how he even got to that, but he was talking about seeing her in Fashion Week. He had to bring up the fact that she was rolling her eyes at him and, giving him dirty looks. Same thing with the Megan thing. That didn't have anything to do with the question that was asked of him, but he had to bring up, oh, she posted last week that if you don't like the Barbs, you're ugly. Then he tried to throw the narrative that she was talking about Megan because Megan was liking stuff about her fans. It had nothing to do with the question at hand. But the narrative that he wants to spin is that Nikki is a better person. The same thing that Academics does. Whenever they don't get the attention that they want from her, they spin the narrative that she's a shitty person or she's negative or she likes drama. And it's just made up shit or assumptions that they're getting and trying to put two and two together to spin a narrative that's not true.
I don't think it's funny shit. I think Nikki see them moving funny ahead of time. Like she see that shit and she don't fuck with them. She really do bait them, does, because she see the bullshit. She saw that he was on Cardi's side a long time ago.
No, that's what I'm saying though, because he didn't even start hanging out with Cardi until the whole situation with her and him. That's when he jumped on the Cardi bandwagon and trying to be in her circle and be her friend X, Y, and Z.
He said that he was friends with her prior to that.
Yeah, he been cool with her, and she knew that a long time.
And honestly, y'all can't say that. And I'm not like trying to come for anybody and be like, I don't personally know him to defend him, but I just don't think it's like okay to like, not tell the complete truth of things, especially for everybody that was in the room, because he did give her flowers in regards to Nicki Minaj as in her music and her career. But on a personal level, that's where, he came for her and, said he wasn't too fond of her and spoke on the personal things. And even like, I believe it was Vontae that was talking about, and I'm a Nicki Minaj fan, even up to like the music now, I can recite every lyric. I know everything about Nicki Minaj, but in the same token, I just don't think it's okay for us to try to, push aside certain flaws that she does have. And I'm not talking about her personal life. I'm just talking about more so like the only thing that I personally don't care for is the situation with her husband. But yeah, I just don't feel like y'all should say like, oh, Jason is just attacking her and just hates her because he said he was friends with Cardi when she was famous, before she got her teeth fixed and all that. That was before Nicki even thought of a Cardi, or Cardi even thought of Nicki. So I don't know.
That part of what you're saying, but the whole friendship stuff didn't come about. Well, granted, he said that he knew her before that, right? He did interviews with her. He was a cool person. She came to her show. Cool. He said that, but when it comes to broadcast friendship and all that crap on social media, that didn't happen until the beef with Nicki started.
Did he say that?
I'm sorry?
Because did he say that? Because from my understanding, he said from when P. Diddy had a party during Bodak Yellow and she did an interview, from that point forward, that's when they were friends.
Can you confirm that you got my back channels? I just want to make sure you got.
It wasn't a problem with them being friends until Cardi and her got into it. And then that's when he had to pick a side. He picked a side. It was Cardi's.
But he didn't say that.
Yeah, so the thing is, him and Nicki Minaj were never friends. He was friends with Ra.
Right.
And then that's during this relationship with Nicki, when Ra supposedly, or allegedly, I don't know, I wasn't there, but when Ra hit Cardi at Fashion Week. So Jason and Nicki were never friends. That's what you guys fail to understand.
He never got to meet Nicki, really.
Exactly.
I didn't say they were friends. I said him wanting to be in her face and in her circle.
So you said it. You applied it.
But I'm pretty sure he could have been friends with Nicki Minaj or been in rooms with Nicki Minaj prior to, and just never pursued it. So I just don't like. I feel like it's kind of insane. No disrespect to anybody, but I feel like y'all take this Cardi B and Nicki Minaj beef a little too far and a little too insane, because even now y'all don't know the extent of how they worked out their problems, if they even worked out their problems. But I don't feel like everybody should be like, if they don't agree with Nicki Minaj, then they're such a hater, or they don't like her music or her craft.
That's not what that. And I just also, because I really want to move on from the Nicki Minaj conversation, but we can say the same thing about like what your conversation was with Karen Civil, right? How there was all these narratives that were just, we don't know what was going on, but we just all have assumptions. So I think that the conversation was, appropriate. And I don't think that. I think that the only Nicki Minaj real stand on here was just like saying all that weird stuff. I'm not weird stuff. Well, just that stuff that was just out of line or just over it. When Olivia was on stage, but that's the only one. Anybody else, I just think that was a good conversation, and I think that Nicki Minaj fans do hold her accountable. I just think that sometimes that people just don't like the way Nicki Minaj fans hold her accountable. They want us to publicly slaughter her, just like we publicly slaughter everybody else. But just like Jason Lee, we can be biased.
Yeah, that's it right there.
You see how I've turned that around? Yeah. I am the true Olivia Pope, y'all. I'm so good at what I do.
Don't admit to any federal crimes.
What did you say?
Don't admit to any federal crimes on here. I'm just saying.
No crimes. No crimes at all, I promise. I just you just said. I'm telling y'all, that whole room that was happening, I really think that that's really not gonna go anywhere. Like, I think that we really blew that out of proportion. I think that they're going to handle things on the back end, and they're going to move forward. They both have a big following of rappers and people who stand behind them. So, yeah.
Cans of worms have been opened up, though. Like, even with Joyner and the whole damn United Master shit, it's getting worse.
Joyner needs to go in the studio, okay? I don't understand. Why is he on Clubhouse, singing like a canary about one woman? Okay, he was on Clubhouse, legitly in the other room for a whole 8 hours. And Jason, if you're still here, I caught your little dig, what you said about people being on Clubhouse wanting to talk to you. But then, and also that little thing that you said when I said people were backup dancers. I meant what I said. But yeah, he needs to get in the studio and really just work on getting that Grammy. That he missed out on twice, because it's getting ridiculous. It's giving reality star, and that's why I think that his next step that he's going to be at, he's going to be on Love and Hip Hop. Giving content.
I think you said this earlier, Aya, about his team. Jordan is very fucking talented, and I feel like his team is definitely holding. And what happened?
Nothing. Go ahead.
And I feel like his team is definitely holding him back. And I also feel like somebody on his team has something to do with his money going missing. Just FYI, I feel like somebody on his team played a part in that too. I can't put all the blame on Carrie.
Yeah, well, join the Achilles, and make sure you hire me, because I definitely would have gaslit that whole situation and got you a whole single, or what got you signed. Somebody can.
This Pretty speaking. Can someone tell me a popular song of the Joyner guy? Because once again,
give me five.
I don't know.
I'm not racist.
Give me five.
He blew up. He went viral from the "I'm Not a Racist" video. We had the white guy in a Magna hat rapping about.
Oh yeah, I didn't like that song. What other song did he sing or rap?
Wait, what? That his favorite song is called Will. Oh, he made the video tribute to Will Smith?
Yep, to Will Smith. He did that as well.
Oh, okay. He had good songs with Chris Brown. He has a song with Eminem called Lucky You. That was on Eminem.
Eminem fuck with him too. He got a lot of songs with Eminem and Logic. He's like a conscious rapper, J. Cole, and he do all that rap. So
he did those Tory Lanez diss tracks too.
Yeah.
Is there any song that's on the radio? You know how they got songs that I could oh, okay, he did that song.
Yeah, Will was on the tribute to Will Smith was on the radio. Lucky You was on the radio. Isis was on the radio, and the two songs that he had with Chris Brown were on the radio.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll look up the Brown songs. Thank you.
But I don't think anything like Billboard. He hasn't blown up. He's just a dope rapper.
Yeah, that Will Smith song was kind of dope. That was creative as hell.
Sorry, can you hear me? This app is acting up. There's so many people on there. What's the name of What was the name of the Will Smith song?
It's just called Will. Jordan Lucas Will.
Oh, y'all go stream his song because he definitely needed it on here complaining about $60,000. Go.
You got Joe.
Y'all need to help his ass. Go stream all. Oh, he got an app?
Yeah. I told you it's enough to kill. He got this app called Ellie. It's for artists to be able to go search up all of their splits and their, to see where their money is going towards. But I don't know, something went wrong.
He must have came up with that after the fact.
Yeah, this is later. Like, this is something separate from Karen. Yeah, this is.
He couldn't see where his money was going.
He said that's why he created it.
And that's why I said it must have happened after the fact.
Yeah, well after the fact. I guess he's calling out, what's the dude? Steve Stout. He's calling him out and stuff. Because, Stout tried to send him a cease and desist rapping about basically encouraging rappers to stay or to just look out for major labels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
y'all make sure
a lot of industry shit going on.
Y'all make sure y'all following all your moderators. Follow the greenhouse at the top. Shout out to the Exoticals. We're officially at 8,000. Oh wow, 6 months. Damn.
Shout outs to you, Eddie. Thank you for bringing me up. This is dope.
Yeah, I support all my sisters. I had to find y'all in the crowd. It was a lot. I had to put on my old lady glasses and come find y'all. But this was definitely a decent room. I was trying to pull y'all up yesterday, but it was way too much. And then, it was a lot. But I was able to get up who I got up. Listen, I want everybody to win. Make sure you follow Pat. That's my favorite DJ.
Thank you.
That's my DJ.
I just got through battling DJ Hollywood too today. I won, so we're gonna do another battle.
Did they cash out you?
Yeah, definitely. And we're gonna do some more battles. So any other DJs, if y'all want that, we can definitely make that work. But yeah, let's do some battles.
Shout out to y'all! Why y'all sending me cash outs?
It's the Beyonce room this week.
And why I was blocked out of that room? Which room? DJ? I just want to let you know the room when you were battling.
Oh wow, I don't know. Maybe somebody in there that has you blocked or something.
Yeah,
was Omar
somebody on stage?
Omar was on stage.
Who?
Omar. T. Omar.
No, I don't remember seeing him. Oh, that's with them other guys. So you probably got beef with them other people, huh? Like the Barrel and all those.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That they was on stage, then that's why I was blocked.
Yeah, probably so. I'm not familiar with all of them, so I don't know what that's about. But yeah, we are having the Beyonce versus Rihanna room Tuesday.
Well, ping me in so I can get on stage before he get there because I have him blocked.
Okay, I don't think that side is going to be there. This is just us. This is just like us by ourselves. It's not with the cis head.
I'm sorry. I've been so distant from those rooms lately. My bad. I'll be back over soon. Come celebrate.
We get into that.
What'd you say?
So yeah, you'll definitely be able to get into that on Tuesday. The Rihanna versus Beyonce.
Yeah, I said I apologize. I haven't been in those rooms for so long. I'm on that side of things, but I'm definitely gonna go back on my other family side. I miss y'all.
We miss you too.
No, y'all don't. Y'all don't. Wait, John, did I meet you at the? Did I meet y'all when I was in New York?
Meet me when you were in New York?
Yeah.
I wasn't in New York. You didn't meet me.
DJ, were you there?
I didn't go.
Oh wow.
We met way
remember.
Wow, this is crazy. But yeah, just to reset the room, Jason Lee versus Nicki Minaj and Karen Civil. So I was in a room where Jason Lee, did a little mini room based off the room that I did about them earlier. But he had a tweet about Karen Civil, and then he talked about a lot of things on there. He talked about he was going to expose a lot. He was going to do a tell-all book. He's going to be the new Karen, what is the name? Karen Steffens. for 1 second. Yeah.
I was
Go ahead.
Something super. I was going to say I couldn't stand Jason Lee, but I mean, this room definitely helped me understand him a little better as to why he does some of the things he does. So.
I still don't understand him, but I would like to say thank you to you and your mods for holding the space. You guys did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. It was challenging, but we definitely did it. I think the first room that we did earlier was really challenging. That one was a lot. Yeah, it was a lot because that room took me out of character, so that kind of pissed me off a bit. But this one was actually pretty good. Yeah, it was.
You got a chance to ask him the question, but earlier when the room first started, before he got in there, he said something about him always going back and forth with women, but never going back and forth with men. Did anybody ask him that question?
Yeah, we did. And he basically said that the men don't want to argue the same way the women do, which I can kind of, which was admitted on the stage earlier, where we talked about how the men handle things differently from the women, but the women are held accountable at like a higher whatever. So yeah, no, we definitely brought that up, but he definitely gaslighted me out of that. And he had to bring up the queers. So we was on stage.
I think Sugar is trying to talk. She's come up her mic a couple times.
No, Sugar, are you there? No, I think that she's sleeping. Sugar, are you there? Everybody's asleep. Like the whole stage is asleep.
I'm up.
Blink your mics if you up.
Now you guys sending people down for being asleep.
No, they did that yesterday. I'm glad I left the room. They would have sent me down in my own room. It's 50% of the stage that did blink their mic. They gotta work in the morning. Yeah.
Is everyone okay with like the mafia mentality in Hollywood going on right about now? Like, if I fuck with this person and you don't fuck with that person, then I might get shot, but not like shot physically, but shot in like a sense of I might get doxxed or disrespected on a platform. Like, is everyone in here okay with that?
I'm not.
In the industry, I think there's just outlets for people to talk about it, to speak about it, but that's been the industry.
Yeah, like, do you remember the effect that paparazzi had on celebrities and like how they specifically like got dragged up old information or very, very personal information and sold it to media outlets? Like, that's not new. It's just positioned in a different way because of social media, and it's a lot faster and it's a lot more, like a lot more direct, but it's not new.
I think that is getting a little bit more dangerous, right?
Definitely getting more dangerous, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. It's really bad, especially for the people who report on the stories, right? And it's hard because you can't, like, I'm learning to be a little bit more neutral even when I don't like somebody on the other side, because like one slip up and then you'll be the fall guy, like, and then it'll be all your fault. And that has happened to that article plenty of times, and a lot of celebrities who have entered, when it went left, we were to blame for it. So yeah, and I hope. It's funny. Jason Lee doesn't even know that he posted our room before, and that he was like, "My mama, how the tables have turned." Right? He posted our room, and now look what room he was.
Right. That's what I was.
I hope y'all know how good I am at what I do.
I was gonna ask you about that. So what did he post?
Oh no, I'm gonna send that to him in the back end. I don't want anybody knowing that stuff because it was really bad.
It got removed though, right?
No, you can't see it unless you click the link.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's still there though because I clicked that link. I mean, you can't find it on the page, but if you click the link, you can still see it. But he probably don't even know. Who is it? Look at God.
So, what's everybody's like general opinion on Karen after these past couple of days?
She ain't shit. Nah, I honestly feel like someone said it earlier, I don't like her business moves. But also, I again am not putting all the blame on her. I'm also going to blame the industry as well.
Yeah, she does her name justice. I feel as though there's a lot to both situations where she's been called out, at least, where I feel there's a very selective outrage for what she's trying like the way in which she tried to achieve things is just very disgusting. But it reminds me again of that old paparazzi tactic, and like that shit just needs to go down the drain. Like keep that shit in the 2000s. Like that does not need to come with us to 2030. Because media should not look like this at all anymore. And when people use scare tactics or manipulation or any type of coercion or indictment, it's just really weird.
Is it wrong that I still like?
I'm gonna stick with Sada. I said that from the beginning. I'm gonna stick with Sada.
Right, you should.
And I think that we still don't know the truth, right? Because nothing is, I mean, it's just he say, she say now.
I think crazy.
It look like they coming down on Karen, but I don't know. I think she should have stayed off the app.
I know she did it on purpose, y'all.
On purpose, but that was a chess move.
Well, let me ask you this: if it, when everything is investigated and it all boils down that she was doing, if it all boils down that she was doing unethical business, you still gonna stick beside her?
Bonte, why you want me to hate Karen so much?
Yeah,
I know. I'm just asking.
Hey, Bonte, listen, check this out, right? Labels do unethical shit every day, but niggas still trying to sign to them, right?
Nah, you can't compare the two. You can't compare the two.
How I can?
You can't compare the two.
Brand itself, it's still a business.
Oh my God! Who said the white man? Who said that?
We got at what we do, Bonte. This is the
Olivia. This has nothing to do with race.
Olivia Pope office.
Oh God!
This has nothing to do with race because go back to the Jordan Lucas thing. Look at this situation.
Isn't he biracial?
Who, Jordan Lucas?
Yes.
Biracial.
Wow.
I don't know, but my point is like
it's a lot of biracials.
$60,000.
I just want to say it's a lot of biracials that are in this situation.
Right.
It's very strange, and we fight for all the biracials.
Good.
Don't they have a biracial coalition to fight for them? Or
oh my God!
They don't have a Mixed Lives Matter or something. Like,
oh my God!
Jesus Christ!
Not Barbara. President.
Girly for short.
That what you're saying is true.
Let them think that.
They need to have mixed coalition. Go find them.
Like that.
They do have one now, but they don't never have to do anything because we always right there to fight for them. So they said, "Shit, do it yourself."
Well, I hope people took some notes though.
I hope they took notes to Karen Civil because she's actually the one who's winning, and Jason Lee.
Boy, listen here.
I'm taking notes. Whole industry.
I hope these artists took notes too because they was dropping a lot of little.
Hey, who was that? Who was that?
This is fine.
Oh, go ahead. No. What the real good room was the one we had yesterday. See, like that was good, right? Because like you had a lot of artists in there who I had to back channel and tell them to shut the fuck up because there's a room full of industry people in here, and you on here talking about Karen Civil, like she doesn't run the industry, and also to the people who were in here talking about, to the people in that room who were talking about Jason Lee. I'm like, you don't know who these people know. You're on here trying to get signed, but yet talking to all the people who hang out with the people who signed you.
Right.
Right.
That's true.
Like I said,
show you how easy it is to get blacklisted.
It ain't just about blacklisted. Listen, like I said, there's so much. Like I said, low key. If some people see the glass half empty, some people see the glass half full. So it all depends on your perspective. If you just here for the dramas and popcorn and for the shade and all that bullshit, and that shit gonna go over your head because there's a lot of shit that you could really learn from the breakdown of the whole situation. You feel me?
I check the bad.
I think the real question to ask is, how far is too far?
That's what I asked him, and he okay with it. He's okay with what he does, and I see the trajectory of what is going to happen. Eventually, someone is going to physically get harmed. It's okay now, but when it bubbles over, somebody's going to get hurt. I can see this, but everybody's okay with the moves that they're making. I cannot. I'm no one's mother, so at the end of the day, he's gonna do what he wants to do. It's kind of ironic, right? Aya brought up the conversation of him being mad at Miss Civil for taking down his platform, but him doing that to someone else, and because of him doing it legally, it was okay. Morally, it's still the same stuff, but it's the semantics for me, right?
Double standards.
Agreed. Jessie Wu said she liked a retweet to Karen Civil. However, the retweet was a disgusting thing about Karen Civil's, I guess, what she was doing in Haiti. So it was just like, okay, you did not tweet it, but you liked it. So it's just like you're confirming what the tweet is saying. It's all semantics. Morally, it's still morally bankrupt. You're still doing shit that you're not supposed to be doing, but you're doing it anyway and calling it semantics. People don't play fair. I get it. But don't pretend like what you're not doing isn't any wrong than what someone else is doing. That's all I have to say on this.
I think what we're learning is that a lot of people especially a lot of people in the media, are taking a very compromised stance, and they start losing track of so not in particular Jason Lee, because Jason Lee is very clear, in my opinion at least, on his politic, where he stands, and the fact that he doesn't give a fuck. But majority of people, they'll say what's morally correct and morally incorrect, but then they'll also cover Karen Civil and drag the shit out of them as much as possible in order to get what they want in return. And I see the media playing so much with a bunch of shit and a bunch of people, especially Nicki Minaj and Karen Civil, as they've both been very prominent in social media and the media recently, and it's really interesting to see where the line exactly is.
I see it in a certain way. Say, for example, artists they used to influence and inspire their audiences or fans because of the creativity and authenticity, right? Today, it's a different ballgame, especially in terms of media. It's all about clout, how you develop that clout. If you're going to do it with means that are not moral, at the end, even once you develop the clout, you're going to get an audience that's not going to make sense. And even if you are out to get an audience, at the end of it, you're just doing more harm than good to the society in general, in a holistic way.
At this point,
in a holistic way, but that's what we want. We get, we're so hypocritical, right? Because the reason why they, do the things for the cloud, because that's what we like.
Exactly.
We like it. We like the drama. We like the room. We're here. We're having a good time.
Controversy
so I think we just need to enjoy it. If it doesn't affect us, that's fine. Let's just watch it, and that's all.
And good for who? That's also something. So this is what is really interesting about media. Like nothing is really morally correct or incorrect. And as much as we want to like stand on like, oh, this is what's right and this is what's wrong. Oh well, if we didn't have paparazzi, we wouldn't have known a bunch of things that actually should have came out a lot sooner. And I'm talking about like specific abusers that we wouldn't have access to in a very particular manner, right? Because people kept logs, people kept photos, people made certain things very clear. So yeah, no, like media is important in all different directions, whether it's good press or bad press, it's all publicity, right? So that's just really important to mention too. Like we shouldn't, like, it's difficult to say we shouldn't hold a moral standard to media, but it's difficult to make a moral standard to media, especially as someone who works in media. Like it's difficult to hold a moral standard to media.
Man, listen. At this point, this should give me that Drake song, "No Friends in the Industry," bit. Because at this point, it's like all friends turning on each other and throwing dirt on each other. At this point, we just all watching.
It's all about what you do for the bag. So they're doing a lot for the bag. I just hope.
Oh, Jason said he'll, give us some dick for us. Yeah.
What? You said that verbatim?
Yeah. Yeah.
Has done that for some tea.
Yeah, he said yes.
He said he's coming out with a book that is gonna be in.
Hello?
Who wanted to fuck Jason?
He said he needs to see who he gonna fuck to get to the mid grade with this shit.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm definitely gonna be at the nightgown with Jason.
Now you got
so he gonna fuck you to get there.
Crying.
Y'all laughing, but y'all know I am. I mean, we laughing, but it's people out for too. So,
you do look Dominican, so it might work in
your favor. Yeah, Jason. I had him a little flirty and laughing in here.
Yeah, he's a top. That doesn't surprise me that that's your type. It doesn't surprise me.
I like assholes. And I like
I know.
Weirdly so, like he knew what he was doing.
You don't like sweet niggas. You like the niggas that tell you shut up.
Me and Jason are meeting again. Oh. I'm so problematic. I can't. Let's move.
Good looking old man.
Well, he does not look like an old man. Jason is not.
No, he's a good looking old man. Yeah.
Like he is not. Well, I don't mind older men.
I know you don't.
And he got sucked and plucked. He's ready to.
Oh.
He got on here. Yeah, but Jason won't play some tattoos. So go ahead, Eddie. Yeah, he will play too many games though. I will rock his world, child. He would think that he knows crazy.
7.
He think Karen will hack that account. She dumb.
Not the 7 foot.
Wait, is somebody still streaming this shit?
Not the 7 foot.
No, we don't need. So,
he might be listening on his burner account.
Mm-hmm.
Let me shut up. I get in trouble.
You advertising yourself and your.
Oh, I love me some assholes. But he was like, let me speak. I was like, ooh. But no, I don't. No business with Fletcher. Right. It's a great conversation. Y'all follow your moderators and follow the greenhouse at the top. Right. Jason told us something. You got to do whatever you got to do to make sure you rise to the top. What are you willing to do?
It ain't nothing wrong with feeling good while you working.
Period. Thank you, Jeff. I was waiting for you to step in and help.
Not compromise.
But we have to wake up how many artists actually go there with, I'm pretty sure don't do that everybody does it. Or am I just going crazy?
No, you can definitely tell. Low key, especially with some of these rappers, how their I guess their words change when they're with a certain person.
Hey, fam.
Hi.
Sash, you was in that room with Larry.
Not just now, but before.
Yeah, I was in there with you. I was gonna go on stage, but I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I missed everything, so I was asleep. So I don't know. I'm trying to catch up.
When they went through the rooms, you're like, "What's going on?" No, with them southern ass accents, I really can't. Y'all southern people, more about us.
Oh, was it?
That accent, that southern accent, it should be killing me.
Fuck you. I was just about to ask where she from, because she sounds just like me. Country as hell. I love it. Me too, girl. I'm from Tennessee.
Where you from, Fash?
I ain't from no damn Tennessee. I'm from Charlotte, period.
Somebody just said Tennessee.
No
shade.
What part?
Nashville. Oh, I thought she was a real one from Memphis. No, I'm a real one from Charlotte.
No,
what you saying, Eddie?
I said you got broke out. Y'all gonna stop calling me Eddie.
Right.
Bitch, I can't do this iron shit. I said they was on Twitter. Somebody said they was on Twitter drag. I said Twitter dragging me. Bitch, yes. You know I be on Twitter all day, every day. Somebody tweeted and said this fast bitch dumb. I said, bitch, you dumb, hoe. They be on Twitter because I said, let me just see what people be talking about because I know they was up crazy yesterday. Oh no, today. And then I started talking shit in the room, and then I seen people on Twitter. They was like, "This fast woman funny," and then somebody else said, "This fast woman is dumb." I said, "Bitch, you dumb, hoe. What the fuck wrong with you?"
Yeah, Moneybag tweeted you, Aya.
What?
Moneybag Ho tweeted you. No, I'm for real. Like Moneybag Ho said, "What does this Ion person do for a living? Because they have too much to say about other people's stuff."
Moneybag would never even talk like that, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Look,
yo, JD.
Ho, not yo. Not yo. Yeah. The writer, not
Moneybag. Oh, they was on your head, Ion, when you was tweeting, when you had said that shit about motherfucking.
Yeah, there's a lot of tweets actually. Oof.
They said don't talk about what? Ernest.
There's a lot of tweets.
Said that little blog he had. He said with your little blog. I said, ooh.
Fast, you know he was trying me.
Yeah, he was. I said, Lord, I know Ernest answer. It said, a free promotion for your little blog. Your little blog. He was like your little website. Twitter.
Oh my god.
Wait, who's Moneybag? Is he?
I'm gonna send it to you.
Please. No, that was.
Yeah, Twitter is full with your name. If you search your name,
JD, you be dragging.
I was eating him up though. He thought he was doing something.
And then somebody tweeted Shad. They tweeted a picture of Shad and was like, and they tweeted Ernest. And I'm like, bitch, do y'all not know how fucking Clubhouse works? Bitch, anybody can get moderated in this. I tell you, Eddie moderated me in that room, and I was not on Karen's side. But I had to stand beside my people. So I said, please. They try to make it seem like Shad, they was like, Shad is one of the people that was dragging you in the room, and he's a barb. Like, bitch, what the fuck they got to do with anything?
No, it's funny because Jason really asked if I was Shad, and I was like, no, I'm not Shad at all.
Shad has been partying all weekend. He ain't even been on the app like that.
No, I had damn it, what up all day? What you say? I said sleeping all these. I know I didn't bring him up this time. I didn't want them to drag him. No, but they was coming after me. Yeah, he thought he was doing something. I ate his ass up though. I said, don't play with me.
They really are dragging you on Twitter though. I just typed your name in.
Right. It's
so funny as hell.
That is so funny.
Yeah, they're like, his articles. Karen's still.
Let me send it to you.
They going in on y'all. Oh my god.
This is crazy.
So they said, I hope Karen is paying them a check for that. I say y'all say any damn thing. Y'all know damn well it's Nikki ain't even paying us. So what the hell?
Someone put Ayan and Mizra as the head of the Clubhouse called Exotical, so no surprise how they're acting. Oh my god. They put it. They said Ayan Mazar.
I just wanted to say hey to everybody real quick. What's up, Ayan? What's up, Exoticals?
Well, I ain't Exoticals with bitch. Hey.
Shut up.
Oh, is that Shad? What's up, Shad?
Hey, JD, what's up, y'all?
Who's this money person? Currently who's this person? Thinking I'm
Fash, they're talking about you two and your bad wigs.
I don't give a fuck. They sure brought their ugly asses on motherfucking stage.
Yeah, they say your wigs are split.
Writer.
They ain't say shit about my fuck them. They better come fix it.
Oh, they really mad.
They say you bought your wigs from the Nicki Minaj.
Girl, somebody was dragging me earlier for Aya.
Yes, I know. When Shad, what's the name? Thought I was you. Jason Lee.
Girl, I was screaming. I said, "What's going on?"
He said, "Is this Shad?" I said, "No, it's not Shad, but that's Tessie." No, I was cracking up because who's this guy? First of all, you're another blogger. And it says you're a writer and producer, but all you're doing on Twitter instead of writing history, you're writing. So, bitch, don't play yourself. And they lucky I'm not active like that on Twitter because if I had my old Twitter handle when I had 40K before I got suspended, I would have been lighting their asses up because this pink suit is not it.
Ian, did you call somebody named Ernest a blogger?
Yep, I did.
That shit was funny.
They said you called him a blogger. And they said the only person that's relevant is the one that has the accolades to prove it. It's basically saying you ain't got no accolades to call nobody.
Blog. So, and I felt bad for him because, I'm not going to drag him too much, right? But he blocked me, so. And so did a lot of other people from another crew. They got mad at me and blocked me.
Look, somebody said, look, if no one says it, then I will. Ayan Mazar is clearly a clout chaser. It's adding absolutely nothing but chaos to the conversation. Well, bitch, you still in the room, so what the hell you adding to it?
Yeah.
They so dumb.
Oh my god, Fast, did you see that?
Bitch, don't tell me.
But the funny thing about
look at Twitter.
If they follow our rooms, they would know that it's not clout chasing at all. It's literally, I have my small ass rooms, and I said, nobody needs to clout chase off anything. If I wanted to, I don't know if they don't know the old Exoticals when we first started. We didn't have a club. We were hosting rooms with 4,000 people. People on stage left and right. They don't know that. So I like my little small rooms now where it's 200 people that I know, or a social room or a little private event.
They lied and said, they tried to say when they had the room about Nikki, they tried to say, that was not the real Nikki. I'm like, y'all are fucking delusional. What the fuck?
I'm not even on
Nikki is not on the app. I'm like, what?
Yeah, we got a lot of hate for that.
I know. I'm so sad.
I'm starting to agree with them, Jason Lee. No, I'm kidding.
When did you get cardio?
No, the fuck we don't. That bitch took me down.
Hell no.
Just the queen needs to come great.
She think I ain't know she took my page. She got my page taken down, bitch. I ain't playing with your ass.
I would be petrified to do it.
But I got my shit right back up, so I don't give a fuck.
Who's that Ashley said?
JD.
Hi, Mar. Hi, Gregory.
Hi.
Somebody's taking silver must
This is crazy. This feels like this.
Yeah, who knew we would be y'all know that we actually really something. I just thought we were just random people on the app.
You're a whole influencer.
Yeah,
But you know what I don't like either? I don't like when people try to
I'm going back to YouTube.
No, hold on. I don't like when people come on this app. It's just the app at the end of the day. Hello, Del. We all know that. But I don't like when people come on this app like people with bigger clout or people that are celebrity wise, and they'll try to say we brought content. No, bitch. We brought y'all to the goddamn app. Let's be real. Now we can name a couple people that we done brought. We've really been on this app since day fucking one, building our content.
Right.
This is what our shit is really about. Because really, to be honest, y'all people that be in the shade room comments be coming over here running y'all mouth. That's what's going on.
And the funny thing is, like, I still have the old tweets where when I used to go by my old name, how people used to drag me then too. Like the first thing has like a whole bunch of like the first room I did, it was called Black Men Should Date White Women. We were trolling.
But imagine if our room was trend every day.
Y'all remember that room?
Imagine if our room was trend every day. The shit that y'all be starting, the black people and all that shit type shit. If that shit was trending every goddamn day, bitch. Cause we really be on this bitch talking shit. We don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I would get yeah, I can't do those rooms like that anymore because people be getting really triggered. Like people like legitimately be after me, y'all. I don't think y'all know, but like they be posting my face stuff still to this day. Like they're still posting my face. Like I was looking through some tweets today, and this guy today was like posting my face. Like, and I'm like, why are you posting me? Like saying, is this who you're talking about? Is this who you're talking
about? But they ain't seen nothing yet. Y'all ain't seen the dark side of the Clubhouse. Y'all over here with us, but we take y'all ass to the dark side. Y'all really be on to the crime. And that's true too.
And Twitter Spaces is a dark side too. And this is like 17. This is my like 17th account.
The dark side, the ghetto.
I really missed my first account, and I really want it back, y'all.
I really want my.
Look, they'll be crying on Twitter talking about something. He called me a dark black bitch. Yeah, you ain't seen it yet. You ain't seen what they do to you on the dark side. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but they always forget them. The person who asked me to come out, you can raise your hand now. I open up the floor since we're now, just sitting here having a little kiki. But yeah, come up. Because I can't find you through the car. I don't have my glasses on.
Yeah. Mm.
I'm in ping jail. I invite jail. And follow jail. How long is that? I feel bad because all these big people follow me and they keep messaging me like, follow me back. And I'm like, I have to wait, but I don't know how long. Because they don't follow real quick.
Thanks for letting me up.
Oh, who said that?
It's Daniel Soul here, your ex-sound engineer.
Oh, hi, Daniel.
How's it going?
It's going good. Where you been?
Well, when your account gets clipped, it breeds super trolls, so I've just been busy trolling.
Oh my God, the trolls.
Yeah, you think about it. Your first account, you got thousands of followers, put a lot of effort in, right, and then it all disappears and you got to start again. So, what do you do?
And the starting takes so long as well. Like, I don't want to go through all those people that I followed and then follow them again. Like,
oh yeah, your account is done too. Like that's why I don't make titles and I don't be. Listen, if my account, let me tell you something. If my account gets clipped because of this room, I swear to God, y'all gonna think that this room is bad. Or I'm going back to day one.
Yeah.
I'm going back to those nasty rooms I used to do before.
Sympathy and Piola.
Who said that?
That's what Nicole be saying. She be.
Nicole is hilarious. She was like, you haven't even seen 60.
She said, so what? Karen is busy. She's busy.
She was like, what they said about
pay for themselves. So what? Karen is busy. Email her. She don't want to talk to y'all. She don't have to.
No, that was my funniest thing yesterday. When I said, did you email her? Got quiet. I said, of course you email her.
Look, Karen said, just shoot a DM and, we will have a sidebar. No, Karen, I want to talk to you right now.
Oh my gosh, Chantal, you're so pretty.
Hi, good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. Are you from the UK? Yeah.
Boys. That boy.
Yes, UK. I love Miss UK. I got to visit there soon.
Yeah, no, you.
Yeah, well,
you won't like it. Trust me.
No, I actually have a big following in the UK. Like, I love them.
Stay over there.
And I left my UK black men.
Yeah, the black men here are very, very nice.
I'll be hearing mixed things about them. I just heard you say they.
No, child. They have respect. I mean, they still like everyday men, but they have the respect that they have. Let me shut up.
Right. Yeah, they do have respect, but some of them are easily influenced by the US American men. So we're losing our good men to, the ones who follow trend. And they start calling us bitch.
Chantel, American men are trash, and they are replicating the trashness, right?
Right.
Hi, Mike. How are you? I missed you.
Hey, yeah, I miss you too. How's everything?
I didn't get to see you when I was in California. I was so mad.
I think I went out. I was in Vegas. I think I told you, right?
When you're... I was in California I think last month.
Yeah, terrible. Never mind. I won't even say nothing.
Oh, wait, you live in California?
I do.
Close to San Diego?
About 2 hours.
I'm shocked. You're going to have to figure that out because I'm going to be out there next month around Halloween. I want to go trick-or-treating in my slutty outfit.
I want to see it.
Please, I'm definitely going to take pictures. I'm sending it to everybody. One thing I love about Halloween is wearing slutty outfits. Like,
my birthday is the day after Halloween. Period.
So you celebrate in the club?
No, I'll be in New York actually for Rolling Loud that week, Thursday through that weekend.
Your birthday is after Halloween?
November 1st. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yikes.
Hey, Scorpio.
Ew.
Period.
Imagine that.
My birthday's actually on Halloween.
You don't Scorpio.
Oh, my own. Oh, wow.
Imagine the ghetto of living a life like that. Like, that's crazy.
Wait a minute.
Don't you get free tattoos and stuff?
It's giving colorist.
Oh, don't say colorist in front of Jason.
Don't say colorist, right. Don't say colorist.
Oh, Jesus. Y'all done triggered
that word.
Y'all triggered the hell out of him with that.
That's a trigger.
You know what's funny? He came in because he knew where this conversation was about to go. Because the way we had to record him, we was about to do that. He said, let me come in here and change.
He came in ready. Like, he came in ready. No, he was like, hold on. Yeah, exactly. Let's talk about it.
Let me tell you.
So y'all want to talk about the Chris Brown situation, about the Rihanna situation. What y'all want to talk about? What y'all want to talk about?
I'm not an accent. I love it. So funny. I'm like, let's talk about Ariana Grande.
And then he was like, no, wait, it's too much now. It's too much. We talked about that.
No, he was like, he was like, I can't go to asking. Oh, y'all asking me questions. They're like, no. I can't. Hi, Bobby. How are you?
What's going on? I just want to give a shout out to all the trash American men out there.
Period.
Hi, Pretty. Welcome to the stage.
Where's Ados?
Pretty, you there? Ados? Who's Ados?
Bobby, please leave.
Any?
I said Pretty.
Please.
Bobby, I love your narcissist room that you were in. It was great.
Did you love the narcissist room?
Yeah, you were like one thing I love about you, Bobby, is like you really channel yourself in the morning. Like in the rooms you go into, and I just follow it and I just sit in the audience. And it's so funny because you like change the subject. Like when people come in, I'm like, don't be shy. Tell about yourself, Bobby.
Talk about myself right now.
No. Like when you were in that room when you talked about narcissists. Yeah. You're like, shit, I is here. Let me change the subject.
Yeah, I gotta move lightly around you,
No, you just didn't want me to come back and make a room about it.
Oh, God. Thank you for keeping your foot on my neck.
I keep my foot on all men's necks, period.
Yeah, cash app that, man.
I'm a broke, degenerate Dusty. I don't have the funds.
Oh, do you want me to bring Annalisa back?
Oh, yes. Oh, my God, please. Oh, my God. An angel sent from hell. I swear to God. And
no, y'all.
was
no,
amazing.
Y'all have worse now. Y'all have these people who these random people on the app with these cartoon avatars who make rooms. And I'm like, I told y'all they were coming. Y'all didn't listen to me.
And Alicia was the slaughter. Like, that was the butcher, honestly. Nobody could talk. If you didn't want to admit something, you were sent to the goo or you were ridiculed forever. Like, it was.
Bobby, did you cry that day?
I cry a lot of days because of cancer. So which one are you talking about?
Oh. When Annalicia was like screaming at y'all, like Miss Trunchbull.
Happens every once a quarter, maybe once or twice a year. We'll be all right. Oh, everyone, I encourage you to follow the Gauntlet. Great space, safe space for black women and queer folks. Put that out there. Thank you.
I would never go. Is that with Jordan? First of all, Jordan came into one of my rooms one day, and he just was on stage, and I was like not near my phone, and I was like, Jordan, what the fuck are you doing in my room? And he was like, oh my god, this is your room. I'm like, you see the Grand House at the top? Like, hello? I'm like, who room you thought this was? And he's like, it's funny because we talk like we really know each other in person. Like all of us on the stage. Don't you? It's like we're in the same block. But unfortunately,
not the same block.
But yeah, it was funny. And then he came and he was talking to all the women in the room about anime. Was it? I think it was anime. It was good. And comic books.
He should have referenced my PTR where it looks like the majority of women find the majority of men unattractive.
About your gender wars, I released that to y'all. Okay, like after gender wars, I'm over it. It's too much. Y'all always want to fight men and women.
Nah, I don't argue with women on this app.
You really do. You love to debate women. I don't know why.
State my opinion and ignore them after that.
You really don't. You really have like a lot of emotions when it comes towards women.
Really?
Yeah, you do. I mean, you pretend like you don't, but I can see right through that. Like, you legitimately, you have to care because that's all y'all talk about. Like,
thank you for diagnosing me. I appreciate that diagnosis.
You're probably welcome, but you do go into every room and you do make it about women and what they're doing.
I make it about the topic of the room. It's usually women who are making topics about.
And then you keep throwing up that fake statistic about the OK Cupid. I was like, I was gonna go up there. I was gonna go up there and read you for it, but I had no energy because I was so tired.
Think it's a lie? What are we talking about here?
No, you know why it's a lie. So please.
I know no such thing.
But we're not going to talk about that right now. Good morning, room.
We're censoring black women right now. Go ahead.
No, we're censoring Jason Lee versus Nicki Minaj and Cameron Civil Part 2.
AKA black woman and one black man.
I know, he's biracial.
Oh, biracial. All right, I'm just.
He's biracial.
It's so funny because he really stood on the fact that he was black, and I was like, wait.
Well, that's your fault because, man.
That's your fault.
No, he gets that from black men. You all say if a mother and a black father, the child is still black. Last I checked, if the mother is white, the child is white. So I don't know. It's just a big old mix-up. I don't know.
But he was really funny.
Mix up, no pun intended.
I can't wait to interview with him again. Maybe soon it'll be him interviewing me on Hollywood Unlocked.
Is Jane asleep?
Yeah.
That's one person I really miss. I didn't miss you.
Well, that's fine. You can miss Jane all you want.
Yeah, I can definitely miss Jane. I miss Jane all the time.
I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, I hate that.
She alright.
I don't know why you have to speak like why Bobby.
JaneIsBomb.com.
Yes, Jane is amazing.
It's giving .org vibes.
I wish that Aya was amazing, but Jane, yes.
Aya fixed my life. How tall y'all think Jason Lee is?
5'4".
He looks pretty tall to me.
Yeah, I think he's tall.
No, I think
9?
he's 5'3".
I think he's good looking. You don't think
he's a top, right? Wait, let me see. He's like what, 6?
5? Maybe 5.
Oh, wait, but
where's Brian?
Brian is busy today. Wait, did someone say he was attractive?
I said I think he's cute. No, you don't think so?
He's 5'9.5".
Well, it is cuffing season.
Since he lost
I
that
also
weight,
want to
like he has a nice face.
Yeah, we all have our different tastes.
He does do appreciation for Black women on his page for the day. But Rasta Acosta is not Black, but okay. It's so funny because he knows a lot of people in the industry that I know. That's so funny. Rosa Acosta.
Oh, like he's 6 foot or 6'1", something like that. Yeah. You look at his Instagram, like he's pretty tall. He has long legs. Like what?
Oh, don't get Aya started. Long legs.
Oh, that's Aya all the way. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. If I wanted to get you to me, I could have. Okay, he would have flown me. I would have messaged him.
Oh my God.
I messaged him to fly me out tomorrow.
This is why you can't trust these niggas. That's what I told you.
Yeah, I should have told him that while he was up here.
No, you should have. Why didn't you?
Oh, tomorrow.
Right. I want to be there. You gonna ping me in when? Let me record it too. Like,
no, that would be bad. That would kill me.
No. I will just play it privately to you.
That would be one room. That is something that people are pushing me to have a certain type of demographic or preference. It will never happen. But we can move forward.
Besides, JD will only talk about Britney Spears being better.
Okay, Juicy. Okay, Juicy. Let's move on. Let's move on. Because I don't feel like getting banned off the app again. Please.
Oh, that's what it was. It was definitely not Beyonce room. Trying to diss Beyonce.
Listen, you know what's funny? I was supposed to have the verses with Bash that night, and I got like, I couldn't get into room.
Hold on, wait, Renee. I just want to let you know, Renee. I'm gonna follow you back. I'm in follow jail, so I can't follow anybody back. But tomorrow, when it lets me follow people again, I'm definitely gonna follow you, and I love you so much.
That was cute.
And I'll follow you back too, Dan.
Thank you.
When I get into out of follow jail.
Okay, I'm on the wait list.
I can't with you there.
What's the point of it?
Dan, I recognize your voice, but like, what was your old account? Oh, let me follow you.
No. So I really think that you need to fix that on Clubhouse. Like, what is the point of being in follow jail?
What is the point? Yeah, what is the point?
I want to ask.
It's bots. No, it's about the bots. Yeah, it's bots. Yeah.
I think it's what it is.
Oh, okay.
So they're trying to stop that now, right? They're trying to like get rid of people's fake following. They're trying to get rid of people's.
Oh, that was funny when Elaine came in with what she lost all her followers. I was like, wow.
Yeah, when they did
lost some weight on the following.
They did another tweet like 3 days ago.
Yeah, someone had 15K and they dropped all the way down to a nice solid 2. I was like, what?
That shit embarrassing. Wait, 2?
Yeah, they had 15K and then they dropped all the way down to a nice solid 2. And they were grandstanding on like, oh yeah, I'm the this and that of Clubhouse, but how you have?
I just want to say that person that you're talking about, I meet that person. And I don't even say things like that. I do because that hashtag like legitimately went freaking viral on Twitter.
Yep.
Oh, not Gideon in the room. Gideon, are you gonna think you're gonna come up? Or you just... that went viral. Like that was crazy. It was still going on when I wasn't even talking about it anymore.
But I think like the Instagram account's a dead giveaway, you know? We've got 50,000 on here and 2,000 on IG.
Well, I mean,
dead giveaway.
No, not really, because because on Clubhouse, no.
It was easy to grow your following on Clubhouse.
Yeah, when you first started, you could just get on stage and just grow your following.
And then people was having 24-hour and 48-hour rooms.
Yeah. The silent networking rooms.
Yeah, no, not even that, but like community building was like heavy in the beginning of that. So people, like now people just know each other. So even if you have a new account, like people will still know you. But if you're new to Clubhouse, it's really hard to like become a part of the conversation.
I remember when like Instagram influencers tried to jump on the app, and because they had nothing valuable to say, no one was following them because all they are on Instagram are pretty faces. So when they found out that their followings weren't as big as their followings on Instagram, they just decided to hop off.
That's true.
And that's what killed the app because a lot of influencers were acting like they made an algorithm test for Clubhouse and it just didn't work.
But the app
they couldn't crack the code.
The app is not.
Yeah.
Like I feel like so for all my content creators out there, y'all better get ready because the winter is coming and we got to get our content ready. So we need to stop fighting with each other and prepare for all the new people on Clubhouse who's going to come in and let's get together. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. This is probably going to be my last year on Clubhouse or on any social media, right? So I want to go out with a. No, I'm just serious. Like I want to get married and just be on a farm.
Married to who?
For anybody who's like proposing.
Oh, that's weird. Anybody can just apply for that?
Yeah, I mean, if you have enough finances and you want to buy me farmland,
that's a requirement.
I think that's the title for the next room.
Yeah,
like for the love of farmland. Is that what?
You can move to my farm.
What?
You can move to my farm. I have a big farm.
Oh yes, I'm definitely moving down there immediately. Yes, that's my husband right there. I forgot about it.
Yeah, but
yes, we do. I also want to say, I also allow cheating.
Would you marry Ion?
Sure, but it's not allowed in my country, so we have to marry in the USA.
Wait, is that allowed in Sweden?
If you guys promise us to PTR us a picture of you harvesting crops.
Wait, is it not allowed?
You're a sharecropper.
You're crazy. No, it's not allowed in Sweden to get married.
I'm in Hungary.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yikes! Wow, that's crazy. Well, I guess that your dream is ending there. Well, too bad. You should have chosen.
Because as long as I can farm and just live my life.
Oh, you don't need to be married. Got you.
Oh, we
living out of
U.S. And then we can come back over there and we can like travel to America when we feel like.
So okay. Well, great. Have fun with that. I mean, bon voyage to you.
JD, you sound a little upset. What are you trying to say?
I'm definitely not upset.
I did sense a bit of soul, yeah.
Yeah, no, there's my type is not people who cheat and like run away from relationships and stuff. Like that's just not for me. That's not my type. But if that's Ola's type, then I understand.
And run away from relationships? That's what I just heard.
Yeah, it's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
Step your game up and get a farm. That's what it says.
Hi, Moesha. I love you so much.
What's happening? I love you.
Hello, Moesha.
Hello, Jerryton.
Good morning.
Oh, wait a second, please. How dare you?
What is that, your third or fourth page? Which one?
Oh, my God. Can you follow this page, Moesha?
I'm going to think about it.
Moesha, don't.
Oh, my God. Why is the garbage man so loud? Lord Jesus Christ.
Is that the garbage man? Oh, my God. Wait, I feel discriminated against. You know what?
JC, you're so beautiful.
You said JC?
JC.
JC.
Oh, I just said Jay-Z. I said, he on stage. Hi, Jay-Z. I was like, wow, ladies and gentlemen, get yourself in order. We have
So what's the word? What y'all still doing now?
Oh, with
Jason Lee and and now we still have we outside waiting for the next game.
Oh. No, I just got off the phone with Nikki. She's not doing too good right now.
Yeah, the British government on her ass right now.
She getting the album done?
Hi,
Not too much.
In a while.
Morning.
Long time no see.
I just can't wait for this new Cardi B album.
For a Cardi B album, please. Oh my Lord Jesus Christ. I mean, like, did she even come out with an album? Came out with pop? Was that an album or was it a song?
No, it was a single that went. How much did it go? It went number 1, right, for consecutive weeks. Check how long.
I'm great, but where's the album? Where's the rest?
Yeah, the album is coming. It's coming.
Yeah, WAP is going to be on it because we're already going to forget about WAP when it's out.
I mean, forget about WAP. WAP was a cultural moment. When is that? It's not a. It wasn't a TikTok song like someone else's.
Shout out to Doja Cat though. Can we wake that up? Like,
yeah,
and not too much on TikTok song.
WAP was a TikTok song.
Yeah, shout out to black women that ain't white. I'm not. Fuck you, Moshe. I'm so dead.
That is hilarious. Oh, not too much of Doja Cat. I love her down. We forgave her. She apologized and she said what she said.
Yeah, she did.
Don't make her be racist.
Actually, no, but she is doing really good. Like, yo, that VMA performance was so beautiful.
She could sing. Like when they put her two voices together between her singing on the song and us singing on like freaking stage, I was like, yes.
Yeah. Y'all want to know my favorite underrated Nicki song? The Night Is Still Young. Like, I really love that song. Like, that song is really good, but it's so underrated.
My underrated Cardi song is Get Up 10.
Oh, what?
Like, the songs before they come mainstream are the best.
Oh, my favorite song by Cardi B is, what is it? It's called Bloody What?
Bloody what?
Bloody Bars?
Yeah, Bloody Bars. Yes, I can rap the whole song.
I was gonna say Bloody Shoes.
That's what she was spitting.
Yeah, write that up, Moesha. She was really doing her thing up in there.
Yeah, no, I love.
But the people don't want that. The people want dumbed down bars.
I don't want that. But make sure y'all in the audience are following Audio Narrator. They all have personality. Follow anybody on stage who you love. Also follow the greenhouse at the top. We're almost at 9,000.
That's crazy. That moves fast.
What happened with Cardi?
She's done.
She's making an album.
Mm-hmm.
Who said that?
It's Red Bars. It wasn't Bloody Bars. Red Bars.
No, it's Red Bars. Yeah, yes. Thank you.
And them 5 the best album of the year. Nicki Minaj, most underrated song in my opinion, is Looking Ass Nigga. And that should have been her song, not Young Money. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
She went crazy.
Yeah, she did. That was a good song. But
I don't know. I really am a big fan of pop Nicki. So maybe that's why The Night Is Still Young is really like a staple.
But she didn't know what Well I Am. I'm like, oh Lord Jesus Christ, why?
Yeah, that
Bob was sickening though. With that long, he killed those bobs with the long.
Oh, and did y'all hear that little shade that Jason threw when he said that thing about Nicki and the DMAs?
I honestly, I was too busy flirting.
You were not, of course, yeah. That's your type?
Let's see. Any man with money is my type. What?
You was flirting with Jason Lee?
Yeah.
Load it up.
I heard it. Juicy know how I get down.
Hey, I got a question. I got a quick question. So y'all remember back when the Queen album dropped on Cream Radio? You know, everybody. Man, come on. But look, my point is, and I was meaning to ask Nikki this the last time I was like in the Twitter space with her, but I didn't get the chance. But y'all remember those Queen passes we bought? Y'all think we're gonna be able to use those when she go on tour, this USA tour?
Queen passes? What's that?
Yeah, what's that?
Hold on, I'm gonna find a picture in PTR because when her last album dropped, Queen Radio, she was like, I ain't gonna charge my fans $100 for this shit. But anyways, we bought these passes and she promised that we can use them at the tour, but obviously the US leg never happened. I'm finna PTR a picture of what they look
now
like.
She was selling food stamps.
Their album out.
Auntie, I was gonna moderate you earlier, but I knew you was like against opposing my views, and I didn't want you to. I was like, I was like, I'm gonna wait till everybody leave, and I'm gonna moderate him because he's not finna in my room mid conversation. You know how many people were messaging me in the audience was like telling me to be quiet and stop saying stuff. Who would not come up on stage because they were scared that I was gonna say something crazy.
Auntie, are you a bar?
I love Nicki Minaj since day one.
That's crazy. That's
He the king barb.
Imagine being a part of a cult and openly.
He's a Ken. He's not a bar.
Oh yeah, he was like, Jason was like, oh, I don't know why no grown ass man will be calling himself a bar. I said, oh, that's why I had to
fun.
I had to pull the whole like what they did to Erica Mena. Like, you're a barb. No, you're a barb.
All right, if y'all PTR, I put up those passes. Like, I've been holding on. I got 2 of them. I've been holding on for 2 years.
Yeah, you might as well sell those on Wish.
Yeah, you might. Yeah, you ain't getting no use out of it. No, Nikki done got over on me. I want my $20 back.
Yeah,
not $20.
I thought you bought some expensive ass VIP shit. Nigga said $20.
Wait, they cost $20.
They was garbage. That was $10 a piece, but that's okay because when she go on tour, she getting all my coin. Period. I'm on VIP everything.
What was that?
So she gave you a backstage pass when there was no backstage.
No, so I don't know what her plan was. Y'all know she mysterious, but she told her fans to buy it.
I'm in the wrong business.
I just want to say, let me tell you, Nicki Minaj is such a cool person. I met her in person, so I remember I was working for a company. I was working in corporate, and she was supposed to. I guess she messaged the stylist that she was coming down to one of the big stores that we had out here, and everybody had to fly in, right? And we had to clean the store up and everything. So I was just in, I was actually on the phone, right? Good thing I didn't get in trouble, but this lady asked me for help. And I'm like, what? And then I turn around, it's Nicki Minaj, and I wanted to scream so bad, but I didn't want to lose my job. And I actually helped her shop. It was the most beautiful experience I've ever had. And she was so nice. And I was saying,
fuck that job.
I was just staring at her.
That job.
She looked at me. She was like, are you going to help me? Or are you just going to keep staring? I was like, I'm going to help you, whatever size you need. I helped her pick out clothes today. Like, we had a great conversation. But she's so nice and so beautiful.
She smells so good, doesn't she?
Oh my God, what the hell is going on?
She's real regular. Like, she's not like one of those uppity celebrities who, and I've met a lot of celebrities at that job, but she's like real, like when she's shopping, she just want to shop and that's it. And she's a huge fan of INC. Y'all just let y'all.
A huge fan of what?
INC, the brand. Yeah.
That's one of my favorite brands. I'm glad to know Nikki a fan.
She's a huge. What she wears.
I'm wearing INC pants in my PTR.
Oh, you wearing INC? Not you wear INC pants. I used to work for that brand.
INC with the Burberry hoodie, you see.
No, I have so much INC in my closet. I just want to throw up. It's too much. I used to get so much free clothes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wish wellness for people who
For who?
I wish wellness to people who still
Who stole? I'm confused.
For people who still, like are holding out for a tour, for Queen. I think that's gone. Shot in the Dark, never coming back. Locked like the album.
Auntie, you should tweet that because she would definitely honor it.
I think she will too.
She will honor you.
Popping up. Y'all follow that Hard White page?
Tweet it to her barbs too, all her barbs, and I mean all her barbs pages, and they'll retweet it.
Yeah,
I wish wellness for you, Vanti. I hope that you get some type of.
Look, let me tell you this. Over the last 2 years, like I've saved up thousands of dollars. I'm just waiting on her to go on tour so I can just splurge it. Like, man.
So you know where you can put that? Cardi B is releasing a new album very soon. And I think that she's gonna go on tour this time. So
Cardi B.
What the fuck? Yeah. Yes.
You done lost your damn mind.
The Queen of Rap? Yeah.
The Queen of what?
Oh my God! Move this nigga to the gulag. What the fuck is he talking about?
Hold on, wait. Didn't like Little Kim recognize her as the Queen of Rap?
Exactly, which is the point. What are we talking about?
It be giving that title to anybody.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I stopped listening to Little Kim after that.
Don't get me started.
So again, Lil Kim was
Anderson Fontaine is the Queen of Rap. What you mean?
No. Fantasia is the Queen of Rap, honestly. No, but Lil Kim is the Queen of Rap, right? Nicki was a nice understudy for a little bit, and now we're gonna get into the next Queen of Rap, which is Cardi B.
Never.
Be real.
Oh,
the real Queen of Rap is Joss.
Who said
like my DJ?
Do it like my
that was a cultural
baby.
reset. No, I agree. That was a cultural reset, and that should be honored.
It's y'all doing.
No, Moesha, you don't think that was a cultural reset?
I'm ahead of.
Oh my God! That was such
Baby,
a
you don't even go
track.
here. What do you mean cultural reset?
But nah. Look. Hold on. Let me say this. Realistically, when Lil Kim said that she'd do that versus with Nicki, she ain't got enough hits. The only person that can go song for song, hit for hit with Nicki is Drake. Changed my mind.
You tripping? Look, Kim.
Wait, Nicki does not have number one hits. Yeah, Nicki does not have number one hits.
Kim gave.
Nicki does not. Nicki has two.
Hold on.
Nicki has two.
John, what did you say? John, you said something?
No, I just said Lil Kim got hits.
Okay, so we're gonna move on, right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, because Nicki Minaj will slaughter her.
And Azealia Banks is still the better rapper out of everyone.
Okay, great, but it's like, oh my God, I can't. The fact that y'all saying Cardi B is a rapper is crazy.
It's ridiculous.
Doing a bad.
Exactly, with Nicki Minaj
like
being
she admitted to not writing her raps. Like, wow.
We know everything Nicki Minaj.
Wait, Lil Kim
wrote.
No, Cardi B did.
Oh yeah, okay. No, I'm not talking about Cardi B. I think that's not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about Lil Kim.
No, Lil Kim does.
No talented people.
We don't think he used to write her raps, and that's fine. That's okay. But
what about Azealia Banks?
Azealia Banks, I live for her.
Yeah, she is. She is the truth, honestly.
Okay, who's blink your mics if you're from New York? All right, so there's this rapper, and she's so smooth. A pretty girl, New York girl. I think her name is Luck or something like that. She's a Twitter rapper, and she's so good. And I wish, like, she did a remix to "Can I Take You Home With Me Tonight?" And she was on the phone with her homegirl.
Lady Luck.
Is it Lady Luck?
I think so.
Let me look it up right now because she's very underrated and she writes all her stuff. Let me see a lady. Because there was another Lady Luck, and she was in here today, but that was the battle rapper.
And Moesha's a rapper.
Oh, shot. Hello. Wait,
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm. And she's good as fuck.
You want me to say something?
Where can we stream
something? You can currently stream my feature on Spotify with the third called Undercover. Talking about undercover download. Niggas.
It's not Lady Luck, y'all.
Oh.
But make sure y'all stream. I'm about to stream it right now. That's going to be the Exoticals anthem for a week. That's what we're going to play before we start our rooms.
Period. My EP is dropping at the end of this month, so it's coming.
All right, so we'll wait for that one. Yeah. Oh my God, what's that girl's name? We sleep on a lot of women rappers in New York. It's crazy.
Sure do.
This one I met out there, her name Lola Brooks. She's from Brooklyn. She's pretty hard.
Is it Lola Brooks? Let me see.
DJ Booth broke her. Nicki Minaj, DJ.
Booth?
Yeah.
You said it's Lola Brooks?
But that's just a girl from Brooklyn I met.
No, that's not her, but it's funny. She looks just like her, though. This girl's a slim little tall thing. She does like little Twitter raps. Well, I think she does TikTok raps too. I gotta stop saying little because that's really like disrespectful.
Wow. TikTok raps?
You said that because you tall.
But yeah, you met me in person. I am tall as hell.
I want to get to a point where women rappers don't have to be introduced or broken by males. Like I want to get to that point because to this day it still don't happen. You need a cosign from a nigga in order to be like recognized as a woman MC. I don't like.
I think that Doja did do a good job with that. Though. She did steer clear out of like.
Doja Cat is a misandrist. She hates all men. She really do not like men.
And Doja did do a good job with that.
I was surprised by that album. I'm not gonna lie.
That album is pretty good. Yeah.
She was rapping like Kendrick Lamar. I was gagging.
Mm-hmm. Another one of those Grammy nominations for next year.
Oh, Nicki's gonna be salty.
What? Yeah, Nicki actually helps her with her career. They're actually friends.
No, but she's.
Yeah.
I still think she's upset that these new rappers are getting Grammys and stuff.
But she got a Grammy. She got a Grammy because of Doja Cat.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did.
No, she did not.
Yes, she did.
Not for the sake of recent.
I'm tired of you being in American's business. Don't y'all rappers in the UK.
Is this who we are now?
Don't y'all have like little rappers in the UK that y'all can promote?
So again,
You
Nicki
never
is from
talk
Trinidad.
about them over
Wait. Nicki is from Trinidad, and that's West Indian. So I'm in West Indian business actually. So let's start
Please.
there.
Outside Jamaica Queens.
So wow, that's crazy. Not y'all.
Wait, hold on.
Daisy, what's up?
Trinidad.
I think I found her name, y'all. If I found her, I'm probably gonna cry. Yo, shout outs to the people in the audience. They be listening.
Shout out to the crickets.
Oh, you hear the crickets? Y'all hear the crickets in my background?
Yes.
You on your farm, huh?
Your sound quality is high as hell.
I'm sorry. You know what I really want to get? I want to get those loud ass microphones that Nyla be having.
Oh, Angelina had
She be selling like a fucking Decepticon on the fucking app.
And she turns it on and off, especially when people ignore her in the room. She's like, one mic, one mic, one mic, one mic, one mic. And with the nobody can overtalk her. I want to get that mic so bad. I've been telling her like to let me get it.
Oh, you think I do it?
Because I need that on damn, I'm spelling her name wrong. If this is her, I'm gonna be so happy.
But see, that's why I like Twitter Spaces, because you can mute your whole stage.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. How is it that we're in?
I don't like about space because you can only have a maximum of 12 people
as speakers. Yeah, that's frustrating.
I think that's actually great.
Hold on, wait, Queen. Paddle, you're so close. It's not Malibu Mitch. I love her too. And stream Malibu Mitch's music because she's dope. But we're so close. I swear to God. Just give me one more name, Malibu. Give me one more name, Queen. It's not Malibu Mitch. We're really close. Like we're right there.
How is it that Clubhouse exists for over a year and we still don't have emoticons?
They're not doing nothing.
That flag thing was so. Like,
I found it. Okay, I found it. Yeah. Lady London. Stream Lady London.
Lady London's hard as shit.
She is crazy. And shout outs to the person who told me Malibu Mitch, because I just went to her Instagram and I typed in Lady because I knew her name was Lady and I found it. So shout out to you. Stream her music. She is so dope. Stream her. Stream Malibu Mitch. Stream Miss Mojo. Stream everybody. Anybody else got music here?
Lady London, and she write all her own shit. I met her in Arizona.
She's gorgeous. She's
so I came
pretty.
all the way up here. Thank y'all. Bless y'all very much on me to interrupt you, stage, but I came all the way up here to co-sign the Lady London thing. Real quick, that's Chino Excel's niece, so that's why she got the pin that she do. And that's a good human being. Like I spent time with Lady London. That's a good woman. Really want y'all to stream that. Malibu Mitch, Cash Doll. Get you some Dreezy in your life. Get you some Dreezy. Get you a little bit of Jungle Pussy in your life. Jungle Pussy got that art rap, that avant-garde shit. Jungle Pussy. Experimental. But yeah, it's a lot of dope females. Tierra Whack.
Is she a rapper though? Like she rapper?
Yeah. When I tell y'all, me and Jungle Pussy used to host parties together back in the day. Like if y'all was in New York, like around 2012, 13.
Yep.
You know.
Like that scene that Jungle Pussy had going on in that first half of her career, her parties were amazing. Boiler Room used to come through. Some real dope shit coming out of Jungle Pussy. What's her name? Rico Nasty. Rico Nasty lit as fuck. Young.
I'm not a fan of Rico Nasty anymore.
Okay.
I don't like her rock side, but I miss her when her and Valley Baby and Asian Doll, like when they had their times before like this. Like I don't know. Like, my God, wow, you waking it up. Please stop. Stream Valley Baby, please.
All right, so another New York rapper is going to London. Do y'all fuck with London B or not?
London B is dope. London Hill also. They're both Londons, but they dope and they fire. Yep.
Accent. I'm sorry, I don't like UK people accent. I love y'all though.
You said gay people accent?
No. I said London people's accent.
Oh.
What accent? What type of accent do they have?
It's an English accent.
Come on now.
Yeah, you try to get me with that one. I'm not one of those.
But yeah, I just wanted to share some of them rappers with you because it's a lot of dope females and y'all were naming off some amazing people. And a special shout out to Lady London and Chino XL. They're just real kind motherfuckers.
She needs to really like blow. And I want her, and thank you for bringing up all those because it's like really about like women empowerment, these rooms. So yeah, Lady London is amazing. I remember I was on Twitter one day and I heard like her beat and I just used to stream her songs all the time.
What do y'all think about Flo Milli? Like I like Flo Milli.
You know what?
I love Flo. Like Flo is hungry. Flo is dope. Flo got the bars, got the energy. I'm excited to see what she do next.
I am too.
Oh, you muted
yourself,
was
making? Who the hell was making clicking clacking noise?
Everyone 20.
Who muted me?
Oh, Roaring 20s. Yeah, that shit is. If you need a track, Roaring 20s is dope. Her whole first album, Hawaii Is You Here. It tells you what you need to know.
Yeah.
tells you what you need to know. So yeah, why is he here? Flo Milli, that's a solid ass project.
I was really rooting for Baby Mother, but I don't think that anything is really gonna come out of that.
So Baby Mama is dope, but it is definitely niche, y'all. Like she got a southern sound. I think she's Memphis or something like that.
Yeah, her sound is so unique. Like I think she's from Tennessee.
Yeah, she got a southern drawl on her that's real classic. You know what I mean? It's giving me like Gangsta Boo energy almost.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like her vibe is gonna be niche, but yeah, she popping. She got some dope tracks. Her and other chicks like Cupcake also dope. Yeah, it's a lot of dope females out here that's rapping. I'm glad to hear it being brought up in this.
I feel like
Rihanna.
Suki.
Oh, we love Suki. We love Suki's energy. I don't know about her rapping, but we love Suki's energy.
Right. Rapping is a little, but energy-wise, I love Suki.
We'll never forget, I'm 5'5", but my throat's 6'6". I'm a wild bitch. Suck a mean dick. Yeah, I'm never going to forget that. I'm just not going to forget that. We love her.
And someone new that I found out recently was, I have a playlist. Hold up. Molly Brazy.
I was going to ask, Molly Brazy at what's Rocky Bad? What's she?
Yes.
Isn't Lady London from New York?
I always thought anybody with the word London in their name is from actual New
Yeah, no.
I know she got her master's from USC, so I'm just going to maybe assume that she's from LA. Because, yeah, I know for a fact Lady London got her master's from USC, and then Chino was just everywhere bragging about it. And the next thing you know, she was starting her rap career. So I'm going to assume LA. Maybe I'll Google it a little bit later.
This is like Asian Doll. And when I found out that Asian Doll wasn't Asian at all, I was like, oh, shit. I didn't know. But I was going to ask, what's his face, Mr. Jason Lee, about how he felt about the situation between Asian Doll and Nikita Dragon. Is that her name?
Yeah, Nikita Dragon.
Yeah. But alas, it was too late. And I was probably in the shower. But
do y'all like Tokyo Jets?
I haven't heard her music.
Very aggressive style of rap. Very like in your face type of rap.
I'm not into the too much aggressive. Like if you were aggressive but then could turn it off or do something else, that would be great. Like this is a reason why I'm not really into the rap or a specific rapper anymore, because they just do the same niche. I mean, even with Nicki Minaj would be able to like diversify her portfolio. She did rough stuff, but then she would do some soft stuff too. Cardi B is what? Cardi B. Well, with the bloody shoes, she used to start with the gangster stuff. Then she went, I Like It Like That with her Latina flair. And then she even did some like heartfelt, like if you cheat on me, I'm
be careful.
Yeah. So it's just I like the diversity.
That was very diverse.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the same thing. You saying the same shit over and over again.
Or the same gimmick.
Yeah, like give me something else. This is the issue that I'm having with rappers, period. Whether they're male or female, it's the same goddamn thing. I'm tired. I'm fucking tired.
I hear you. So, okay.
That gives you something different every time.
Agreed. I like Doja Cat.
Absolutely.
I was like, okay, this gives me like a little African flair. Like, okay, I see where she's going. But everybody else is like, I'm not so sure. And because I want to like support Black women, it makes it difficult. Doja is still very much biracial, and although I dig her style, I also want to give my support to actual Black rappers, and can't really do that if you're still doing the same shit that you were doing 3, 4, 5 years ago. What am I supposed to do with this?
I like those too.
Yeah, what about Bia? Bia? It's a joke, y'all. It's a joke.
Damn, the Exoticals, man. Y'all famous now. Can I get an autograph? Like, what's going on?
Yikes. Lou.
I'm trying to get y'all tatted on my lower back. Respect.
Oh, Lou, first of all, you started with us when we used to have these big ass rooms with 4,000 people in them at the beginning. So please.
Y'all been popping. I'm just saying, like, I just see y'all getting 10,000 people in the room. Y'all famous now. Just don't forget about a nigga, man.
And we've been doing that though since the beginning.
No, you're right. I ain't denying y'all glow.
Oh, there was a lot of people that were saying that we were doing it for clout. I'm like, yeah, no. We've had big rooms without celebrities.
Y'all always got spicy topics.
Yeah, not anymore though. Not anymore. You know, y'all men are really sensitive.
Yeah, can we get back to them?
No, not really. Let's talk about
wow,
something else. Like,
yeah, I just don't want to.
Lou, how was your day?
You know, man, same old, man. Just trying to stay black and lovely. How y'all doing?
We're doing great.
Okay.
Blink your mic if you're awake on the stage.
I'm in Vegas right now and gambling.
Yeah. Yo, why you didn't answer when I spoke to you?
What happened?
Why you didn't answer when I spoke to you?
Oh, because I'm driving. I'm going to say, Gio always talking. That nigga is quiet tonight. Oh, no, I was just listening.
This was a conversation for Gio to speak. It's so funny because, like, this is like a reunion. These are, like, a lot of people on the stage are people who are really started out on the app. Like, I remember I used to moderate with Ghostkin and Gio. I used to have conversations with Lou about politics in random rooms. Who else did I start with? Oh, crap. I'm trying to see. JD, definitely. Who else? I remember Kelly's. That's it. No, but there was a lot of people today and yesterday in old rooms that I haven't seen in a while. So it was nice to see.
A bunch of names on the stage today. I was like, you are still on the app? Like, what?
Oh, they came out. They was on Twitter and they saw that there was some drama. Let me get up on this app and get my followers up. Zivion.
Did y'all talk about how the fact that Jason came to the app, how major that is? Did you all talk about
Hilarious?
Oh my God, please.
Sid, please.
Do you know how much backlash I got for, first of all, one, like, y'all have to understand. Can I just say this? I know what I'm doing. Like, I don't need, like, I got so many people that were just like, oh, why did you mod this person? Why did you? Please, I know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for a while. But yeah, like, just because I mod somebody doesn't mean I like them.
I don't really know much about the like US celebrities, like Jason Lee or anything like that, to Google him. But then I realized, like, there was a video with Angela Stanton King. I think she's like some radical Trump supporter. And then she called his mom a crackhead hoe. And I was just like, that's the guy. I was like, oh shit. Yeah, it was something.
No, Angela Stanton King is, I know, a good friend of mine. And I also want to say that what she said was wrong. But we can move forward.
I did not expect that from her. Like, yeah.
I should probably get her in here. That would be problematic. I'm kidding. I would not in my community.
You're.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm ostracized. That's why.
Right. Exactly.
That's why I haven't been in those rooms lately. Because
exiled is what it's called, not ostracized. Exiled.
Yeah. Cool. That's fine.
Yeah.
Remember?
What was that?
Y'all be getting mad when people be forgetting about their identities.
Who's y'all? Right. Do you see that in my bio anywhere? No. So.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll go back to being old Ion. Well.
Oh, really? I'm gonna have to put a stop to you. Should we go back to our old selves? Like, that was fun.
That was fun, but can't have fun in this app anymore without people
Mm-hmm. No, I was gonna say, and that's the last thing I wanted to say about music. Like, I think the most diverse albums of this year, in my opinion at least, were Doja Cat's. Like, I was really surprised by that. Huh?
Is it Lil Nas X?
Yes, like that shit was so diverse. Like,
I could not rap or whatever he does. Like, please, y'all need to stop that. Like,
oh no, I'm not talking about him being a great rapper. I'm talking about his album being better.
So bad.
It was good.
Yes, I come through.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted to be like that person in the audience, like the from SpongeBob. Oh, brother, you stop.
So yeah, no, I think it's pretty good. And at least the kid is gonna be on the head of the charts, so it doesn't matter. He's competing with Kanye West and Drake. So Lil Nas, like Montero, really does not care about people liking or disliking his shit. All he cares about is being on those charts and getting those Grammys, which he's probably gonna get for Album of the Year.
I just want to say shout out to his PR team. The streets definitely made him famous.
Yep, it's their fault. It's nobody else's, because the queers did not support him at all, especially the black queers. They did not support him. But niggas like Sid are gonna come online in a couple of years and they're gonna feel entitled. We made you famous. No, you did not.
Oh, whatever. I've never listened to a new.
Wait, is that Nicole?
Nicole,
I know you hear me.
Nicole's probably sleeping. She probably just grabbed her phone for a second.
How did she grab her phone, come up on stage, and then
because she was already she was invited into she was
oh yeah. Nicole.
It's payola. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, Beloved is here. Let me invite up Beloved. How did
I haven't seen Beloved in weeks. What?
Beloved is probably sleeping.
Who is awake in the audience? Let me see who's in the audience.
Sid, y'all don't have any UK problems? I'm sorry.
Did you not hear about the list? Oh yeah, the list, yo. Yeah, Clubhouse. So the UK Clubhouse drama was lit last week. Like, it was heavy. Yeah, the list really sparked up some fucking drama.
You know who's my good sis? Ashley.
Really wanted to cry on stage, tell their whole life story and backstory. Like, it was
it was worse than that.
Y'all know my good UK sister Ashley.
Which Ash?
Talk to Ash.
Yes, talk with Ash.
Oh, I know of her. She's a TV presenter, I think.
That's my girl.
She seems nice.
You know why you don't know her? Because y'all too focused on American problems.
Oh my God. What are American problems, Aya?
Not messy.
Like Nicki Minaj, like Jason Lee versus Nicki Minaj and Karen Civil. You know, those UK people were tweeting about me. Those people who were tweeting about me were all people from the UK.
So you know what? Nicki Minaj is a Trinidadian girl.
We're gonna take Twitter from the UK.
Oh wow, that's crazy. Should we take infrastructure?
I don't care what you take away from, because I'm moving
or education.
I'm moving to Hungary.
How about the tax system?
I don't participate in any of that stuff.
You don't pay your taxes?
I don't. What taxes am I paying? For what?
That's crazy. Tax evasion. Talk about it.
Or I don't work, so.
I mean, I know, because the child support is not coming in. So.
No, I'm a spoiled.
Ladies.
I'm a spoiled brat. Stay home all day. But the person who tweeted that, they wanted to know what I did. I stay home all day and clean.
sound like, what's his name?
Tony Talks.
Tyler Perry.
Tyler Perry stays home all day. Wow.
I'm gonna cook and clean and wash everything.
Yeah, there's not a UK movie you can't reference.
Oh, oh yeah, the one with Beyonce. When she came over here and like came into European business because she couldn't do that.
What movie is that?
Austin Powers.
Oh look.
You know, one of those cultural moments that y'all love to reference.
Who ever referenced like Austin Powers?
An American movie.
Who the fuck doesn't? No. Where was it based?
Well, me. I don't do that.
You don't reference Beyonce?
I don't reference. Well, Beyonce is American, but I don't reference.
Yeah, in the UK's business.
She's not from the UK.
Y'all remember Bridget Jones?
No.
Now that was a good movie. No. That was a good movie.
Wanted to watch it, but never did. Maybe
So is that like what you UK people do? Y'all just watch American movies?
Bridget Jones is not an American movie.
But to be fair, we've got so good at it that we're actually coming over there and stealing acting roles.
Like,
so, you know,
aren't UK niggas actually playing Americans now?
better than Americans, right?
Right, and aren't they playing like Americans from like slavery times or stuff? Like,
oh. But to be fair though, like we did grow up on Woody Woodpecker and shit, so like we were just born for this.
I mean, it's difficult when you like get all the acting chops around the world, and then like Americans stand in front of you with like the same accent that they try in every single movie. Like, that's very difficult. Like, how can you match up to Idris Elba? Like,
people love our accents worldwide.
And that's why we're able to imitate them so well even that we can get the part over and over. I'm gonna cook.
You see how nobody believed that?
Idris Elba does not get parts over America.
The silence for me.
Well, I'm pretty sure that the reason why they come to America is because they
love to take their jobs. Yes, that's true. You love it.
Well, there's no job. There's no jobs over there. So.
There's plenty.
Way better.
We're just greedy. We just want yours.
Right.
Ours. What yours is ours now. Colonizing one place at a time.
Like, imagine typecasting for an American actor, like specifically an African American actor. You hiring a British black person.
You know what shocked the fuck out of me the most, right? I didn't even know Queen and Slim. Like, both of them are British. I was like, what?
That is so hilarious. What are those called?
I was listening to Kelechi's podcast, like Kelechi Okafor. She's big here in the UK and in the US as well, in terms of like feminism and womanism and things like that. And like, I was just listening to her, like she brought on two guests, and I thought I was going to hear American accents, and I was like, wait, what? Yeah.
Yeah, Tom Holland even, like, and that's a white guy, but Tom Holland I thought he was from the UK as well, right? Or is he from Australia? Like, most actors are actually like from either Australia or the UK. Like, it's weird to see. Like, it's so strange whenever I hear an American accent now, because I'm like, oh, right, is that person actually American? Like, I would have never thought that they were.
Did you know the cast? A lot of them in The Walking Dead.
Oh yes. Oh, and of course, Game of Thrones. Let's not forget that one. It's so hard to be so great at everything.
Game of Thrones, they kept their accent.
Yeah, of course. It's so difficult to be good at everything. Like, what are we not good at?
You are so divisive.
I mean, okay, so what I will give America is their birthday. And so for that reason, I think that you guys are, up.
I'm like the only one that agree with you on it.
Yeah, Britney Spears is honestly one of America's greatest accomplishments, and also greatest. Imagine if the paparazzi didn't treat Britney Spears the way that they did. Like Britney could have been a mega star for them. Like that could have been such a huge thing for them.
She was a mega star though.
I think so.
She was the 90s. Like
she was the early 2000s, right? Like she was the moment. She was the girl. She was the fragrance. She was the music. She was everything. She was the dance. Like other girls could not.
She broke Justin Timberlake's heart. That was the
yes,
like,
and he gave us "Cry Me a River." Like
he was so salty.
Right, cry and like she made a white man cry.
Justin outed her about not being a virgin after they broke up. He was like, and she's not even a virgin. Like, why you got?
Right. Because they were all salty and mad. Oh, and let's not forget, she had so many clones. Oh my God. That's why I keep saying, like, Britney was honestly, definitely, I think Janet Jackson is the queen of pop. And we can just skip Madonna because most of the shit that she had was stolen from black people anyways. Then Britney's definitely
You don't like Madonna?
Okay, you know what? No. Janet Jackson is the queen of pop.
Like Madonna came out in early 80s, so it's just a whole different generation.
Right. No, I'll say this: Janet Jackson is the queen of pop. Britney Spears is the princess, and Madonna's like the duchess or the bakery girl of pop. So I love Madonna. I think that like her early VMA stuff, her MTV stuff, like it's really dope to look at what she did to like change the scene, change the dynamic for women today. Like she did a lot of work, and she had a lot of sex, and that was great to see.
Yeah, she did. She was awesome.
I hate that I got clipped that night when I was supposed to have the verses between Beyonce and Britney because Beyonce would have went home crying. Oh my God.
Is that why your account got clipped?
Yeah, I got suspended that night.
Beehive wasn't happy.
No, not at all. That was reported multiple times. I couldn't create rooms and I couldn't go into rooms. Like it was really bad. Well, the night is still young, but Nicki Minaj isn't anymore. So what do
we love Nicki. No Nicki slander.
Her wigs are so old.
I noticed that about a lot of celebrities. I don't like some of their wigs.
Yeah. I just hope that Nicki gives us like a little bit of the Pink vibe that she had definitely in this last album, and then she can comfortably go ahead and retire, and build up her label or whatever the fuck she was gonna do, and chill on that side of the spectrum. I'm sick and tired of hearing that woman speak. I want her to just go and rest.
That's not right. Nicki, he's Nicki slandering.
No. She needs to go and rest. Like she deserves. Nicole, is that Nicole? Nicole, is that you?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. We were talking about Nicki Minaj and her, her dated self.
Why is Nicki in the title?
Long.
He is throwing shade at.
Because he wants attention.
Nicole, do you not think that Nicki has a dated self?
Say the queen name and you can get some ill press.
Okay, so Cardi B.
Sympathy and payola.
Is that the only thing you can say? That's
you
crazy.
mean no talent?
You mean the woman that Lil Kim said was the queen of...
No, the girl who can barely speak English.
Wait. Is that Shad speaking?
Of course.
Nicki Minaj is the queen of rap.
Girl.
Nicki Minaj is what?
Listen.
Nicole?
What's up? Hey, Nicole.
Hi, sweetie. Is Ion up?
No. So,
I think he just
Nicole.
Okay.
Nicole. Who's the good?
JD,
Cardi
it's
B.
too early. It's too early in the morning. It's way too early.
To do what?
For delusion.
I'm about to go back to sleep.
No, Nicole. I am dead.
So what happened last night?
A lot. Jason Lee came up on this stage and said a lot of nonsense.
Yeah, I was kind of in and out the room, but from what I did know, I know he kind of said that Nicki was in on the plot with Karen Civil with all the stuff that was going in. So yeah, he just kind of stated that she was in on what was going on as well.
Nicki Minaj is home with her beautiful baby. You think she's got time to be worrying about Jason Lee?
Listen.
She don't got time to be thinking about Jason Lee and this nonsense. And I don't understand why these men are trying to disrespect Black women.
Thank you.
Why is he trying to slander Nicki Minaj? I never even heard Nicki say his name. He's desperate.
Well, we've never heard her say his name, but we've definitely seen him, make multiple posts, just in regards to her fan base and attacking people. So, I mean, it's like the pot calling kettle black for a lot of these stories that I'm seeing, and it's just getting annoying. I feel like it's just clickbait at this point.
Yeah, he's obsessed. Hi, Jasmine, if you're still up.
Yeah, I did miss a good bulk of the room earlier when he was in, so I don't know in specific to what he said. So if somebody was on, they could let me know. But that's kind of what I saw from.
Yeah, he said he didn't focus on Black women necessarily. He just focuses on what's news, and like he does go up against. He repeatedly says, "I do go up against men as well, but men just don't respond in the same way."
Hi, Kissy, if you're still up.
But I don't know how credible that is, because if you know that women are going to respond a certain way, like, why then?
I mean, is it that men are not going to respond, or is it that that's not who his audience is? Because at the end of the day, I don't see men, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't see men saying, hey, let me go to Hollywood Unlocked. But I do see a lot of women subscribing to him. And I think he knows that, specifically Black women. So at the end of the day, it's just like, I mean, I feel like he knows what he's doing when he's targeting people and when he's making these stories. And it's up to us to start
supporting it.
He looks like he want to be the next Wendy Williams.
He actually mentioned her today. He said he has more like followers on Instagram or something like that.
Yeah, I heard him. I like how he's mixy though. Just don't mix up himself with Nicki. Especially like, I don't know. I don't like that.
I mean, I'm not saying that because at the end of the day, he does, run a blog, so I can't expect him to not post about somebody that's a big artist. But at the end of the day, I would expect you to post more about what these artists actually do in like real time than just like, little clickbait things that really have nothing to do with the full story.
Exactly.
Like if your beef is with Karen Civil, let it be with Karen Civil and drag that out. I would rather him, drag her through the mud for something she specifically did to him than to bring other people that had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what did she specifically do to him.
Because I know this has been a long thing with him and Karen Civil, but I do know from when I came in that he was talking about her hacking the page, and there was a few things that she had did to him specifically in regards to like their page.
I like Karen. She's a businesswoman, so.
I mean, the way I see it is like, business is business. And I feel like if I have a client that I'm working for, I'm in their benefit, it's really no balance to what I'm going to do to make it for them. But I mean, that's just me.
Right.
I think people were really saying in a roundabout way that this is the way business is handled, period. But I think since she got caught up, like it was kind of like a public humiliation thing for her. But basically what my understanding is, this is just how the business is run. That's what all of them kept saying.
Yeah, from a lot of the rooms that I did frequent in regards to the reaction rooms, or whether Karen came in or not, it was just more so saying that this was how business was supposed to be ran, or it was up to Joyner Lucas to read the contracts, which is true. And I feel like at the end of the day, it's really not my best. Although you contract me or you pay me to do a service, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm here to make money. I'm not really here to coddle you. So, I mean, I can see it from both, sides of the coin. Like, I mean, would I want somebody to do me fully right? Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's business. So you got to read your contracts.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are just butthurt on the fact that maybe she's scoring them along the way, or she hasn't done business to their liking. But you can't really fault her, and that's kind of how I see it. So I feel like nothing's really going to come of this. She's going to get her little public backlashing that she got for the time being. We're going to talk about this for 1, 2, 3 days, and after this, we're going to see who else is next.
He should have hired a lawyer.
Who, Jason Lee?
Yeah.
You said he should hire who?
She said a lawyer.
Yes, he should have hired a lawyer.
I wasn't in, but did any of them speak as to why there wasn't any legal action taken in the beginning? Because at the end of the day, somebody took $60K from me, or anything else. Like, I mean, I would have took some legal action.
Karen Civil and the lady Jessica Wu have some type of court action. I'm not sure about Jason.
I met whoever Joyner, Jackie Lewis. That person should have hired. That person should have hired a lawyer.
I don't think it's enough to even have a legitimate case.
Yeah, I don't think so either, because she said she did some of the work. She invited him to red carpets, and he was late, and some other stuff.
Also, that she set him up with his own team that he's still using. That she paid. She set him up with radio slots. A lot of different stuff that I did hear her say on her own account. That she did for Joyner. And I just feel like at the end of the day, people expect success to happen overnight, and especially when you see a lot of artists in real time come up, maybe on your screen.
Off of payola. Yeah.
Wait a second.
Sympathy and payola.
Just like Nicki Minaj came up on the backs of black.
No, we can't say that. I'm not gonna stand there.
Right, climbing on the backs of black men to
Well, if that's the case, Cardi did too when she drugged him. So what's the case?
No. Bodak Yellow was a single. No, wait. Bodak Yellow was a single. It wasn't okay.
But didn't she need Offset to stamp her in the black community?
Maybe it's time to put this pussy on your site first.
I like that verse first.
Yeah, I know. When she was on the acting like she was on the light. So cute.
Sure, y'all be trying to give Cardi B black girl joy, and it's sickening. Please, little black girls was doing black and pink hair. Please, Cardi B was on the culture reset.
What about how Meek Mill opened his nasty mouth yesterday and tried to get in on the action against Karen?
Some clout. We haven't been hearing about him in a while.
He really disgusts me. Like, it don't have nothing to do with you, and you have to put your 2 cents in.
Well, what's weird for me is that he speaks about Karen Civil and maybe how he never even stated what wrongdoing she did. Because if this was a culture or a time to air on Karen Civil, you would have did so if she really wrong. But I felt like you never speak on the fact that you got Nicki's house robbed and how Karen Civil helped you out of that situation.
Whoa.
Yeah, so it's public record. Like, I'm not saying anything that's not not able to be
done. No, it's still a shock for me that happened.
So at the end of the day, Karen Civil did way more good for you, even with the Free Meat campaign. So I don't know. I just felt like it's always, I'm with you, you're my friend. when it's beneficial to you. But when I no longer can service you, and when I no longer can bring a gain to you, oh, it's fuck me. So I don't know. I don't really take anything that Meek has to say. Like, I just really like pay it dust. Meek is an asshole.
As far as street rappers,
you're supposed to learn from.
No, go.
You're supposed to learn from like your business mistakes. You know what I mean? Like, it just sounds like, if anything, Karen Silver was handling business as business is done in that industry. They said specifically it was marketing. So you're supposed to learn from that. So it's like, okay, if you give someone 60K and you don't think they are doing what you feel like it should be done, okay, you chalk that up to the game and learn from your mistakes. So I think Ion had a point. I think it is like this woman bashing because she's not the first or the thousandth, person who's done things like this. So it's very interesting. That's why I've been listening a lot these last few days because I'm like, what did she do that was so bad? Oh, she just is a woman doing business in the music industry is what it sounds like.
Yeah, exactly. It just sounds like business as usual. And again, because it's not to your liking or because the success is not measurable to what you wanted, now you want to bash her. And at the end of the day, like, I just always ask some people, like, even when I have rooms about music discussions, like, well, what is like the time frame for an artist to pop? Like, what is success? How are we measuring that? Because at the end of the day, it could take you 5 years to pop, but does that mean that you're a flop?
Karen definitely pissed some people off because they trying to Nicki Minaj her and shut her up. That's what it's giving.
And she's handling it well. Like, and I kind of understand why they're coming on Clubhouse. Like, in my opinion, I don't know how to articulate it, but it's like the new place. Like, that means like Clubhouse made such a like us talking about it on Clubhouse made such an impression that it's like, oh, we got to get on Clubhouse and come talk about it. It's kind of like how back, like maybe when you think about Trump's presidency and how people were clowning him about tweeting. But it's like, I mean, it was, it's a new millennium in technology. I thought it was really clever that he was tweeting. And I think presidents should, tweet more, maybe not what he tweeted. So I think with them coming on Clubhouse, it kind of shows the impact Clubhouse is having. Like, I've seen Clubhouse stories now about this, like all on the internet, Instagram, the Shade Room, on different platforms. So I think the fact that Jason and Karen, I do think it's a little, what was Ian saying? Maybe a little clan, shall we say? But I think it showed the importance of Clubhouse. And maybe we don't get it now, but maybe this time next year we'll understand because it was really, oh my God, I got to hop on Clubhouse and explain myself. I think that's very interesting. I think that's how a lot of, I remember when it was YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. So now it's Clubhouse. So I kind of get why they actually came on here to.
I can feel that, but and also, where else are you going to come where you can be unfiltered and say whatever it is that you need to say, and it also be able to get to the masses? Because look, 8 points, I think it was like 8.6K people came in when I was in that room, and then it keeps going. So, like, at the end of the day, I feel like that's the best platform for people to hear exactly what the issue is, exactly what the meat of the story is, and we can go from there.
Yeah, I think that's a good point too, because they could have went to Instagram. They could have went on, did an Instagram live, a Facebook live. They could have went on YouTube, but the fact that they chose Clubhouse says a lot. Like you said, you can get your point across, and it's interesting to see how just conversation influence. You know what I mean? So yeah, I agree. So I guess what I'm saying is I think we are, I don't know if we're influencing the culture, not to toot our own horn, but look what happened. Like, they felt the need to come on Clubhouse to air it all out. So I think that's pretty major. And I don't think it was like clout. I mean, it could have been clout chasing, but I think some PR person or marketing person told them, no, you have to get on Clubhouse and air this out. Like, I think, and now, you know, you can see now it's trending on Twitter. I've seen it on IG. I've seen it on Facebook. And even though a lot of people are still, quote unquote, sleep on Clubhouse, it's still so influential. So I think, you know, a lot of people, it's been a discussion of is Clubhouse dying? I don't think so. And I think it's a possibility of like the country being shut down again, or even and the winter's coming, so I think it's gonna be popping again. I think it was just quiet for a little while, but I used to think it was dying, but I don't think so.
And I would say the same thing, but then you see when things are so near and dear to especially Black culture, when we all got to rally around and figure out things, like Clubhouse is the first. Like you see, we come around, we come as a community, we talk about them as a community. So I feel like this is just another step in the right direction. And I, like you said, you know, maybe vaccines and different things about COVID has made people go outside more. But as far as like the platforms that we've built, the Exoticals have their clubs, other people have theirs too that we've all benefited from on this specific platform as Black people. So I think we want to keep that going. And I think they also see, you know, just look at Twitter Spaces, look at hell, Facebook has their own shit. So people understand the importance of voices and understanding, you know, people need to be heard. So I think we definitely are influencing the culture and influencing more apps.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think people don't realize like how much we've learned depending on how you wanted to utilize Clubhouse. Like even these rooms with Jason Lee or Kevin Civil, like a lot of people were saying like, hey, I learned a lot. Like a lot of people in different rooms, like I took notes and I know I learned a lot. So it's so much free game on here. Like people who aren't on here are kind of asleep.
Yeah, but I also think Clubhouse kind of fumbled their bag by not actually opening the app earlier. Like, I feel like all the things that they did roll out for us, it was cool. Like, even the back channel, that's all cool. But I feel like all this stuff that we do have, the access that we have to it now could have been done, what, February?
Right. And I think major brands were on the app in like February, right? And that was the moment where I was like, Clubhouse is gonna be something bigger than they anticipated it was. Now, I'm still gonna say that like as far as the Black community, like we've always done really cool shit with Clubhouse, and especially like I think for the Broadway scene, like we changed the app as far as that, right? And that was a beautiful thing. Like I think like I know the what's his name? Leroy did a huge thing with like with Dreamgirls and stuff. So I think that like that in particular, like that's unchangeable. That's forever going to be a legacy of Clubhouse, and it's always going to remain there. But unfortunately, like for celebrities, for big brands, like it was such a lucrative space, and they could have utilized that a little bit more. And I wish they did, but yeah, unfortunately, it was just not there at the time, which is fine. Like now, maybe now there's a time for that, but you know, it's definitely it's definitely a missed opportunity. It could have been a lot more.
That I knew a lot of people who were so interested in like February, March. Oh my goodness, Clubhouse, and I need to find the invite and stuff. And now they're just like, oh yeah, what Clubhouse? Oh yeah. So I agree with that. I think they should have opened it up sooner.
Yeah, they definitely fumbled the bag because I don't know if y'all remember, like people was paying like $300, $400 for an invite at one point just to get on Clubhouse and listen to those Lakeith Stanfield, the little moan rooms. So I definitely remember that. So they need, I don't know, I just felt like there was something that we can do. It's something that's definitely missing to bring to the app and, you know, to kind of bring more of the masses. And I'm not really sure what we can do. But I think that has to come from the creators of the app and not necessarily the culture, because I think we've done enough.
Yeah, I just think they need to upgrade the interface a little bit, and I think that they need to actually start investing in like what's it called, lucrative tech as far as that, right? And I think it's well deserved. Like I think it should look more like Twitter Spaces. It should be modifiable. There's a lot of creative ideas that they just could utilize, but I think right now especially if you're trying to attract investors, which I hope they're trying to do, which new app is not trying to do that, because it's still relatively new, even though it's a year old. Like if they want to attract new investors, it really is important for them to look into like creating buzz and creating new ventures. So maybe getting like an influencer program, getting that set up, that type of shit. The Creators First program was cute, but it needs to be a little bit more. It needs to be a little bit more open. Like that. That's something that they need to do as well, so that they can get more and more people to stand in. And I think that that's it. Like honestly, I think it's really important for them to start looking into these things. But yeah, it's gonna be a while until it happens.
And really quick, y'all. Hi everybody who's listening. Good morning. This is the Exoticals room. Ian started this room, I think, at about 7 or 8 o'clock last night. Jason Lee was in here for about 2 hours. So I just wanted to say, follow the Exoticals. It's the green house at the top. Follow all your speakers. And everyone, a lot of people on stage have a lot of good rooms. And if you just woke up, good morning. And if you are about to go to sleep, good night. And we're just talking. Ian turned off the hand raising, but he sleeps. So I turned it on to limit it to followed by speakers. So if you follow someone on stage, you can raise your hand and come up and join the conversation. Thank you. Something, Chad?
No. I was just kind of gonna just reinforce that, just talking about the app, because I think that's what we were talking about, just like this present moment. Just kind of tying it back into the whole Karen Civil thing. They know the importance of the app, just even enough to bring it to Clubhouse. But the app is definitely not dead, and this is stuff that shows you there's people that was on the app from day one that came back. So I was actually excited to see stuff like that.
Yeah, the fact that they just hopped on here like that was very telling. It was very telling. And I wouldn't even be surprised if they know more than we know. But yeah, I kind of figured that the app would spike up a little bit more. I'm very interested to see maybe like, I don't know, November, December. But I'm sure it's not dead. It's a good app. Like you can really use it for entertainment, for business, for education. So yeah, and the fact that when Jason Lee hopped on here to like speak his piece, like no, I mean for me it was very telling when he did that room, and it was like almost 1,000 people, and he was just by himself. So I'm like, wow, he really wanted to get his point across on Clubhouse. So that shows you the influence in itself.
Oh yeah, definitely. And Jason himself, he definitely hasn't even been on Clubhouse in a long time. So, like you said, it's telling. They know that it's going to reach a lot of people and fast. Like do rooms all the time where we have to talk about this stuff. And I think when I came back just a few minutes ago, y'all was talking about Asian Doll and stuff like that. Like they see these rooms, they see the titles with Nikita Dragon and all that different stuff. So they know that people are talking about them, and they know that people are visibly upset about it. So I think it's something that people's branding or whoever's on their PR, they are the ones that's looking at these rooms. But at the entirety of it, they understand its impact. So Clubhouse is going to continue. But what I do think is going to happen is just with the rooms that we do see on the hallway, I feel like they're going to try to find a way to filter them even more.
Too. And I just wanted to tell anyone on stage, it's popcorn, so you can jump in whenever you want. We're just talking, no order. But no, I do think it's going to be something more with the filtering, and I'm noticing way more private rooms. So I think there probably will be something more with the filtering and also the private rooms, because I know it's a lot of rooms I don't see. Like, I forgot how many rooms they say go on at one time, but we might see, I don't know, 50 or 20, but it's probably like hundreds or maybe more going on at. Do you all think it's changed since
most certainly
it's been open to anyone?
Yeah, most certainly, yeah. And I also think that as far as I think the ecosystem of Clubhouse is really interesting. I think it's not talked about a lot. Like we have a very interesting ecosystem, and we definitely have an in the know type of feel. So like if you are a part of like you have to be, at least to some degree, you have to know a couple of people in order to like really get to some conversations, and that's something that I noticed. We, even though the app is now more inclusive, we've become exclusive. So like for instance, if I'm in a room with Shad, like Shad knows me, so Shad will let me up on stage, and Shad will let me rock. But we won't give the same grace to like newer people. Like we'll be like, what the fuck? Even though like we might act like that amongst each other, we won't give the same grace to other people. So I think that's the difference. Clubhouse lingo is a thing, and it's been changing consistently. I think we need like it would be cool if someone does like a little dictionary, and I was thinking about doing that, like opening up like what's it called, like a dictionary section for Clubhouse. Like that would be fucking dope. Mainly because like either there's newer words and then word of the week, because you always hear one fucking word that like gets passed around like a hot potato. So like it's a really interesting thing, and it's definitely not reached the end of it yet. I feel as though the thing that Clubhouse could use, even though it's a majority audio app, I feel like we could use some written media. Like I really like what Twitter did with the whole jumbotron thing. I think that we could use that as well. Like
Yes.
for games, like notes would be really good. So you can actually have a written queue, like things like that, because the back channel is fun, but it's also very limited. Um, and like like we need more.
And we need to be able to delete the back channel too.
Child, I've been sending messages to people, and I did not know that you could not delete them. It was really awkward when I read that the next morning.
Oh wait, I take it back. I take it back. If you swipe it over now, it says archive.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay, so like that shit. I think like majority of things could still be changing. They need to open. They need to make the town hall more engaging again. Like they need to actually drag us into the town hall now, instead of like having it just on the Sunday and just being like, oh, you can come in whenever you want to. No, drag us in there. Like, make us stop all of our rooms and make us jump in there. You feel me? We need to be excited. Like just that. I think they need to do a little bit more marketing on marketing front, as far as this app, and maybe make a fucking commercial because although social media apps usually don't have commercials, Clubhouse is not it's a niche social media app, because every social media app has their own audio function now. So yeah.
I don't know. The one real thing I do not like about the app is them splitting up. I feel like black side and white side, and it happened around the election.
Yeah.
Like me personally, I have a burner just because I still like to hear like different spaces, and the amount of rooms that I follow and the spaces that I follow on there, like my account that I'm talking to y'all on now does not have access to those same rooms, and I don't like that. So if I would give them an option, I would like them to kind of show us everything, because I don't know, I just don't want to just talk to black people. I want to learn everything, and I want to be well versed in that aspect of things. So I don't know. I feel like they should kind of work on that and bring it back.
I agree with that, but honestly, I think that's how most platforms are. Like, I have two, for example, Facebooks, and one is personal and one is business, and the business one looks totally different. You know what I mean? I think a lot of them kind of go off of who you follow, who follow you, what type of stuff you like. But yeah, I do think it's very interesting because I think Clubhouse has been phenomenal at really just quote unquote hiding a lot of the other side, the quote unquote, white side. I think it's been good at that because I know I get a lot of those rooms, but and now a lot of them are private. So it's almost like in February or the spring, if I wasn't following the clubs, I probably wouldn't even know about them. You know what I mean? So I do agree with you on. JD says something about I was also thinking it would have been helpful. It's almost helpful for people with Clubhouse to I almost want to call it a ghetto kind of like introduction, because like some people don't know that certain stages are like violent and what that means, and you might not want to go into this room, or, you know, like I remember I was in a room like a month or so ago when the lady was like, hey, y'all, let me do the Clubhouse. And she got ate the fuck up. Excuse my language. She got ate up, like, on that stage. Like, they was like, be quiet. We're not talking to you, and woo, woo, woo. And I just should have told her, yeah, boo, you might not want to do that. So I do think there should be some type of, maybe, I don't know, introduction or something, so people kind of know. But I guess that's the point of it. Like, people just kind of getting thrown into this. That's what it feels.
But yeah, hi, this is Shane. Just kind of like to counter what Shad said, you know, where they kind of curated rooms, I think it's a lot better, just because the vibe of their first stretch Clubhouse, it was very violent, and they just got turned off by it. I've seen so many people that said, you know, I logged on one time, it was very transphobic, homophobic, and just anti-black, and they never looked back. So how to really curate a safe space for people, or knowing this is space for them. Because I don't want to be all over Clubhouse with everybody. Not everybody, I'm not in community with everyone.
Yeah, but I also think that the notion that we all have to be community and we all have to get along, that's not realistic either. Some people are just not going to get along, and some people are just not going to align with it. That's okay.
Right.
So I feel like some point where along the lines, I feel like Clubhouse got a little tense. We used to have real, like, when I first got on the app, we was having real debates. And not to say that we don't now, but that's because I feel like now people curate their spaces to, like, what their rules are. Like, you know, I'm not going to come into this room and not abide by what these articles have going on. I feel like that's just out of respect. And people should kind of, you know, get into that. You came into the room, and if you really, I think people just don't usually leave quietly as they should. If something affects you that much to where you don't like it, you can leave. And it's not to be rude, but I think people get wrapped up on the wrong things.
And they do leave quietly, and then they just don't go back on the app. And then Clubhouse wonder why, oh, we're struggling at the same time.
I do think I guess this is what we're learning, you know, free speech, hate speech, what is violent speech, and these things, because it is, I think, you know, that's a big debate we're having, right? What is freedom of speech? What is hate speech? What is allowed? What is not? And, you know, I'm on the fence. I totally get what Shane and Shatters, I get what both of you all are saying, because it's like, what is too much? And then how do we protect people from that? And is it as good as, well, if you don't like it, leave? Like, for example, this conversation has been going on for, you know, X amount of hours. It's been going really well. But what if certain people come on the stage and just change it, and it becomes violent? Like, someone might have thought that, hey, I thought this was a protected or safe space. You know what I mean? So I think that's interesting. Maybe even just, I don't know how this would go. Maybe even just saying, like, putting maybe some kind of marker, like, this is not a safe space or something, and people knowing, like, hey, you know, anything goes in this space. But I see what both of you are saying, you know, but I guess this is the entire freedom of speech, you know, debate that we.
I think when it comes to, like, and that's also something that I really would like to mention. Like, I think we're kind of, at least for me, like, I'm starting to see that, like, it really is beneficial to give people the benefit of the doubt. Like, and then beyond that as well. So we're talking about the majority of Clubhouse, right? And the spaces where like Clubhouse could not only potentially, like, market themselves, but also obviously use it in order to garner a certain type of audience again, right? And I think it's difficult to just now, like, I think they're doing a great job now with the report system. Renewing it was a really good choice. So I think that's already fixed. But what I really think is the issue is, like, like, Clubhouse has really taught me to give people the benefit of the doubt, and I think that's, like, the Clubhouse experience is basically, it's a very cultural one. Whereas people usually, when they get on an app, like, it's just an app and you're done. Twitter is, like, fun because it's a separate world, but it's still Twitter, if that makes sense. And Clubhouse is like its own ecosystem, like its own little world. It's completely different, and even as far as like the characters that you meet, like it's really really unique. So that's at least how I see it. And I think that that's at least for me where I think Clubhouse differs so much, and where it actually becomes like an important piece, or where it kind of like gets its gets its energy or character from it. That makes sense.
And anybody can speak on stage. If you follow us, you can come on stage, and it's popcorn. So we're just having a discussion, and anybody can speak when they want to, as long as they don't speak over. But yeah, I like how you said characters. That's a good way of putting it. It's different characters and giving people the benefit of the doubt. And I think it is teaching us about like triggers and how we have to control our triggers and how we're responsible for being triggered, and we're learning, because I realize, depending on where a lot of us grew up and the type of environments we had, there are really some people who haven't heard, I guess I'll say, such hate. You know what I mean? Like, so hearing so many negative things about certain communities or cultures is probably like shocking to them. You know what I mean? So I do think, it's kind of like the freedom of speech thing and the hate speech. And I think we're really trying to figure that out. Like, where does freedom of speech and hate speech collide, and how much... Who was that? Ola, are you trying to speak?
But yeah, just in case, so if he did want to talk.
Yeah. But where does freedom of speech and hate speech collide, and how much of it is our responsibility not to listen, and how much is it their responsibility to, make us comfortable or whatever, be respectful? I don't know if it's a respect thing. I'm not sure. I try not to. I think you will inevitably like offend people, but I think you should try your best not to. I don't know if that would be a good rule of thumb. Not that everybody will follow that.
Of course, I can definitely agree with that part or that sentiment. But I think where it becomes a bit of a thing for me is, I think when people say, like, well, what's a safe space and what's not? Because what's a safe space to me may not be one to you, and vice versa, So I don't know. I just feel like sometimes, especially for somebody who does host rooms like frequently, I do try to make sure that I'm not offending a lot of people. But at the end of the day, I do also try to make sure that whatever my message is of the room or whatever it is that I'm trying to get out, I try to stick with that.
I also wanted to say hola, Malaysia, JC, Michael, K, Winter, Shane. You can keep talking with us because you just brought up a great point. Kermit and ECMD. You all can join into the conversation anytime. Like, yeah, no, that's true. That's true, because what offends someone or what is disrespectful to someone, that is very different to different people. I'm noticing. I was actually listening in a room a few weeks ago, and the guy said something to a woman like, "You don't have to fucking do that," something. It was a curse word, and he's like, "I don't feel like I was disrespectful. I respected her." And I'm thinking in my head, a lot of people find swearing at them disrespectful. So you're right about that. Like, we find respect and disrespect and being offended. It's all different to us. So yeah. I think that's a part of this kooky little clubhouse.
Especially because we're talking to people from over the world. So what I feel like offensive is, in here in America, JD might not give a fuck. Like, they may not, have that same kind of, stance on that. So, like you said, you got to give people the benefit of the doubt, but also, I feel like, stand firm on who it is that you are. Sometimes people let this app or, their motives or what they want this app to be kind of change them. And that's the stuff that I feel like you got to look out for. But, I mean, like what JD said. I mean, I personally would do it the same way that he said. Just give Grace a little bit.
Hi, I'm Winter. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
I like Clubhouse the way it is. I do Facebook and Instagram, and we are over there. We're very policed on how we talk, our thoughts, our opinions. When I'm in Clubhouse and I'm listening to a room, if I don't agree with the topic and I feel like it's getting too disrespectful, I just remove myself. That I pick my spaces. I feel like grown people shouldn't be policed. I feel everybody's emotional. You can say one thing and you probably said something simple, but I'm running on emotions. You offended me, and I report your room, and that was not even your intentions. So it's kind of hard when you're dealing with different personalities, different issues. Everybody's not going to agree, even though you said it the nicest way, not offensive. They're still going to take it offensive because it triggered something in them. I just feel like everybody got to be personal responsibility of what space you want to obtain. That's just like if I go in a KKK room and they talking about racist stuff, I'm not going to stay because that gaslights me. You choose your rooms in your circles. And I'm just there on that. This is the only space where you're not as extremely policed. And I land my plane.
Yeah, and I think, I also like that, it's very free for all, but in the same sense, you're trying to get people into it. It's like, how do you really curate someone's experience? I know they've changed it. So I know a lot of times, whatever you put in the title of your room, if that was like an interest of yours, it'll pop up in your hallway. So I saw a lot of gay and queer rooms, and it's really it's really a trap. You're gonna get gaslit by people who don't even associate with gay people, but you always want to talk about them in a room as a topic. I don't know if they've changed that on Clubhouse, so I don't see those as often anymore. And I'm done.
Type of rooms don't you see?
Just those rooms where the title is very inflammatory. Should black people have rights? Should gay people be put in such and such place? That purposely shows on my hallway to kind of draw me in or whatever. I don't go in them anymore. I haven't seen them in a while. So I know they kind of tweak that on Clubhouse in their algorithm for your hallway. I'm not sure entirely, but I know that's turned off a lot of people because they just see a bunch of transphobic and anti-black rooms in their hallway, and it's like, what is this app for? Is this Parler? So I know Clubhouse trying to be like Parler and just be a little MAGA space. So
You had a good point. I'm very cautious of what men-led rooms I go into because I know it's a lot of sexism and misogyny on the app, and I'm very cautious on what non-black rooms I go into, especially when they're speaking of issues including black people, because the lingo can get a little weird. So I agree with what Winter said. Like, I like, I'm a person that likes difference of opinion. So I love hearing people different opinions, but it can get a little greasy. It can get a little disrespectful and offensive. And like I always say, I don't have to get offended. So yeah, I'm just very cautious. Like when I'm in Ian's room, it's because I feel like it's very safe for me. So I do think that's a good point. And we do have to learn that because we wanted freedom, we wanted freedom to say what we want. So I guess with that freedom comes now we have to learn to be maybe, we have to figure out who to listen to and who not to. You know what I mean? New people wanted to speak at the bottom. Mika, Demi, ECMD, Kermit, Shane, Winter. We can keep talking popcorn or whatever. If you had any opinions.
Yeah, because I didn't want to just, keep speaking.
What? You got opinions about Jason Lee, Nikki, and Karen Civil?
I'm just trying to get ready for work.
Yeah, I think that and that's the last thing. Oh, someone's pulling. Ooh, what's going on? Okay, great. I think that the structure around it really changed. I think that's good. I really hope what I really hope in the future is just more support for um, people that want to do content on the app and actually need the help. So like especially since it's an audio only app, then give me like a giggle box that sits next to my fucking moderator stage, right? Where I can just press a button and it plays a sound in the room. Like that would be fucking fun, right? Give me shit that would be inventive and cool, and that doesn't require me to buy something externally. You should deliver all of those things, right? This should be like Anchor. I should be pushing a button and there should be a music playing that is non-copyrighted, right? Because if you want us to create live podcasts and if you want to support that, then give me everything that you can when it comes to that. So like it's little shit like that that I think Clubhouse could really do in order to improve itself. I like I consistently think of the fact that people are still like they're content creators, and even though people do send cash apps, we still don't support everyone enough. And they really like Aya really sits and all the exoticals really sit in here every day, and they like talk about the most utmost important shit in the community or in other communities, right? Or in percentage towards Black women. Like it is really important to support that shit, and it's really important to like to be able to get shit out of that. So just more encouragement to support. Like instead of that little box that says follow all the speakers, right? It should say, if you like what someone is saying, send them some money, like shit like that. Even though that sounds like it's provocative. Yeah, no, like there's a lot of content creators that sit on here every single day and deliver you great stuff, and they don't get support for it. And I think it's really important to support them. So yeah, like also just a recommended fucking page. Like, how long do we have to wait for that shit? Now you have recommended followings. Great. I want to recommend the groups page. I want to see which groups are doing the best and like how like like what type of groups are interesting to look at, like that type of shit. Like yeah, like we should have that. That's something that we really should have. So that's at least how I look at it. Like I just want them to work out the kinks and get the real messaging across um, as far as Clubhouse goes. And I hope that it happens in that way, but we'll see how it goes.
I think that would be great. I mean, what Exoticals did yesterday in some other groups, Crenshaw District, I think they should have made a lot of revenue yesterday. And how do you build off of that? How do you guys? I think something should have came off of that after what you guys did yesterday. Um, I think I should have paid a lot of money. I mean, seriously, nobody on that stage that are should have got a lot of money. I'm just saying, and and I think you should have been highlighted. You two clubhouses, y'all should highlight for a month or something for everybody to come in, be highlighted to come check out your clubhouse. But I'm just a fish in a pond, guys. But what you do is amazing, and I think you should be compensated a lot of money for what you did yesterday.
Yeah, and I feel that because I feel like as much as especially the exoticals put on Clubhouse, like hosting all day rooms, and I feel like after a point, especially with the club where you get to a certain amount of club members, I feel like you should be monetized. There should be some sort of compensation for what we do as a culture if you do it every day and consistently at that. So I would like to see what it is that they're looking at doing because honestly, I feel like them trying to use a little tip app is not really going to work when I feel like we're doing podcast work.
Yeah, I need a little commercial. That's what I mean. Like, I need a little commercial break in between. Like, I need us to be like, okay, y'all, it's time for a commercial break. And just press a fucking button and let a commercial play. I think as far as like, if you reach, let's say like over 5,000 followers, it's like not only personally, but also club wise, I think you should be able to monetize over that. Or 10,000. I think you should be able to monetize over that. I think that that's a really good step in the right direction for them. But I definitely from what I'm noticing at least, like there's a lot of interest in letting people be the dominant decider on like how they want Clubhouse to go, which is cool and all. But go ahead.
You want to know what the problem with that is? The problem with that, even though like I agree with that idea, but the problem with that, Clubhouse will never do it because you can buy Clubhouse followers. Just like put that up to Instagram. But Instagram is not about the followers; it's about the interaction that you get with the posts. So that's why Clubhouse will never say, okay, well, if you have X amount of followers, you get automatically monetized.
Yeah. No, I get what you mean, but you get what I mean, right? So like, let's say you have X amount of followers and X amount of listeners every day. Then yeah, like obviously, or at least over the span of like a month, yeah, obviously, you're active in a very particular manner. It's lucrative for me to like get people to listen to you. So why the fuck would I not support you? That's basically what I mean. But I think it's difficult. I think that and that's something that I always will say. Like as far as like the app and like how the app wants to market things, like we don't know that. We have no idea how the app wants to market things. We have no idea what it wants to do. We have no idea how it wants to move. Because they're very seclusive and like what questions they will answer and what questions they won't. And I think that's also a part of it. Like we need a little bit more clarity, and we've been asking for that since before fucking December.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's and that's the thing. Like I think a lot of people are investing a lot of time, and that's what drove a couple of people off the app that were really invested. Like you invested a lot of time, a lot of energy, and if you are not a Clubhouse icon, then you're just not credited. Like Portia Bell, for instance, like invested a lot of time, and it just turned out to be sour. Like that shit is disgusting. I hate that so much. Because of the fact that like people have to consistently sit there and do all of this extra shit for so long. Like no, it's difficult, and it's an actual job. So, yeah. I bet talking a lot though.
You like talking a real labor. It's a real labor. And a lot of people like teach things, a lot of content create. Like when you did the I still remember your ableism room. And that was a long room.
Wow, that was a long time ago, yeah.
It was phenomenal. It taught me about ableism. You should have got paid for that. Like when I did a few weeks ago, he did like I don't even know, maybe a 6 to 10 hour what do you call it, women protection room. And he had actual people who were, I don't know what to call them, they own gun groups and ranges and had classes to protect women, and it was a phenomenal room. And I told Ian, like, I recruited for rooms like for teachers like that, and I've been in self-defense classes. The information, I think it was 7 hours. The information I got in those 7 hours probably would have cost me a good $1,000 to $2,000. So it's like we're getting literally free information, and the people who are, leading the content creators or teachers, are not getting anything. Like people like Hunter. Like I'll go in her room and just learn about some stuff, anything that she lays down, but she's not getting paid for it, and it's crazy. And she's teaching better than some professors. So I agree with you. Like even Nicole up here, like she has a lot of wonderful rooms about style and hypergamy that if people hired a stylist, like it would be so much money. So I do think it's something about, actually speaking is the labor, and it's a lot different from typing the status or typing a tweet or even making a 1-minute video. Like some rooms go on for days, you know what I mean? Like for example, I think if yesterday's exotical room would have happened in hypothetically January, that room could have still been going on now, 2 days later.
Yeah, we were a lot more scared to let go of rooms back in the day. Oh my God, like we were so scared to just let that room go. If it died out, like.
But that's also because of the fact that we needed the hours to become a club first.
Yeah, and that's the thing. there was so much effort into like doing, and I think that that's also something. The incentive is gone for a lot of shit. Like I don't have to spend hours and hours and hours building up a following now to go do something specific with shit. I'm gonna die with you know like Clubhouse anymore. I don't have to do that. Like I can just chill. I can just relax and just build it up in, as far as I want to. People buy followings now, and that's fine too. Like so, like it's not fine, but that's okay apparently too. So you get what I mean? So it's a different ball game now, and I think that that's also a part of it. Like my effort that I put in, that's why I hate that I lost that account. Like 3.9K following, that was a lot of effort that I put into that. Mainly because of the fact that like I was already in niche spaces. I wasn't really in the mainstream spaces. Now that I came into the mainstream, obviously it grew a lot bigger. But that was just garnered from niche spaces. So there's a completely different segregation that we went through as well. This is a completely different moment in time for Clubhouse. So yeah, like I said, it's an ecosystem and it changes daily. So it's really dope to see.
JD, why were you suspended?
Child, I made a room about what was it? Like some girl Barbie made a room about they didn't want to go to the bathroom with trans people. I said like, okay, straight people said you should invest into porta potties, and apparently I got reported and that was it.
Do you know if you can get
your account back
for being in a room in a room with like a with a title that goes against
Clubhouse rulings? Yeah, you can.
Just for being in the room?
Yeah, you can.
That's crazy because I was in a room yesterday and I thought the room title was pretty wild. And I was just in there for a second, but then the room ended. But I thought about it. I was like, I feel like this room crosses like those
guidelines. Yeah, like it's getting more and more strict now. So just watch out a little bit.
But I people were getting suspended for being in vaccine.
Yeah, so watch out a little bit.
It's really not clear though what their judgment protocol is, because I've seen the opposite side of the room, right? That like JD opened the other day, they got his last account clip go on for hours and hours and hours. So I really don't know what their criteria is. And also, I think I really feel like, and this has definitely changed a lot since I got on the app, I really feel like if just because somebody is being triggered by a topic doesn't necessarily mean like it's a negative room or that it shouldn't be going on. And I just think the lines have kind of gotten, I don't want to say blurred because I don't think there were really any lines, but I do feel like they're trying to uphold a standard that will never be standard, will never be conventional enough to like actually like universally apply to people.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I just wish that they put a lot more effort into the creators that are actually doing good and like rewarding them more instead of punishing. Because I understand that we need to clean up the app, but I think the reporting system is already taking care of that to some degree. I definitely think that customer service is not really great. I think that they don't care a lot. I think they don't have to. Even though like it would be lucrative to do that, it's still whatever it is up in arms for them, and I understand that they don't owe anyone anything. Especially like with the trajectory on that, like they've done exceptional, so they don't really have to do anything as far as numbers wise, because they're still being downloaded today. So like I think most certainly that they need to upgrade at least a couple of things as far as the content creation side and the rewarding system that offers, because yeah, like people are just losing their incentives to create. And you saw that drought a while back, like, in the middle of the app. Like you saw that content drought then coming out with like the same topics consistently. People getting upset with each other so hard. People actually like not listening to each other anymore, like or not listening to each other's rules in the rooms. screaming, yelling, and shouting at each other like there was nothing. And now the content is kind of back. So people are renewing their lens on content, and they're really thinking about what they want to put out and what they don't want to put out because they realize that things actually have an effect. So I think as long as it takes this trajectory, then it's good. But as soon as it goes down again, like they need to really overthink their rewarding system because it might not be rewarding enough for people to stick around.
Yeah, I just don't understand. It just doesn't make sense for me because I've heard that a lot of like top creators on Clubhouse get suspended. And honestly, without those top creators, with a lot of followers and, them opening up these rooms, because most people on this app are actually just like on the sidelines listening. And without these people that are actually taking the risks of, creating these rooms and, sometimes with provocative titles, without them, listen, this app is nothing. So I really don't understand how they suspend people. So, I don't know what the process is for that, but from what I've heard, it happens quite easily. Like they don't even bother to do proper investigations as to why people are being reported and what happened and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So that really baffles me because I'm pretty active on Clubhouse, but I don't create rooms. So with that said, I'm appreciative for all the people on Clubhouse that actually are on this app every day, sometimes even several times a day, hosting these rooms, creating these rooms. So yeah, I have I take issue with people being suspended for having provocative titles or being reported by sometimes it's even just haters. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
I think that's a great point because about the risk. Great point with that because I don't create rooms anymore. I only did a few and I wanted to do a lot, but to me it's just so risky that I refuse to do it. So I'm so grateful for the people who do. And you're right, it's a risk they're taking. And when you put it in the risk aspect, I do think they should be rewarded. And you're right, like you and JD. I do think a lot of them are punished for more, and it's nothing to offend people. You know what I mean? Everything can offend everyone, so it's very tricky. But the risk that people take to be on this app, even the safety, and even Aya has all these, and not just Aya, but a lot of people that spoke yesterday have tweets on them now, and people take it there. People get doxxed, which if you don't know what that means, which means they put your personal information out, like where you live and your mom lives and stuff like that. So I do think it should be something about the risk. And I do think if it was more rewarded, more people would do it. You know what I mean? And then we have to think about a lot of people have jobs and stuff. So people want to make the content, but it's no reward and it's very risky.
Can I ask you a question?
What was it?
Can I ask you a question? When I signed up for Clubhouse, they was asking me for my banking information. Do y'all get paid or something?
You can get tips for it.
Say it again.
You can get tips. So if we're talking right now, I can pay you any X amount of money, just because I want to pay you for that. So that's what you signed up for, was to be able to get tips.
Okay, because I was trying to make sure, but I watched Jason Lee movements yesterday. So he was on Clubhouse. He hosted his own room. Then he went to YouTube and created a whole other video. He was making multiple streams of income while all this is going on.
He's hungry. He's hungry. You have to
eat. And I felt like Exotic should have did that. I think he should have had a YouTube channel, uploaded the conversation, and stuck it there and got that money. Because I was searching on YouTube and nobody really had the tea was in your room. And I watched Jason Lee moved in 5 different ways to make money. And I think Exoticals should do that. I think you should have merch, honey. I was so much merch yesterday, and you need to do that. I just feel like money is to be made with you guys.
Yeah, I totally agree. Definitely a conversation to be had.
That's a good idea, Nicole.
Like a creator's fund.
And we've been having those conversations, honestly.
But that's a great point that you made, though, Sugar and Spice. The part about, people having jobs and stuff, because the creators that are, the people in the rooms that are, that basically have to be there, the entire time, unless they have, co-mods. But even then, some of these rooms, they go for hours and hours, sometimes even days, So that should be rewarded, because other people in the room, they're in and out. You know what I mean? They take care of their business and whatnot. But if you, want to have a consistent, good room, then you need to be around. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, it is a job, and I really think that Clubhouse needs to start paying, the people that are not necessarily the people that have the most followers, but the people that are like most consistent with their rooms.
I agree, and I think it's different from YouTube because, okay, YouTube, you can, for example, have a video, but you can take your time to make it and edit it. But with Clubhouse, if you have your room and it's popping, you better stay in it. You know what I mean? So, and unless you have help, and sometimes you still need to stay in it. So, I agree with that. And I like Winter's idea about the merchant stuff. I'm just wondering, is it legal yet? I don't think it's. Is it legal?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
No, not the merch. I was talking more about like how she said about YouTube. Is it legal to?
And that's what I was going to ask as well. Because
so if you use Club Deck, and this is just only for if you use Clubhouse on the computer, there's a little button that lets you record a room because of the fact that there's a podcast function involved with it. But you have to put recording in the title, I think, in order for that to work. I thought you were allowed to record on Clubhouse. Only if you put recording on the title, then you can look. Interesting.
I think Conservative A did that before. I don't even want to shout out the whole name.
Yeah, they did.
That, and he put it in his title, and I think he told people basically, don't come on the stage or don't speak if you don't want to be recorded. And everybody had to say, I agree to be recorded. So, yeah, I did remember that part. Yeah, but I don't know. I wonder if I guess Jason Lee was the only person speaking in his room. So maybe that's different.
Yeah, that's different. That's his own content.
Yeah, people need to be careful with that, though, because you can incriminate yourself. I've heard some people say crazy things in these rooms, confess to pretty crazy things in their daily lives. So
it's just the way he had his room last night, and the way he was really coming to take down Karen. I can't imagine myself just speaking publicly against someone else. I'm jealous of them. If I don't like someone, I stay far away from them. I don't harp on this person 24/7. That's just insane and obsessive. And for a man to be attacking a woman, it speaks volumes on their character.
It was very interesting to me that he just came in here to spill all the tea. He's like, what you want to know about? You want to know about Nikki? You want to know about this? You want to know about that? So, yeah, he went from...
He lucky I was sleeping.
Oh, he was talking about...
for a long time. He talked for what, 2 hours or something?
Wait, he came in and said something about Nikki, too? I only heard the Karen Civil part. What did he say about Nikki?
Well, were you in this room earlier? It was this room. Oh,
yeah, I
was something about her. He threw shade about her or something about the award show. He threw shade a lot.
He cannot throw shade at Nikki. Nikki is a self-made, talented artists who have money, who live in big mansions. They're not in the same tax bracket.
She's going outside though.
Nikki is the queen of rap. And what I want to say is, JD, you thought you was cute getting my account suspended, but yours got suspended, girl, bitch. You a motherfucking.
I moved it to the stage. I'm sorry. I moved whomever. I moved them to the audience.
Oh no, y'all fine. That's just a child. Let's not even go there. Let's just move on.
Okay.
Oh, do y'all know who that person was?
Yeah, child. You know how like there's like the dark side of Clubhouse. I really do feel like there's a gay side of Clubhouse that we just honestly, child, we not even gonna go there. He's
people who try to tear someone down to bring themselves up. You have to watch out for those types of people.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm very I watch out, like Ian and Nicole are trying to say. I watch out for the men who only go for women. Like, that's something to raise eyebrows about. And I think he was dancing around the question of, I think he mentioned one person. He's like, go to that post. It was like one guy. I forgot what celebrity he mentioned that he went after. But yeah, I'm kind of cautious about men who like to attack women. Like, because it's a business now. Like, it's a, I don't know, $1 million or $1 billion industry attacking black women.
It's like people not getting punched in their face anymore. I feel like back in the day when rap nonsense used to happen, people used to get slapped, punched in their face. Like, I remember when Charlamagne said something about Little Kim. She got the goons on him. Like,
but I feel like
Jason is giving, he needs to get punched in his face. That's what it's giving.
I feel like that's because there was an era where there were really hood niggas actually rapping in like in the streets to kind of make hits like that. Like now, like I mean, these are not like nobody's gonna call a hit on Jason Lee. But let's be real,
there's white money involved.
But we're talking about like hood, like the politics behind who actually were making those hits back in the days. These artists not getting their hands dirty. Not now.
I also think
man, what are you talking about? These artists not getting their hands dirty right now.
Sarah wanted to
speak, Nicole. Yeah, I was just gonna say. I think it's also like because I experienced this in my life too. You know what I mean? I'm not even a celebrity, but like even in like regular life, it's like I feel like without generalizing, because it's not every guy, right? But I often feel like now that women have more access to the things that were, have been historically reserved for men, and women are excelling at the things that we thought that men were just better at, it's like they're mad. You see what I'm saying? It's like they can't handle that women are that we're not these like frail, crazy beings that are just, can't achieve and sustain and all these things, that were, all these things that were have been associated with like being a man. You know what I'm saying? And it's really strange to see. It's very unattractive, actually, to see men hating on women. I don't want to call it like a feminine thing, but it's sad, actually.
I was in Jason's sleep room, and I don't know him, but I just know of him. He was more upset regarding Nikki using Karen to bully him. He explained that, that some things are going in the background. They were trying to set him up to be accused of pedophilia. I think that's why he was so irate yesterday, because I think he came on 2 times because he kept mentioning that in the background they was trying to set him up that he messed with children. And this was just recently. He said he caught wind of it. And if I was him, I'd be upset too. But I think Jason is just to the point where he's like, it's whatever. All gloves are off. When you start accusing me of messing with children.
He's the only one who brings up children. Nobody's talking about that. And I just don't like that. That's so disgusting. If you're going to play with drama. Like, leave kids out of it. Like, that's so disgusting.
Understand that somebody was trying to set him up to be accused of messing with children, and if anybody
I don't believe that. He's lying.
I don't know.
He just wants a shock factor and a lie, and it's sick that he would concoct this vice.
I don't know. I was just there, but that's what he was very upset about.
Yeah, and to Sarah's point, I don't know if I'm mispronouncing it, Sarah. To your point about Sarah. To your point about men not, being, realizing about women's power and us doing better and being in more manly, environments. I think it's a good point to that because I always say I don't think men like how many conversations. I think certain conversations have to be had every day with your children or on a regular basis, shall I say? And how many conversations do boys have growing up of, hey, women are going to be powerful. Women are going to be doing jobs that are, that men used to do, and this is how maybe you deal with a man and this is how you deal with a woman. I don't think it's because that's all I got from Karen. Just from the outside looking in, someone who had no idea who Karen Civil was last week. And hearing this, it was really a black woman doing business, and just like the boys do, and people, and when she made a mistake or when she got caught up, or if this, because nobody really provided quote unquote evidence, I don't think so. Until that, it's really just a putting a woman on trial. We're not gonna go at the men because a man you'll have to meet probably some masculine energy there, but we're gonna go ham with the woman. We're gonna go at the woman because she's doing this manly job, and I don't know, from what it seems like she's doing it well. You know what I mean? Because
exactly, it's jealousy. Some of these people speaking, they never even touch $60,000. They don't have it in their account right now. They'll never, touch that much money at one time, and they're speaking, and it's jealousy.
A lot of the people who were music professionals, I heard publicists and marketing people and etc. A lot of the rappers, a lot of them thought very highly of Karen, so I was listening to both sides neutrally, and I just got from it, she's a woman who's doing typical marketing business in the music industry who, and I'll put it like this, even if she did do some shady stuff is done. You know what I mean? Like, I think everybody knows that. So whether it was shady or not, which I didn't even get that it was shady, because a lot of industry people were saying, were standing up for her, saying you can't even count every dollar, and have receipts for everything because of the way the money is spent. And I understood what they were saying about that. And so I just think, I don't even know the guy's name, the Joyner Lucas, I think that's his name, Joyner Lucas or whatever. I think
Joyner Lucas.
Joyner Lucas. I think he just, you know how it is when you go to the grocery store with like $300 or $100, and you like, this all I got? Yeah, that's all you got. So that, I just got that from there. He just wanted his money to spread a little bit more, and it did. And I think people are going through this because I do think we have this quote unquote cancel culture. So I think it's a part of cancel culture, but I think Ian and the Exoticals were saying, like, no, it's because she's a woman too. And I think we should look at that because how many, we've been hearing what, since the beginning of rap, the rap and hip hop culture, how the industry is shiesty, but how many times, do we hear about them putting someone up in the front like this out of all the men? So yeah, I just got that she's good at what she does.
And the girl seems so unproblematic. Like, she's not coming to curse people or discredit people or insult anyone. Yet everyone's coming to insult her. And I just like how she keeps it classy
and keeps it, you know, business oriented and like detracting the detractors. But like they have like some hate and animosity against her. I'm sure she's gonna come out on top. And I've never seen her in like big drama, and I've followed her not closely, but I followed her for a while. You know, the girl is a go getter. You know how people been like saying, "Oh, I'm getting a bag, I'm getting a bag." That's what the girl been doing, getting bags clearly, and they're trying to like really shut her down.
And
That's what it looks like. They trying to Nicki Minaj her.
And I don't know how you felt about it, Nicole, but I thought it was some real low blows about talking about Haiti, like they were talking about Haiti. It's like Haiti is going through a lot. Don't throw Haiti in this drama-filled mess. And I get that maybe it was some things done with charity, which nobody can prove, but it's almost like they tried to throw different things in. Like they talked about Haiti for an hour, like, yeah, we're not getting the money isn't going to the right place. And I thought that was, what do you call it when they do it just for the show?
Low blow.
Yeah, it was like a low blow. Like, don't even bring Haiti into this because the Haitian people are really, you know, suffering right now. So that to me, that was just like a distraction too. It was a lot of distraction.
Jessica, like her and Karen's problem, I think, you know, again, Jessica and her fallout, but Jessica wanted to bring it to the internet, and Karen, being a boss and having a brand, wanted to take legal action to shut her up. Rightfully so. Like if I'm a businesswoman and I'm handling business, you over here talking shit about what I'm doing, talking shit about charity. I'm like you're trying to mess up what I'm doing, my money and things like that. Like I don't have time to go back and forth with you. I'm gonna go the legal route. And I don't blame Karen for doing that. But Jessie, you know, she's crying. She's paying $30,000 lawyer fee, which is probably a lot for her, you know, to pay, and her money is probably dwindling. But you don't get on the internet and talk shit about people, and especially a businesswoman, and trying to discredit her. A lot of the stuff that she does is like based on her name, so it's like you messing up her brand. So, you know, legal action is taken, and Jessie looks like she's like trying to get people in her corner, or letting people like Jason Lee, the Meek Mill, the Joyner Lucas latch on to the situation to continue to attack Karen. That's what it looks like from the outside going in. And I do like Jessie, but I've just never seen Karen in all this mess. And for someone who you can clearly see their track record of working hard in the industry, but like all these people to be like coming to attack her, I just think that's wrong.
And she handled it so well in all the rooms. She handled it really well. I liked her. You know, she just did well. She articulated herself. She didn't get upset.
She thinking long term, not short term. If she thinking short term, she's gonna be up here cursing everyone out with no clear vision. She's just, you know, just responding and just detracting all these allegations. Like they were talking about someone getting something off of Netflix. Karen said it was these certain people. Jessica said it was these certain people. Obviously, it takes more than one person. Obviously, it was like a group effort, so they both can be right. But like Jessie bringing that up and trying to, you know, discredit Karen, it just sounds so stupid. You think only one person can reach out to someone from Netflix to get something taken down? Obviously not. It's a group effort. Several parties must have been involved for Netflix to come to the decision to remove it. So it's really bad.
And does anybody else can talk? We're doing popcorn. And the new people or whatever. And everybody follow the Exoticals, the greenhouse at the top. Follow the Exoticals Club. Follow Ian. He's an Exotical. Jane, Nicole, Natasha. Follow them. Follow everyone on stage. Ian and the Exoticals made a room about Jason Lee versus Nicki Minaj and Karen Civil Part 2. It was a Part 1 yesterday. The Part 1 was like an 18-hour room, and it got to about 4,000 people. And Part 2 did good. Jason Lee came and spoke for about an hour or two. And now we're just having a conversation. If you want to get on stage and speak to us, you have to follow someone on stage and then raise your hand.
I'm gonna chime in a little bit on that. This is Sarah again. I'm only speaking this much because it seems like a lot of people are sleeping. Anyway, I actually see every party's like perspective in this. You know, like I feel like I've been a Karen in a situation, I've been a Jessie in a situation, and I've been a Jason in a situation. You know, so I can relate to everyone's perspective because sometimes you are the one that's vilified, and sometimes you are like, you know, you feel like a victim in the case or whatever. But in the end of the day, I can just tell that everyone is just like have worked really hard to, you know, reach their success, and they're very protective of, you know, their money and their success, and they're all experiencing that. Let me throw Joyner in that too. Like everyone, you know, is scared of losing what they've worked so hard for. So everyone's defenses are up. You know what I'm saying? But I really hope that everyone walks away from this experience like, you know, whole. And I hope that no one is. I hope that no person in this situation takes things too far. You know, like I hope the lawsuit against Jesse is withdrawn. Like I hope that, you know, I hope that Jason is made whole if he did lose money, but I hope that, you know, it doesn't result in some criminal investigation. I hope it's not taken too far, because in the end of the day, you know, we need all these like successful Black people. Like they've worked really hard, and it's not easy to get to where they've all gotten. And I hope that us, you know, as the Black community can still, you know, hold them accountable, but also not want to see them fall. You see what I'm saying? Like, I want to see like a Karen Civil up there, you know, because we do have a lot of successful Black women in you know, in the limelight, but not very many that aren't artists, for instance. You know, this is a businesswoman. I think she's important for the culture, you know, and I hope that we don't tear her down for things that I think that a lot of men get away with, you know, almost scot-free, you know. And I do also see Joyner's perspective, because a lot of people do pay a lot of money and they don't get what they believe that they deserve for that money. Like we've all been in that situation where we feel like I'm being overcharged and I'm not getting what I expected from the situation. So I hope that he's also made whole in whatever. I mean, I guess he doesn't need the money anymore probably, but still, this has sparked a discussion that is still important for a lot of independent artists, because a lot of independent artists are still going through this, where they feel like they're not getting value for their money. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on this. But it's been really interesting to follow this discussion.
I think we need Black women. We need more Karen Civils in this world. You know, I think a lot of people who are coming up and speaking, who are in the music industry, and you know, had something negative to say, they should take notes from a woman like Karen. And I think there was a discussion about like up and coming publicists, or you know, people who, you know, just start content creators. They need to take a couple pages out of Karen's book, because obviously she's doing something right.
Yeah, and I also think that I'm sorry, whoever wants to talk after me. I also think that women who, you know, are educated, or who are handling their business, or who are, you know, whatever, who are powerful, successful, any of those things, you know. And even if you're like, you know, a house mother, and maybe you have the finances, you know, housewife, and you have the finances, and you hold your household to a certain standard, I think it will always be pushed back to women. You know, I truly don't understand what the world really wants from women. You know, maybe just some humble little, scary little things, but you know, in the Karen Civil, like she's beautiful, she's dark skinned, she's seems to be financially stable, she's educated, and she's good at what she does. So sadly, that normally gets pushback. I really think society just kind of wants us quiet and to not say anything, and kind of humble until spoken to. And we better say it how people want to say it, and do how we want to do it. So I think a good lesson to take is, you know, I think you will get pushback as a powerful, strong, even educated. Like some women are like, oh yeah. Some people are like, oh, you're educated? Like, yeah. So I think a lot of that gets pushed back. Women with money get pushed back, beautiful women, So I think in her combination was she seems to be powerful and successful and beautiful and educated. And I think as a woman, we have to know in certain spaces that will get pushed back. And we see the industry that Karen's in, so that's probably double pushback.
In a world full of Jasons and Jessicas, I would want to be Karen.
Yes, Karen is admirable, but what's wrong is wrong, is right is right. Everybody's saying, oh, they be doing this in the music industry. It's unfortunate it starts with her, but if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. We've been hearing this about Karen for years. And not everybody.
Like, what exactly have we been hearing? What exactly?
We've been hearing that she's been robbing people for years. And it came out that Nipsey and them fired her. Go on Instagram and nobody fucks with her. Nobody follows her. No, none of that. Like I said, I respected Karen. I understand she did some great work, but it doesn't make it fucking right by stealing.
But we don't know that. Like, obviously, people, sometimes you can't work with someone for years, but she has worked with them, a long time. Sometimes things need to shift. That doesn't necessarily mean she stole anything.
You guys have to follow.
Did Nipsey said she stole
and
something?
They were talking about it. Again, I'm not here to bash Karen at all. Beautiful Black woman, done a lot for the Haitian community. I get it. But again, doesn't make it right by people saying, oh, it happens in the industry all the time. No, again, it's unfortunate it starts with her, but this is just the beginning of it, you guys. More people are going to be exposed.
Yeah, the only thing, I don't think they said she stole anything. Like, if she stopped working with people, she stopped working with people. But
she stole from Dipset, Cameron, and Casa. And then the Joyner Lucas situation.
To steal. Cameron hasn't been hot for a long time. I don't think
it doesn't matter about being hot. Cameron has investments. Follow him on Instagram.
No, I don't like this type of rappers. And if she is stealing from these rappers who call women the B word and always saying the N word and promote.
So we can steal from them because they call me a bitch.
Yeah, might as well.
That's not right, you guys. Again, what I'm saying is, if it was a man doing it, it's wrong. It's unfortunate to keep saying it. It starts with her. But I've been hearing this about Karen the past 5-7 years on Instagram. I've been hearing this.
Yeah, so I just want to say, if she's stealing from Black men,
yes, that's fucked up. Do it for somebody else.
Can I speak? If she's stealing from Black men who are a menace to the society, who deteriorate little Black boys in the urban community through music of shooting and guns and sex and drugs and all those stuff and crime. If she's stealing from them, might as well, because the effect of that.
She's stealing from Haitian women as well.
That sounds
crazy.
So you can steal from them because type of music
Why are we excusing that type of behavior?
At the end of the day, they're entertainers, and she committed a crime.
Thank you, Leo.
Well, that's not the only
They're entertainers. You can't compare entertainers to a criminal.
One mic. Thank you, Leo.
She did a crime. You do a crime, you have to pay the consequences.
Thank you, Leo.
Leo, you can talk after Nicole. Were you done talking?
I can't even.
Oh no, I just want to. I didn't mean to cut nobody off. I didn't mean to cut anybody off. I'm sorry if I cut anybody off.
Yeah, we're gonna get y'all in. We're gonna speak. Nicole, are you done?
No, I can't even speak. You guys got it.
Nicole, go ahead. You're good. Oh. You've been talking all morning. Go ahead. We've been listening.
Y'all feisty this one. Okay, let's go to Leo. We'll do Leo, and then we'll hit the ladies at the bottom for sure.
I'm sorry. Good morning. I was just listening, but I understand what Nicole is saying as far as them having a negative image and the music and everything. But at the end of the day, it's entertainment, so you don't have to listen to it, right?
Oh, I don't listen to that type of music.
I get that, but when you commit a crime, you have to pay the consequences.
Who's to say she committed a crime? Like, why?
If they have
she
evidence,
admitted to it.
Yeah, if they have evidence in court, she go on and
so
they
she's
prove
in court
that
with Cameron, she's in court with Meek Mill.
We don't know what the future is gonna hold for her if they take her to court.
My thing is this: if all of this is a crime,
we gonna do it.
Can I finish? I just
she's
want
not supposed to get paid. Everyone's getting tens of thousands of dollars. What's she supposed to get? Crumbs? When you
no, but what I'm, but you can't.
When you are,
you cannot steal.
Write off your own cost, and if she's writing off her ticket for high amounts, then so be it.
Nicole, she's getting.
That don't mean she got to steal from them though.
She's getting accused. That's like me. That's like one mic on Nicole. That's like me and you, right? I'm an entertainer. I'm a rapper, and you work with me. But you stole from my account. You did the crime, not me.
But who's saying she stole from people's accounts?
They are saying that they accuse her of stealing. They have proof.
They accuse her of getting a $60,000 payment, and she for services rendered. She was, making connections with people, and it sounds like she did what she was supposed to do.
And she did what she was supposed to do during her when it was so irate.
But sometimes, do you understand? Like, you all have jobs. You guys do your jobs perfectly 100% of the time. Sometimes mistakes happen, and you have to rectify those mistakes. Sometimes you want to invest in something, and it doesn't go through. Like, what do you?
But you can't take money from. You can't take money from artists without them knowing.
Well, she's supposed to work for free. She didn't take money from artists.
Well, then that's when you sue people.
They wired her the money, and she didn't take anything. And that was 7 years ago. She didn't spend the money on
what she was supposed to. She spent it on herself. That's stealing.
She took a $12,000 payment out of it.
Spent the money on Nicole.
She said
Nobody
hired. Yes, it sounds like you guys want her to work for free. She said she hired, vendors. She hired vendors. She paid out $12,000 to her company. She's not supposed to work for free.
We understand that, but
she's not supposed to work.
Okay, hold on, Eli. You want to get in on it? I know the people at the bottom want to get in on it.
Okay,
real quick.
And Eli, you can be a little. I want to get no order for the people. I know y'all want to talk. Good morning. Okay.
Wait, before anybody else goes, remember this is still an exotica room, and when a mod is speaking, a mod is allowed to interject. That's all I want to say. And good morning.
Good morning, Nancy. Good morning, and thank you for saying my name right. So I did a quick little Google search because I had no idea what was going on. So from my understanding, it seems as though that the issue with Karen is, and I'm Haitian as well, so I agree with the whole.
Oui, yo vision class de belle femme ça. Yo pas besoin de African pub.
If she's wrong, from my understanding, the Joyner Lucas guy said that he gave her $60K up front for consulting services, and when he would hit her up, she would never get back to him. And if somebody's up and coming, $60K is a lot of money for somebody who's not getting it like that. Yeah, if I'm giving you $60K, you really date.
Hasby, you're breaking up.
Oh, sorry, guys. But just to cut it short, because I'm driving. But I just think if she wasn't keeping in touch with him the way she should have, with proper updates and really letting him know how the money was moving, then yeah, he has reason. There's reasonable doubt that she stole his money. Like, but
she wasn't important. She had to prioritize.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Listen,
but she was managing Nipsey.
It doesn't matter. Then she should not have taken the account. If you can't give me the proper attention, don't take my $60K. Like, come on.
Exactly.
It's not like, come on. Like, it's not like.
You have to prioritize. Like, you have to prioritize.
Then don't. Then as a business person, if you don't bite off more than you can chew, or
listen, those Birkin bags and those Chanel bags, they wasn't gonna buy themselves.
Yeah, stealing people's money is how she bought them.
Yeah, that logic is flawed. If you're gonna do business, you gotta do it honestly. Like, if you're gonna do business, you gotta do it honestly. If she could not manage him or give him the consultant that he needed for that $60K, she should have said, you know what, at this time, I can't give you the attention that you need, but I can connect you to somebody else. And that business relationship could have still been there, and that man would have been $60,000. That's a lot of money.
But you guys can't think that she's the only one.
He ain't the only one. That's what I'm trying to say. The wine, you want to get in on this? You want to go to order? I know y'all want to. Y'all probably from New York. That Kate will get to you. The wine, you want to go next? You probably don't want to speak. Okay, Bun, you're next. Bun.
Yes. I'm sorry, y'all, because I'm on the train right now. Can you hear me good? Because I don't want to talk if you can't hear me good.
We can hear you pretty good. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. But what I'm not understanding is just because they rap about, derogatory terms doesn't mean it's okay to slam them. Like, that's still not okay. Because, like, we're not going to excuse, that behavior just because she's doing it too. It's okay. No, don't get me wrong. No, it's not. No. Don't get me wrong. I do believe if someone does something wrong, their karma will get them. But that doesn't mean you can do the karma.
So she's the only one who's not supposed to eat. Everyone is eating all these.
Now, don't get me wrong. I get exactly where you're coming from. But she has a reputation for years, and it's her turn for the spotlight. And it's like now it's her turn. We can't. Oh, she's a black woman. Let's go around her. No, she's a black woman. Can I say
something real quick?
No, just wait a second.
I think she wrote her own ticket. That's what
she definitely did.
And her ticket is high, and now they salty. That's what I think it is. Like, cause
are you sorry when someone does you wrong though?
Them Caucasian write their tickets, and
so why would we do it to our own though?
But when it's a black woman, we have to attack her.
We're not attacking her. We're making her accountable for her actions, and that's it.
She's successful in her lifestyle, and a lot of this is focused on jealousy. She's an entrepreneur, and she's writing her ticket.
But you don't have to step on little brown hands to get there. That's my point. You don't have to step on us to get there because she's not helping us guilt free.
Yeah, and while those rappers are influencing the kids to go, rob and steal and shoot each other, and those rappers are getting, a lot of money from doing that. Y'all hating on Karen, and I don't think that's okay.
No,
thank you, Bun. We're gonna get to the other people, and if you want to speak, after we get to the other people, you can feel free. I just want to make sure everybody gets in. But thank you for your opinion, Bun, and I like your name. All right,
Gian, yes, I'm here.
Gian, you're next.
Yes, I just want to say I agree with Nicole, of course, because one, if everybody has this problem, why wait so long? Two, you can sue somebody, and some of them cannot sue her because she fulfilled their contract. And three, this whole situation about, the rappers, some of them really are out here telling kids to pick up guns and shit. And I don't agree with it, and I don't listen to that type of music. So I agree with Nicole in that situation. And if y'all want to wait, if they want to, and Karen came here and cleared her name and was telling y'all the whole situation about George Lucas, she even tried to get in contact with him over work and stuff, and he did not answer back. It's not her fault. If they all have a problem, they're gonna sue her. Y'all are going on for what they said, and not most of them are even suing. Some of them are not even suing. They're just like, oh, she stole from me years ago. Okay, then sue her. If that's the case, go to court. Everybody's running to the internet. Some of these cases happened years and years ago. They're like, oh, she stole from me 520. It's irrelevant now. That's how I feel.
Good point, Gian. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name.
All right.
But good point. Eli, you're up next. I'll get to everyone on the stage, and then we can do some more speaking after everybody gets done speaking. Eli?
Yeah, man, I don't understand some people. How can you say you can steal from somebody just because that shit ain't right, man.
They need to be stolen from.
The fuck? Excuse my language.
Don't represent gangster rappers if you don't like what they are putting out in the community.
Just because you don't like what they put out don't mean you got to steal from them.
In a world full of those rappers who, rap nonsense and talking about drugs and, the B words and strippers and, disrespecting women, we need more Karens to put them in their place.
Nicole, it's okay till she's still out of your Chanel purse.
Thank you, Leo.
Yeah, right.
Excuse me? Then that's a problem.
Yo, 60 from Nicole.
Exactly. Now
but in all fairness, though, it's not fair to say that a person, always has, access to the courts because, yeah, technically, but, it takes a lot of money. So if you're on your last dime, you're going to think twice before you, sue someone like a Karen Civil, partly because it's going to cost you a lot of money. And she probably has, at the time, she had way more money than Joyner and way more power. And another thing also is that the issue of being blackballed. That's a real thing. Now, I'm not saying I choose sides in this. I'm just being like, trying to be fair about, how the little guy doesn't always have, equal access to the law, even if that's how it's supposed to be. It's just not true.
I think that's a good point too. That's a fair point.
Team Karen. Karen. Period.
Shannon, do you have something to say?
Yes. Good morning, room. I just want to say this. I think we're talking about ethically and morally how she conducts business, and I think it's okay that we're critical of her. Where there's smoke, there's a fire, and I've been listening attentively. I've heard people's claims and allegations. I just hope that as a community we wouldn't condone someone stealing from anyone or doing shady business to anyone, no matter black, brown, white, or other. We want to do things ethically. I don't care what the white man does and all of that, because at the end of the day, clink clink, when you behind bars, the law don't care. So I don't want to condone or put the message out there that we would condone anybody doing shady business to us in our community, and especially not one of us. Like that's just, give me 1 second, let me land. But I just want to say, like, morally and ethically is what we're talking about, aside from just if there were laws that were broken. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to sit here and pretend I am. But what I can speak on is the ethics about it. If you've got people saying you do shady business, that is gonna hurt your brand. And if it's not true, then yeah, she could sue for defamation. We didn't hear her say that though. She didn't say like, "Hey, I'm gonna sue." Like, what I heard her say was a lot of skating, and that's what concerns me, because what I do know is Joyner Lucas, she said, like, there's receipts. I could prove it. I got emails. And Joyner called his manager, and his manager said, no, that ain't what happened. She also said that she was going to call Keita. Keita said that phone call never happened. She's still waiting. So there's a lot of skating and a lot of talking. Hold up. Can I finish? She said she was going to call Keita, and they were going to have a conversation offline. As of yesterday, that still had not happened. So I'm just calling a spade and what I heard. And listen, we can choose to side with whomever, but right is right and wrong is wrong, and I'm going to land my plane.
Right. And I just want to say, when we talk about ethic and messaging, the messaging in these rap songs.
The music, nothing to do with it.
No, it does, because if we're so concerned about the community, we need to look at the fifth graders and the little boys out in the community running around saying the N-word, running around talking about gang. Like, if you guys are so concerned about the messaging,
So
it's okay. Where has the Caucasian?
That's besides.
Hold on. Where has the Caucasian fifth graders are focused on, reading books?
No, they're shooting up schools.
Completing their sentences.
No, they're shooting up schools.
Hold on. Not in
Michael, Nicole. Everybody gonna
the whole music business is.
I can't even speak.
Batcave, you next, and I will.
Where has the other ethnicity of kids? They're focusing on being college bound, but our Black children, because of the Meek Mills and the Joyner Lucases and whoever else Karen quote unquote scams, they're rapping about the N-word and slapping booties and guns and violence and drugs.
Like, look at the results that it has on the children in the community, since we're so focused on community. None of them are talking about school. None of them are talking about college. None of them are talking about generational wealth. They're talking about gold teeth and fancy cars, and they don't even own property. They're not helping our children, the children. So, again,
I wanted to say something.
Who is self-made, and they see her enjoying her life, they trying to take it away from her. When I saw she came up here for 2 days and just, responded. She wasn't nasty. She responded. She apologized to the Keita person. She explains her situation from her point of view in regards to the Joyner Lucas thing. All of them was kind of harassing her and trying to humble her and put her in her place. And she just came respectfully and responded. And she didn't throw shots at people. She didn't insult anyone, but everyone was trying to insult her because, and it came from a point of jealousy. Like, who you think you are? That's what I saw.
And I wanted to say 2 things before Batcave spoke.
Like, who you think you are, black girl? Dark,
very
black
neutral
Asian girl. Who you think you are to be going buying Chanel and Birkins and traveling and having all those custom stuff and owning a home? Who you think you are, little black girl? Sit in your place, Steve. That's what they was trying to do to her.
So 2 things for me before Batcave go is, one, I think maybe this whole Karen Civil, and I'm just calling it, I'm not going to say hate, dislike, maybe it's a New York thing. Maybe it's a New York thing. Y'all have heard a lot of things about it, number 1. And then 2, see, when you bring in morality and ethics, I think that's a great point on both cases. But most rap is not moral or ethic. So I kind of feel what I think Gian and Nicole kind of said. Okay, we talking about morale and ethics, but it's none in that. It's total degeneracy, and I love rap. Rap is my favorite music. I've been listening to rap since I was a little child, sneaking behind my parents' back. But we talking about, I get it. Okay, this person could be a quote unquote good person, and he gave hypothetically the Joyner guy or any rapper. They give their money to a marketing specialist or whatever, and you expect good from it. But once you do the moral and ethics, it ain't none of that in it. It's not producing good seeds out of this. You know what I mean? My parents taught me, I had to teach my child that, entertainment is entertainment. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I could definitely, I'm very neutral on this, but I could definitely debate the whole moral and ethics aspect, because rap is not quote unquote good. But go ahead.
Yeah, you made the point that I was going to make, Sugar, with the morals and ethics. That doesn't exist in the music industry, and really in no shape, form, or fashion. In the music that you're listening to or anything, it's all a facade in general. So let's on the Karen Civil thing. What she's doing is the same thing that's been going on for years. So at the end of the day, there's countless artists and marketing people and promotion people who have been paid for services and haven't really, fulfilled the service the way that you're expecting it to be done. But now that we have stages for us to put people in these kind of situations and exploit it, she's actually right now it's her. She's like the first one that's getting her turn to be put on stage. There's a lot of them.
Because she's a black woman, and that's the easiest target.
Well, it's not just that she's a black woman. It's just that, for one, Joyner is not a nobody now. Joyner Lucas is not a nobody artist. So at the end of the day, when he speaks out, and he makes great music, and he makes music with social points and stuff like that too at the same time. So when someone like him is speaking out on what has happened to him, some people are willing to listen because they're like, well, hold on, let's join him. You know what I'm saying? Because he's a good artist. You know, so it's like I said, it's he's not the only one. This has been going on for a long time.
Are you from New York?
No, I'm from Philly. I actually
You're from the East Coast, so
yeah.
So you all probably hear about Karen Civil a lot more than other people from East Coasters, like Philadelphians and New Yorkers, maybe.
I don't know. I can't say that. I'm
actually to know about her a little bit more. That's
I'm affiliated with me.
I don't think men would really be following her. I think it's like really women who would be following her. Like she used to host a whole bunch of like women empowerment things, entrepreneurial things, like women brunches and things like that. So I think her core audience, I'm not sure, would be like.
I don't think what she did necessarily was wrong, though. I don't think she did anything necessarily wrong as far as the $60,000 thing. You know what I'm saying? And that's probably not the most money that she has received. She's probably received 120, 150.
Exactly.
Can you explain to everyone
Hold on.
why you don't think it's wrong?
But hold on, because she was on Hillary's campaign. She was like, the social activist or whatever for like the Black youth. And I'm sure she got a huge payout from that. So like, people were mentioning she was an intern. Was she supposed to stay an intern for 10 years? Or was she supposed to, branch up and move up and, make boss moves and make something out of herself? And look what she did. She was able to
a game.
be on Hillary's campaign. That is, notable. And we
she's
should
playing the game.
Taking notes instead of like criticizing her. She got on a presidential campaign ticket from being an intern. She probably would have got a position in the White House if Hillary would have won. So we need to take notes from her.
And she would have messed it all up. She would have messed it all up. You got to remember, you can't glorify this girl for stealing. You know what I mean? If she'd have never got caught, it'd been all right. And then on top of that, she's making women, let alone Black women, look bad in the industry where it's male predominated. You understand? And it makes it the next person that's supposed to come along the line with a. No, but she's not. But listen, there's so many. There's men do it.
Clip, give Mr. Breeze 1 second. I'll make sure you go next. Go ahead.
But hold on, since y'all know so much about what she do, y'all know where her income.
Let him finish. Go ahead, Mr. Breeze.
It's sad because
have their input.
She tarnished a lot for the people that come after her. And you know what? People could say join it this, join it that. He's never been the one that's like, yo, I need my money back. I want my money back. He's just exposing the dirt for what it is. And then you're going to have Meek Mill come out. And then you're going to have other artists come out. You know what I mean? I mean, this is a shady world. Forget just the music business. It's a shady world. You understand? But if we're going to sit around and say each one teach one, Black empowerment this, then we have to start with the same way we did R. Kelly. We got to do her like that.
No, you need to do these rappers like that.
No, the rappers. But wait, the rap.
We need to do those rappers who rap about BS and that affects, the Black children. That's who we need to come at if we want to come at.
Rap been for years. You can't stop no rapper from cursing.
Hold on.
You can't stop Karen from doing what she do.
And also,
rap don't have nothing with you being.
Wait a minute. Hold on, everybody pause because it's popcorn style, but again, this is still an exotical room. Moderators are allowed to interject and you yield when a moderator is speaking.
Yes,
okay?
And since I'll just say this rap music is why those kids, they can't get their high school diplomas and they can't, earn a living and to be successful in college and, buy homes and live in good neighborhoods. This is a big reason why these families, these Black communities are so poverty stricken because y'all focus on the wrong thing.
Can I just name something, Nicole? Can I just name something?
Okay, hold on.
So, can I just name something? Because
one mic on JB and then
thank you. So, one thing that I want to name, because I remember this when I was little, right? I think it's different when people in rap are good examples. When I think of a good example, for instance, with someone who's done something for the community consistently, Nicki Minaj. Like, you remember when she was like sending out scholarships without even caring about who got it, just to make sure that people got to school and people got to college and people did their but she constantly throughout her music career enforced go to school, stay in school, like this is important, get your degree, like this, that, and the third. She sat with different colleges. She let Black people be educated on like the college system. Like, she did so much stuff in her community, right? When honestly, she could have just been chill and just been relaxing. But no, like, she made an effort consistently to like be a positive enforcement within the community. And I think that that's the difference. Like, when I see someone like that, I think that is a community leader, and that is someone that like consistently does shit in order to elevate us, right? Wow. And all around the world.
She does.
Like, for Black people,
that means a lot.
Yeah, for Black people all around the world. But I remember that interview. Yeah, I remember that interview real quick. I remember that interview where an audience member was like called up, and she was just crying because like that audience member, like two audience members, got like scholarships because of her, and like they couldn't eat. Their families were like poverty stricken. It was and just by listening to her music, they were able to get a scholarship. Like, that's, to me, that is community leading. But that deserves our highest regard, and that deserves like, okay, so let's look at the situation really on a case by case basis. But like other niggas that haven't done anything for the community, why the fuck do I need to like hold you to some regard? Like, why the fuck do I actually like? I don't have to look at all. I don't have to look at you case by case. No, because you haven't done anything for the community that is significant. Like, you haven't.
Okay, all right. I think I believe I'm next. I believe this is clear.
I'll let you guys have it. I just wanted to respond to that because everybody knows I love Nicki Minaj. The reason why is just because of that. Because in her rap, she always would say, "Y'all stay in school." And I was young in junior high school listening to her, and that always was a message for me. Like, being a boss, just like Karen, and getting your money, and really making things out of life, not worrying about no man. So I definitely, appreciate Nicki for doing that. And, she did impact a lot of people. So y'all.
Wait, Nicole. Okay, I believe I'm next, guys. Come on, we gotta do this right.
One mic. Hold up. One freaking mic. We're gonna do a cue because you guys are getting, a little rowdy, and it's early in the morning. Okay, so blink your mic if you want to speak.
I've been waiting for a while.
Bro, you start talking.
Okay, so Clip, Diana, I don't know how to say your name, and then Finn.
Yeah. Nicole. Okay, first of all, who the hell are we to judge and criticize about a business most of us have no idea how it works? This is a business. This is a music business, okay? I know a lot of people are blaming Karen, but at the end of the day, this is a lack of management, okay? This is an example when a lot of artists trying to take a budget and they're trying to manage themselves, even though they have a manager. And this is what happened when somebody new in the game, they're desperate. Nobody in their right mind is going to send somebody $65,000 up front without any type of, spreadsheet or a list of what's going on. And the person who gets paid up front without even do the work first. It's easy to blame the person that gets the money, but you guys don't blame the person that made the mistake that they authorized the wire. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of people do not know this industry. A lot of people are here talking about shit they have no idea what they're talking about.
That claim
it's easy to blame the other person. What about the fucking person that sent the money, the manager that wired the money? They were desperate. He was desperate. He had $400,000 before the $65,000. Nobody's talking about that. This management made a huge mistake. And when you make stupid mistakes like that, these are the consequences you have to face. Nobody in the right mind sends somebody fool them out up front. That's stupid.
Period.
Okay? That's stupid. When you're desperate, you do desperate moves. And this is what happened when people they're new in the industry. They don't understand how the industry works. Okay? And then they jump in, they have a budget, and they jump in, throw money out, spending money out of nowhere. You can't just blame her. Now, I'm not saying what she did was right, but this is the industry. You have to know the business before you get into it. This was a $65,000 lesson that him, and his management team had to learn. That's why he fired his manager. A manager was supposed to take care of this. Say, no, I'm gonna give you 10% or 25% up front. When I see some result, I'll give you the rest. That's how it works. You don't give somebody $65,000 up front based on what they know, who they know, and say, okay, I need this, I need that. It doesn't work that way. That was a huge mistake. I just want to apply that. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. I would say they got us one time. We just bought our home and we paid the landscaper up front for a year's worth of service. He barely came. He already got his money, mind you. He does landscaping for everyone else in the neighborhood, so we thought it was a good recommendation. But our mistake was paying his ass up front, and then he barely came to maintain our landscaping. So I totally agree with what you said. We should have, at that time paid in increments because he already got his money, he enjoying, and now he's too busy to come and handle what he needs to handle.
That was what he say, a $65,000 lesson. Okay, we're gonna go to Vontae, then Diana, Anita, then Artist XA, Michael K. Go ahead, Vontae. Diana.
Okay, hi guys. So my whole issue with this argument is that y'all keep bringing up morals when we've already established that the entertainment industry has no morals. Business does not have morals. That shit is neutral. Money is neutral. Morals do not matter with that shit. So when y'all keep talking about, oh, these rappers, that don't matter. The whole point of y'all argument against Karen is morals. So how are you not worried about these rappers who be doing 10 times worse, shooting up neighborhoods? Y'all talking about, oh, these white kids be shooting up neighborhoods. These rappers shoot up neighborhoods with children for no fucking reason. So what are y'all talking about? I said all this shit is connected. All this shit is connected. So what do y'all mean morals and these rappers don't matter? Y'all need to take care of these rappers who destroying the entire community before y'all worry about this one little lady who may or may not have even scammed. That don't make
Cardi
sense.
B.
Cardi B ain't black.
Of course, we're naming a woman again. Like, of course, right? We forgot about the.
Cardi B is not a black. Right. I'm not worried about Cardi B.
Yeah, but they have to escape to a woman again. Like, why can't we name G-Unit? Why can't we name 50 Cent?
More violent.
Yeah, but why can't we name 50 Cent? Why can't we name him? Why can't we name him?
Well, he's not claiming she stole money.
Why can't we name Ghostface Killer? Right, why can't we name Ghostface Killer?
Y'all sound ignorant trying to blame it on
but we're saying that she
No, you don't sound ignorant. You sound mad trying to
she's stealing. I mean, I don't know how y'all condone
and
it.
rappers be killing people
Exactly.
smoking drugs. What about that? Y'all
hold up. I'm gonna start moving people down if you interrupt. Diana, please continue.
Thank you. But like I said, y'all keep trying to bypass what these rappers are doing so y'all can get on this woman, this black woman, like I said, who may or may not have scammed. It don't even fucking matter at this point because y'all keep bringing up morals, and then when somebody bring up a situation that has morals at the core of it, y'all don't care about it. That's what we're saying. Y'all look like hypocrites. That's the point of the issue. It's morals that we already established in this industry don't even exist. So what are y'all even talking about at this point? I yield the mic.
It's not about morals. It's about experience.
Before Anita, we're going to go to Mr. Breeze. Mr. Breeze, then Anita, then Finn. We got y'all. Go ahead, Mr. Breeze.
That's the problem. There's no real accountability. We always want to point the finger. We always want to say, oh, these rappers. And listen, people been shooting the streets up and dealing drugs since before for the longest. You understand? Rap has amplified a lot of it. But we can't point blame at the rappers. There's a lot of shady shit that go on with country singers. You understand? But when do we as grown people say, you know what? I don't think rap is suitable enough for my children. I'm not going to let my child listen to The Baby or whatever the case may be. When do we start taking accountability and saying, you know what? I don't need my streets to be shot up. I don't need my son shot. I'm going to keep him away from the streets. I'm going to make sure his ass go to school. Make sure he's reading a book instead of playing video games. You understand? We need to start taking accountability. She stole. And that's it. There's no point. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. Whether he was a dummy, whether he was smart, she stole. And she stole from a game of hip hop. You understand? And it makes it look bad going forward. There's no ifs, ands. She stole. Whether he was dumb or not, she stole. And then for the brother who said that, he had a management team and all this and third, you got to get your facts straight, for one. All right? I think you were in that room when he explained himself last night. And he said he didn't have a manager. It was just
he had a manager, man.
Wait. Let me
No, he didn't.
You get your facts right.
Let everybody else talk.
Breeze, excuse me, only Mr. Breeze or the moderator.
Right.
he didn't have a manager. You understand? He went through word of mouth. That's what a lot of the hip hop game has been even since the beginning. You understand? There's been a lot of word of mouth. I meet you, you're cool. All right, we're gonna do business or we're gonna make music. He went through word of mouth and he trusted a lot of people that he should have trusted in this music industry. You understand? And he ran with it and she took advantage of it. And because she's a black woman in this game, we shouldn't cut her no slack because she stole. Because it could have been you, it could have been your cousin, it could have been anybody she did that to. And then it would have been a different ball game. We need to start taking accountability before home. That way it doesn't get to home. And everything's set forward. And stop blaming people. Hip hop has nothing to do with why people are shooting up the streets. It amplifies it with our economy. Our economy is the reason why kids are shooting up the streets and not going to school. Our neighborhoods, us as grown adults, are the reason why our kids are running rampant now.
Yeah, so you're talking about PR management, and I think he was talking about money and financial management, and even directional management, because that could also be unspoken. Like, let's keep it real. PR management is different. It's completely different, and it's not about like that. That definitely wasn't a part of the industry that day. Now it is, right? But it was only the best of the best artists in the hip hop industry at that time had publicists and PR managers. That's not what nobody was talking about. People were talking about financial management and just a directional manager.
He had no financial management, brother. He had no management.
Directional managers actually, like, and again, the investor could have been a directional manager. That person is an investor, right, inside of your system. So that's a financial and directional manager.
Brother, right there. You can get technical all you want, but he had no manager. Bro. I have the audio right here. He'll tell you. So
they play the audio.
Didn't they say that she sent his manager invoices? How did he not have?
He never got the invoices up until this very moment. She
sent his manager invoices, but he never got the invoice.
He had a manager. His best friend was his manager. That was. Please.
Hey, one mic.
Get your facts right, bro.
Can I talk?
I got the audio.
Hey,
hello, stop, everyone, okay? Because I got a loud mic, so I'm gonna talk over everyone. One mic at a time. We cannot hear anybody clearly. Sugar, who's next in the queue?
Anita.
Hey y'all. I just gotta say, I hear some of the men in this room trying to hold these women accountable. Or saying that she did or did not. Well, I mean, in the court of law, you're innocent until proven guilty. Am I correct? So we don't know the underlying information because there could be back channel shit and back shit and back stories, and there's always three sides of the story: his, hers, and the truth. So for everybody to be sitting here trying to drag this black woman, but we not dragging motherfuckers like the baby who are giving negative feedback to your young boys, to your young daughters, but putting their hands on females. Also, Meek Mill putting his hands on females, and it's very clear that it's an ongoing cycle.
When did Meek put hands on females?
He put his hands on Onika Tanya Mirage, and she spoke up about it.
No, Cardi B did.
And he put his hand on his mother.
Yeah, and he put his hands on his mother too.
He beat his mother and his sister in front of her.
But she's a liar.
No, it's not. No, it wasn't. No,
trying to fight Nicki.
No, and Nicki.
Anita is talking, NF.
Yes, sir.
Wait till she's done, and there's a queue, so you have to wait. So there's order on the stage. Anita, continue, please.
Thank you. And I just feel like we just gotta hold. Like I said, I'm all for holding everybody accountable, but I just feel like we're gonna start holding these men also accountable as well. Everybody's so quick to say, "Oh, no, I know she's not a black woman, but the Cardi B's and the this person and that person and that." We're not talking about the Cardi B's. We're not talking about that. We're talking about.
No, you said fight. She was trying to fight Nicki, not Meek Mill.
She wasn't trying to fight Nicki. She was.
She threw her shoe at Nicki. What are you talking about?
Yeah, she got that knot on her head.
Excuse me. Well, like I said, we already found
One
out.
moment, y'all. One moment. Are y'all listening to Breakfast Club on 105?
What they saying?
They're talking about everything on Breakfast Club right now.
Wait, is that Jay?
Can y'all stream? Yeah. Morning. Yeah, so you guys can, I don't know if somebody has a radio handy, because I'm on my car radio and I left my other phone in my house. So just, I guess like somebody could just stream it.
Yeah, Jason's supposed to be on it tonight, right? Or today, whatever.
What?
Yeah.
Yep. Maybe I need to transfer Clubhouse to my laptop so I can play it in the room.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let Finn go.
How I can.
Finn. While JD is queuing up the radio, the next person in the queue is Finn. Go.
Hey everyone, peace and abundance. I don't think we have to compare the baby to the Black women that are in the subject line. Like, if we're gonna hold people accountable, then let's hold the flame to where they are in their careers, their sexual orientation, the impact that they have in the industry. And I'm not condoning anything that's shifty. I think if you're Black, red, or blue, if you are moving through this world in a snake-like fashion, that's completely unjustified, especially if the people that you're preying on are members of the community. However, because I am also in the business of entertainment, and just because I decide to function that way, that doesn't mean that the people that you idolize are doing the same. And to be honest, I think a lot of people live in a fairy tale world, because you can name somebody right now that is at the pinnacle of their career. I mean, anybody from like Oprah to, I don't even know, Jay. And if you actually sit down and hold a flame to their soul and ask them, did you do something in your career to get to where you were that was unjustified, your morale? And if they said no, they most likely be lying. Like, sometimes you have to do these business moves to put yourself in this proposition in order to have the brand that you have. For instance, not to name any specific names, but yes, some female rappers are insanely infamous for their cultural relevance, their inspiration, no matter how they dress, no matter what their lyrics say. However, those same entertainers may or may not block a headliner that they know is more talented than them so that they can keep that flame burning. You know what I mean? And you're just like, do you turn a blind eye to that, but also praise them for their music? Or do you just chuck it up to say that that's a part of their ruthless tactic and you still celebrate all the impact that they had in the community?
Can I
whatever the case might be, I think
we have a queue. Hold on, Finn. You'll continue in a second. We have a queue. So after Finn, I believe Kay wanted to speak, NF, and then Therial. So Finn, continue, and then it'll be Kay next.
Sure. Whatever the case might.
Go ahead, Finn.
Okay. Whatever the case might be, I think we have to compartmentalize it to that one situation. We have to just analyze this one situation or the situations at hand and just say, okay, what about the situation wasn't right? What about the situation is right? But what we can't do in the same process is to know all the hard work and the countless hours that the person had to have put into their brand in order to get to where they are getting, especially if she's a Black woman, because nothing in this industry is given to a Black woman in entertainment, period. It's 10 times fold, especially if you're not sleeping your way to the top in that endeavor. So I think we just need to do a case by case basis, and if it's wrong, it's wrong, and we just need to hold that person accountable for that situation, but also not basically castrify them for everything that they've done to date. Thank you.
Hey, this is Kim. I just wanted to, I had 3 points I wanted to mention. I was in the other room, Warner, and his investment person came in the room. So I just wanted to touch on that first. He didn't have a manager. You guys, he said that, and then everybody thought that his manager took from him. The guy that gave up the money was his investor, so he wouldn't take from himself. What ended up happening is, I guess Karen promised them, and they did have like a sheet of what they wanted done, but he didn't know the back end of the business, and Karen just didn't fulfill it. And to this day, he stated, and the investor stated, they still haven't gotten any invoices from Karen. My thing is that a good name is better than any dollar you can ever get, because once your reputation is ruined, bad business is bad business. Your character is everything. So my thing is, black, white, blue. If your character if you have a bad name in the streets, you might as well just hang it up. So my thing is, I feel like integrity matters, morals matters. If a deal was in place, I don't care if you're black, white, or purple. If they had an agreement, I don't care if you gave the money up front, because sometimes people do give money up front for certain things and they don't know better. If you're not in the business world, you're thinking, okay, this person says, hey, I need $60K to do X, Y, and Z, and I need this up front, and you're new to this, you can't take a candy from a baby because they don't know. I know ignorance is a virtue, but however, what comes around is going to circle back around. But when it comes back around, just make sure you're ready to eat it, because you took advantage of a person when they were low because you felt like they were illiterate within that understanding of how you manage the industry. But I'm Kay and I'm done speaking. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Kay. I wanted to say something and then Bay actually
Can I?
No. We're going to Bay, then NF, then the real. But I want to say something. The part that I think is interesting to me is that we're saying character and things like this nature, but we're skipping over these dudes saying dark-skinned girls are ugly, light-skins are better, bitches and hoes, and shoot them up. I kill you if you step on my foot, my nigga. So what are we saying? I get somebody stealing, not having, if somebody allegedly stealing is not having good character. But how are we skipping that? But isn't it the same? We're saying the rappers don't have to have good character and stop calling women bitches and hoes and stop saying dark-skinned girls are ugly and light-skinned girls are better and I'll shoot this nigga if he talks to my baby mama. That's good character. So I guess that, and it's because I've been hearing it like 100 people have said that. Like, well, it's just bad character and morals and ethics. We get that, but if we're talking about morals and ethics and character, throw the whole hip hop community away because it looks like it's like, so does that if they have bad character, is it okay? Or you know what I mean? It's like,
can I
can I talk soon, Miss Sugar, please?
Who said that?
Okay, that's not
to respond. This is
did somebody say, can I talk soon? Who said that? Oh, S. Okay, S. After the real and Zara go, you can definitely hit on that. And Kay, I just want to go to NF because a lot of people have been waiting, but you can talk again after, S. NF, go ahead. Oh, no. Did we get Bay? I'm sorry, Bay. Bay is next. Go, Bay.
Miss Sugar, can I, whenever you get out, and if there's time left in the queue, can I respond to what you said? Because that was actually a very valid point.
Let's get a few people and then respond.
Alrighty.
Go ahead, Bay.
Basically, Kay just took the words out my mouth. It's about character, morals, and integrity. Whether you're inexperienced or not, that don't give no personal right to scam you or get over on you. Because, when you start a business, we all are inexperienced. And this just happened to me recently. This lady on Clubhouse scammed me, and she postponed a class that I paid for, and she didn't want to refund me. So, no, it's going to come back on you. Karma is real.
Okay. NF can go, the real can go, and then I'll let S. Anita, and Kay respond. NF.
So, Karen, right? This is what we're talking about. We're talking about Karen. Like, first off, it's kind of his fault. And Karen, she been doing this for years. Like, I know Karen. She been doing this for years. She did it to Duke the God. She did it to Cam Cousin Duke. She did it to Dipset. She been doing this. Like, this is nothing new for her. Like, it's nothing new. She stole over 100,000 before. She done a lot of foul shit in New York. It's not
100,000 from who?
She stole 100,000 from Duke the God. Cam been talking about it in interviews for 10, 15 years.
Did he sue her for it?
And everybody owes Cam an apology.
And did it well after that, did you after he sued her?
One mic on NF, we're gonna let NF go out, and then we're gonna do the real, and then we're gonna let 3 people respond for like a minute.
She's been doing this for years. And anybody, like, it's partly his fault
Because if you get in any type of business, I don't care what type of business you're getting into, you're supposed to do your knowledge on it and learn about it. Let's to be honest about things. It's the music business. It's business before anything. You know what I mean? You're supposed to learn about it. You could read books on business. You could read books on business, music industry business. You can read books about anything. You can listen to audio books. You can really get into it if you really wanted to. Now, if you want to go in there and be naive, that's up to you. That's up to nobody else but you. Like, I do real estate. I focused on learning and understanding real estate. But that's not, if you want to go in there blindsided and somebody snatch your money, a contractor, whoever, that's on you. Because you could have did all your research on everything. He's blaming the whole world for his stupid ass mistake.
Please, can Halo speak? Can I say something when you guys give the chance?
Hold on, the real.
That's all I'm saying. That you can just do the research on it. And she been doing this. This ain't nothing new.
Thank you, enough. Great point. Go ahead, the real. Hi, Halo.
Okay, so listen, I wanted to drop this bomb real quick. You got, like he said, she did this 17 years ago. You got Joyner who said she did this 7 years ago. I'm not saying she didn't do it. I'm not saying she did do it. What I'm saying is, if she called herself the Olivia Pope of things, and she always jump in the forefront of her friends to save them, like such as Nicki Minaj, and the heat that Nicki Minaj is taking right now as far as her husband, herself with Congress. You get what I'm saying? And the extent they're going to hush Nicki for what she said, what if the Congress is paying or digging up people to say something about Karen to diffuse the situation so she can't defend Nicki? If she's worrying about her own situation, she can't defend Nicki. She got to defend herself. Now, Nicki is just stuck.
I mean, that was a good concoction, girl.
That's a good point, the real.
That was a nice try, darling.
Yes, it was. I appreciate the effort. But okay, let's do this before we go to Zara. I'm gonna let.
Who was that? I have to follow that first.
It was my turn.
The real Halo at the
bottom. You got my follow, girl. That was.
Who said it was their turn?
S. Dot.
No, not yet. S. Dot. I'm gonna let K, then S. Dot, then Anita. You can all have a minute to reply, and then we'll go to Zara. Go ahead, K.
Okay, so I wanted to basically respond to what you said earlier. I would say I don't approve of, when it comes to accountability or I don't approve of name calling or whatnot. That's not being, we do need to hold those men accountable as far as being discriminatory towards Black women. But as far as integrity, as far as like, if I sit down and have an agreement with you, and Karen, the thing is, Karen did this to another Black woman. And I think that what ended up happening is she did it to a praying Black woman, a lady that was raped, Jessie Wu. She was raped, and then she told her mom. Her mom said, okay, if you got raped, I'm going to pray. If this man in the family raped you, I'm going to pray. And I'm going to pray that his hand get cut off if he did do this to you. Because the mom was so surprised when Jessie Wu said she got raped by this guy that the mom trusted. 10 years later, his hand got cut off through the prayer. So it's just certain people you don't fuck with. That's just my thing. You're going to bark up the wrong tree and the whole shit is going to get exposed. And that's what I believe that's happening to Karen. Karen manipulated the situation with Jessie Wu and tried to sue her best friend for $3.8 million. And then she tried to lie and say now she wants mediation when the shit didn't go her way in court to embarrass Jessie Wu. So now other people felt the heart to come out because Karen Civil was just this powerhouse of, if you speak against her, yes, she took money from you, but I can't speak against her because she has connections in Hollywood where she can shut my whole organization down before it even starts. So my thing is, Karen is just getting the karma that she deserves because this is not the first time we heard about Karen. If you go on YouTube, you hear a list of 4 years ago, 6 years ago, people are saying that Karen scammed them out of their money. So this is just an ongoing thing, and it's just blowing up at the wrong time, unfortunately. And then Nicki Minaj is kind of, because she stopped a lot of Remy and other people from basically eating because she wanted to be a queen bee, and she used Karen Civil to do her dirty work.
I mean, if there's no talent, there's no talent. You know?
No, like for example, if it was for Nicki Minaj to go to an event, she would say she's not going if somebody else was there. So that's stopping somebody else's back to eat or perform. But I'm done, and I'm
no
other black woman as well.
But Kay, also talk about the lady, right?
I thought it was my turn.
Hold on,
Nikki, keep her sons in the playroom.
I get a
the same room.
Go ahead, Esther.
Back to your what your comment, Ms. Sugar, you said about holding these rappers accountable. This goes back to the parents. You need to monitor your kids. You need to put blocks on their phones so they cannot listen to this type of music. Rappers perpetuate drug use just as gun violence, like I said. So you shouldn't be listening to it. Monetize your kids. Another thing, both my brothers, Black African Americans, will be a product of our environment. You know, we were seeing how there's not a lot of Black men in the law department. Both my brothers are cops, state troopers. To show these young African American men, you don't have to be on the block. You don't have to play professional. Let's go into the judicial branches. Let's show them we're more than that. So it starts from how you're raised and where you're brought up from. So we cannot say these rappers, their lyrics and all that. No, don't let your kids listen to it. And then last on Nicki Minaj, yeah, she's done a lot for the community, but Nicki Minaj is married to a pedophile, you guys, right now. She's bullying right now. Hold on. I'm going off of what I'm reading.
Mute your mic.
I'm listening. Yes.
Hold on 1 second.
Mute your mic.
So I have to mute my mic. Wait. Stop, please. So JD just back channeled me. The Breakfast Club is on a commercial break. As soon as they come back, he's gonna cue up the radio. And we're gonna listen into what they're saying. We're gonna move on, Scott, because we're going on a tangent and it's been over a minute. So one last person in the queue, and then we're gonna listen to the Breakfast Club. Who was next, Sugar?
Zara was next, but I also want to say to Esther really quick. Esther, I'm not talking about children. I'm talking about the grown men and us grown women have to hear that garbage. And they're talking about hurting grown men, killing each other, the violence and the misogyny. I wasn't even talking about the children. I agree with you a lot on that. But
thank you, Miss Sugar.
Zara. There's Zara. It's your turn. If not, I told Anita she can get a minute response. Anita, give your minute because they're gonna go to the Breakfast Club. There.
Yes, I'm right here, love. So I just wanted to go off of your point, Miss Sugar. So you did make a point that that's the case that we need to throw the whole hip hop community away. And I do agree with that. An example of that would be, people are going to be like, no, but T.I. is a perfect example. We're going to hold people accountable, then we need to hold motherfuckers accountable, because I still don't hear people talking about that. And those allegations are still going around, and there's more people every motherfucking day. And we need to be holding these, like I said, we need to be holding.
It got dropped in court, hon.
No, it didn't get dropped in court. No, it didn't get dropped in court. The cases I think 11 of the cases got dropped. There's still cases in other areas. So you can't say, it got acquitted. It didn't. 11 of the charges got acquitted. He had like 36, I want to say, or maybe more. Don't quote me on that, but I know there was more cases than just 11. So I just want to make it very clear that if we're going to hold people accountable, do your research, because there's more cases. There was more cases that are still being alleged, and he has more court cases that are still going on right now. So those 11 cases are just bullshit.
And a lot of the rappers are thieves too, but we won't even get on that.
Talk about it. Robbing, stealing, killing. All types of stuff. Yes. Robbing, stealing, killing, and rapping about it, and your sons are sitting there rapping the damn lyrics to them motherfucking songs.
If you want to be all the way honest, if you go outside, it's the same way. Like, they only talking about what's going on in the community.
It don't matter.
If y'all want to do something,
okay, but here's the thing, though. Okay, but
here's do something. Change the community.
Okay,
stop
but guess what?
These properties.
Okay, but guess what? At the end of the day, guess what?
Somebody change
become law enforcement, like I said.
Yes, but you can't. But you can't say. But you can't.
Lyrics.
Let Anita. One mic on
I was gonna say, yeah, I'm about to land my plane right here because who said about the judicial branch? I just want to get your name right. Who was that?
As that, like I said, both my brothers who are Black African American cops in the community that we came up in.
Absolutely, and as that, I just have to say this to you: you can't say how you were raised because your past does not predict your future. I am a high school dropout who owns their home, who actually lives in their own home. No GED. All my bills are paid, so you can't say, how you were raised. No, absolutely. No, I'm just saying, I just want to make that very clear that, you said how you were raised. Well, your parents could not raise you right, and you can still be great. So I just want to make that very clear.
Yes, honey, but you can't put that on music. You can't put that on lyrics. JD, are we ready for fucking up? That's wrong.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misinterpreted.
Yeah, I just want to say something. I think they're still on commercial. I just want to say something. I just feel like, why are we so eager to support people that perpetuate violence in any form or fashion? Like, that's just my thing. Like, why we are literally addicted. And when I say we, I'm just talking about Black people in general, are very addicted to supporting the worst of the worst, but yet still, when it comes to success, as far as like college students, good grades, raising children right, we are so reluctant. Like, I could see the resistance. It's so thick you could cut it with a knife. And I feel like at this point, the fact that we sit here and we make excuses over and over and over again about hip hop culture, the more it actually disgusts me. Okay, like, I'm tired of us saying, oh, well, it's a part of the culture, or they're just telling a story. When does the story end? Like, the story clearly is not helping anybody. The story is clearly taking lives over people. Years of people's lives. The story is clearly getting people robbed and scammed. The story is clearly getting people killed and raped. So it's like, why are we still sitting here talking about, oh, they're just telling about what's really going on in the hood? Why are we in the hood still telling the goddamn story and still playing it out in the same manner? Like, how many more years are we gonna keep on doing this? Like, at this point, and for me, I don't like excuses. I don't. Black people need counseling. Black people need therapy. Black people need to start glorifying success, college success, degrees, getting good careers, jobs. Black people need to start celebrating wills, assets. Black people need to start celebrating cultivating children in the right manner. Period. If a parent is failing, and we know that parent is failing, we as adults need to step in and help those children so they won't grow up and say, oh, well, it's the way that I was raised. No. As adults, we see failing children all the time, every day. So why are we just sitting back and letting it happen? I just wanted to say that. I'm done.
So if anybody, and this is what I'm going to say on that, right? Like, if anybody wants to know about real estate or anything, I got a room that we can talk about real estate, but everybody likes to talk about drama. Nobody ever comes in the room and get knowledge on real estate, how to own vending machines, how to get business credit, how to get funding. Nobody ever asks for those type of things. I go to schools all the time and talk about real estate to kids because I feel like they can learn more real estate than actually going to college. And college ain't for everybody, so I try to help people out the best I can.
I'll respond to that, right? Everybody says college age. Everybody want to know why? Because we let the kids fall behind, but we let them fall away. The problem is this: if we were paying attention to children while they were young and open up their options to many talents while they're young, guess what happens? College becomes not even pretty much not even a nuisance, right? It makes them want to learn more and go to school because guess what? Whether we like it or not, Black people, college is the new social caste system. So I don't care what y'all are saying. School is still needed, even if it's just 2 years. Get a degree in something and then go into entrepreneurship, then go into real estate, then go into finance. Do whatever you got to do. But no matter what, I'm telling y'all right now, you think that diploma is going to help us? No, it's not. Okay? What I'm saying is this. If we pay attention to children while they're still young and cultivate their talents in the directions of a career system that's going to last them the next 50 years, we did our best. And guess what? Our best is going to lead them in success. Period. I feel like we have to have more of a addiction for education and knowledge and degrees rather than instant gratification. Because guess what? The instant gratification is getting us nothing but dead wealth. How many millionaires are dying a day and their children are left starving after the funeral is done? Like, this is not okay. It's really not. And that's because we do not value degrees. We don't value the way that the world is going.
Can I ask you a question about degrees, right?
Wait a second.
Yeah, like we don't value education. like I said, like I always tell this example of my daughter. My daughter is an artist, but she also likes science. And guess what? I cultivate her in both. In both. So no matter what, if she has to go into graphic design and sell logos to pharmacies and sell logos to big companies that's going to need logo changes every 3 years, she's gonna forever make money. And if she wants to go into science, guess what? I already met a pharmaceutical engineer that's going to help my daughter get a career by the time she finishes school. So no matter what she goes into school for, she's going to be rich. Regardless, she would never be out of a job because I paid attention to her talents early. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, we're not paying attention to our kids. If we were, then our kids would have a thirst for knowledge. They would want to go to school.
Yeah, and I also would like to mention, thank you so much, Jane, for saying that. I also would like to mention, I'm sick and tired of hearing people say that, like, oh yeah, we don't like to go into those rooms. We like to go into the rooms where there's drama. That's not true. I need people to get over that because, like, the way in which I see the exoticals recently, like actually a host rooms about education, about intelligence, about different ways of financing yourself, about setting yourself up for success. Like, nah. And I see that all the time within my community. So it's not that.
Yo, JD.
Wait a second. It's just it's one thing.
Is the Breakfast Club?
No. Like they're on music for some reason. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Maybe the segment is over. But basically, like I said, it's who you follow. One, and secondly, it's definitely also the responsibility of you to market it in the right way. Why is this the first time that you mentioned it? Why is it the first time that you mentioned that you have a room that does this, that, and the third? When we're talking about education and we're talking about children the whole time, this is not new in the conversation. So like people always feel the need to like drop it at the end when there's like there's a moment where we can all be like, oh, we have to be accountable for the way in which we act. No, you have to be accountable for yourself. How you structure yourself. And like negotiation is an important thing, and it needs to be a constant thing within your communication cycle. Like I negotiate everything that I do. That's the reason why I have the friends that I have and why I'm in the places that I'm in. Right? Negotiation and self promotion is extremely important. And it's something that we should learn more often than promoting these damn artists that don't give a damn about us to begin with.
Honestly, can I say something real quick?
All I was going to tell you is, go ahead.
All I want to say is, I know I'm going hard for the rappers in the hip hop community. Honestly, you guys, I battled with addiction for 10 years off and on. I changed my life. I don't even listen to that music. You know why? Because that's what they promote: the pop pills, the lean, the all that. You get what I'm saying? So I don't even put that into my body anymore, my energy. I don't portray that type of lifestyle anymore. So again, it goes back to not listening to that type of music and that type of influence on you.
But when it comes to kids, they always going to have a reach for that. They always going to find a way. So
yeah, social media
don't make the music.
And I wanted to say with children, we have to stop. And I wanted to say with children, especially Black children, let's not act like, I know my growing up, the way I raised my daughter and the way my parents raised me, education was top importance. Like I couldn't do anything without doing my homework. I had to read books. But let's not pretend like a lot of our children we don't act like for example, these extracurricular activities are more important. Like we will put our children in basketball, sports, singing, dance, all of these things. But how many of us put our children in science and math and tutoring and things of this nature?
Or robotics.
And especially STEM, it's robotics. But and then we grow up, and I know so many people who give their children public school education but are paying for extracurricular activities, but then the child goes to high school and graduates, and you're like, oh, well, they're not ready for college. They'll get a trade. Yeah, because we trade them to death. Like that, you do not hear trade so much everywhere else into our community. And what it really is a lot of parents can't afford college. And a lot of parents don't save up for college. A lot of parents don't get off their butts and find all the scholarships. And it takes time. It could take years for that. And so we just trade them to death. And before we trade them to death, we say, well, just be the best basketball, football player. The whole family will show up, spend money. People will spend money on cleats and all this stuff, basketball, gym shoes. But your child can't do science and math. And I always tell people, we, like Jane said, we are going into the STEM employment type of environment.
Yep, AI.
So if your child isn't getting a quote unquote trade in something that's STEM, you're shook. Like we have no concept of how software and robots computers are about to replace us. And so it just makes no sense to me. So we act like, oh, well, don't let the rappers raise your child, but the rappers, the basketball players, that's what's raising us, and we encourage it because you can't pretend like for a lot of children. And what does that look like? That looks like basketball and rap is more important than education. And if we want education to be important, we have to make it important. Like my child only got 1 hour of screen time, and that meant phone, TV, or iPad a day. But guess what? She got a full scholarship to a great university and is studying engineering. So it's just like, what do you want for yourself? So I put pushback on that. They can get a trade. We got to stop saying that, because to me, when people say they can get a trade, that means I don't think you're good enough for college. I can't afford it, and I don't think you're good enough for it, which is ridiculous. So if they're not getting, I don't even know what you can get a trade in for STEM, but if it's not a trade in STEM, it's a wrap. Like, and I tell adults, anybody who wants to go back and get them.
I don't necessarily agree with that, because there's trades in like welding and things like that, and
this is what. Hold on.
Hold on.
How much is a full ride scholarship to college? How much is that?
Let me land my plane for a second, please. We cannot worry about. I mean, for some of us we can, but we cannot worry about when we speak to our children about what's popular now. We have to research the future and see how many welders will be needed in the future. And then we have to also look at what type of lifestyle we want for our children. We talk about building wealth, but then we say, oh no, be something else. Maybe you can do this and make 50,000, 100,000 when they can do the same thing in the same 4 years and make 150, 200,000. So I get that there are a lot of trades that are good for now. You know what I mean? Like, I get that, but that's cool if you're 30 or 40, maybe, and you don't even know. The world is changing faster. It's not going to take like how it took, so quick for computers and cell phone. It's not going to take that long anymore. So I think a lot of people who like trades, and I'm not hating on trades, but trades are not really the future. The future is STEM. So if it's, yes, there will be people who need to do this and that type of work, but I don't think, in welding, I'm sure the robots are coming for welding, and I'm not picking on trades, but I'm just saying, we talk about wealth building, we talk about the best, but is trades the best? Like, you know what I mean? And it could be, but I just don't think we look into the future enough. Because, hold on.
Yeah.
I'll just land. Because if you have a child that's 1 year old, you have a child that's 20 years old, an 18-year-old child has what? 40, 50 more years of working. So you better be sure that the job, the direction you push your child in can last the next 60 years. And most of these jobs won't. STEM is the future. So, and I'll land here for real. We look a lot, we research a lot of the past, but we have to start researching a lot more of the future, especially when it comes to your children.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say to Nandi before anyone else goes. Well, so I'm gonna send you a list of like the jobs that are going to be here after the AI, because they're projecting that like with the sudden rise of AI, especially in our job field, we're going to see a big decrease of like worker jobs, right? So you already see it with like the supermarket, for instance, or the grocery store. What's it called? Amazon has a whole self checkout type of deal, but not even self checkout anymore. There's not even security in the store anymore. It knows.
Hey, hold on. Yes, there is.
Hold on.
Wait, Ahmad is speaking. Finish, JD, please.
So, like I said, AI is really about to shake up the entire working class. and especially because of the fact that Black people are usually in trader jobs, like you have to think about that. Artificial intelligence moves at an like impossible speed for us to keep up as humans, and it relieves us of all of these jobs that we actually do not want to do. Right? That's it's never like we've always wanted to get away from that. So it's about to turn us as Black people into the peasant class if we keep doing the same things that we're doing right now. So yeah, of course we should definitely invest into some type of trade, right? But combine it with something that is going to relate within AI and STEM. Combine it with something that is going to be equitable for you in the future. That's what at least I'm looking into right now. Like I'm learning about coding, but also I'm learning about coding specific systems that are in houses. So I know like okay, there's always going to be a market for like house development. Why the hell am I not learning about coding in houses? Right? Because houses are going to run on codes now. And I mean like on a very specific security system or on a very specific what's it called home system, and you never know what you could do and how real estate is going to look in the next 20 years, right? We could be having self-speaking houses at some point. So I just want to say like that's really important to you. Nandy, I'm going to send you that. I just have to say, I just have to.
Wait. Jesus. Is the recipe club back? Who is next in the queue? I think they're still doing music or the segment's done. Who is next in the queue? JD, thank you so much for that information.
Can I just counterclock on the trade thing? That's it. I only got one. I'll make it quick and short. I was gonna say how much is a scholarship to college, right? And this is how you guys can help secure your children's future. You think about the scholarship, right? The scholarship is like, let's say it's $80,000 a year for a full ride to college. If you pay for your kids' tuition from K through 12, that's going to be $80,000. And when you pay for the tuition, all of their teachers going to have their PhDs because they're going to a school that you're paying for tuition for. That way they're getting SAT prep and ACT prep in 3rd grade and not in 11th or the 9th. You know what I'm saying? They're not prolonging the situation. They're training them before like the time comes for them to be prepared for college throughout their whole school years. And that money that you paid in the tuition through K through 12, that's their scholarship automatically. We be thinking like, why do these private schools get automatically top pick? They're not getting top pick. They paid for it already.
Good point. I like that. Good point.
Nandy, can I be on the queue for now? Can I respond really quickly to that? Let's not get confused with these private schools. Their kids are the kids that failed the quickest as well out of school. So we have to really have the full context here. They struggle when they go because they don't have the support. And so and then to jump on to STEM isn't the future. STEM is now. You do have to start looking and trying to find where your children can be the most happy, I should say, in what they're doing. I started my children in STEM in the 1st grade. So they've been on a STEM track that entire time. So there are things that we can do within our community to enhance it's really about exposure. That's the key word, is exposing them to things that maybe we weren't exposed to because it wasn't there. But to have this notion that if you pay for private school tuition from K through 12, that your child is automatically going to get a scholarship and they're going to have the access to the best teachers, that is not accurate. And those are the students that we see drop out after the 1st semester because they don't know how to critically think. It's about, they memorize. The biggest thing is college teaches you to critically think. That's where you find the most success. So I just wanted to piggyback off of that and let people know that's not the way. Have your kids work with one of these companies that's paying for tuition. Target, they're saying all their employees, they'll pay for them to go to school. And the schools, the career fields that they're looking at are STEM-based careers. So those are the ways that we need to go and navigate if we're struggling with college. And then to state, someone was talking about, rap and how it negatively affects us and all of these things. Listen, there's some rappers doing some great things in the community. I won't go into all of it, but I will just let it be known. J and B just donated every dime that they got for their Tiffany, for the Tiffany campaign, they put that back into HBCUs. So when we want to be critical and say about morality and more, listen, that's artistry. Like they have a right to speak on whatever they want to. But if you're thinking that in some way we should hold a rapper to some type of community activist level, you're crazy.
They ain't sign up for that.
Exactly. Like they're out here giving music and the second thing, and I'm a land. And the biggest consumers of rap is not even us, it's white America. And so I'll land my plane.
All right, so I wanna hold on 1 second. Here's the only issue that I have when we have these conversations, right? When I said watch your children, right? This is how I gauge my child. I gauge her on a talent, which is a want, and I gauge her on a need in the future. That's it. I believe that wealth equals options. If we are telling people, don't do this, don't do this, here's the problem. Black people have been trying to be a monolith for the longest, and guess what it's doing? It's getting us nowhere. The problem is that we're not discussing options. Not every child needs to be in private school. I didn't go to private school, but guess what? I have more talent than many children who never knew that a lot of programs existed in public school. Like when it comes to the music, when it comes to art, dance, etc. I have way more talent, and it's like I'm like, why is it that you guys don't have the same amount of versatility? And they're like, oh, we went to public school. I said, no, I went to public school too. So obviously, the parents were lacking in what it is that they should be paying attention to their children when their children were young. So that's the issue. I just feel like parents just need to pay attention, open up options, so that way their children are like, okay, all right, if I can see where you're good in this, I can see where you're good in that, right? What's a talent and what's a need? That's it. And that's how I think that's the best way to go about things, so that way your child will never ever be hungry when they do go to school later on, when they do go to college, when they do pick a trade, etc. Like they will always have a place to make money, and that's what I'm saying. So let's not rule out private school, and let's not rule out public schools. Let's make sure that we are cultivating our children and course correcting. That is my thing. And then also, like I said, first of all, I would never ever hold a rapper to any standard ever to run the community ever. Okay, what I said was, why are we addicted to this kind of culture in the first place? Like, why are we sitting here writing for it? Like why are we fighting for it so hard? It doesn't make sense to me. I feel like we have other things to put our energy into, and we're sitting here like, oh no, fight for the rappers. For what? Like, obviously they don't owe us anything, and I don't feel like we owe them anything. And I'm the
and they don't give a fuck about it.
Can I speak on what Miss Jane just said? It's a real quick point. I just have to say, and with Miss Sugar, she said about like how like public school and private school. Absolutely. My mom was a single mother of 3 kids. Me and my brother are the same father. Me and my sister do not. So my mom was a single mother of kids on on housing, on welfare, everything. My sister just graduated with her bachelor's degree in political science, and she was pregnant. She was pregnant with my niece, who's just 1. So it's definitely capable to do that. I feel as though we have to also let it be known that it's okay for your kids to have dreams, and if they don't want to go to college and they actually want to do a trade school, that is also okay. For example, my brother-in-law, he didn't want to go to college, and his dad pushed him. His mom pushed him to go to college, and he was like, no, he didn't want to. He went to college, and he just dropped out of college. He went to a trade school. He's doing plumbing, heating, and gas. That is something that is going to be generational for himself. That is going to be a trade that is always going to be needed: plumbing, heating, and gas, because you're going to need an air conditioner. You're going to need your gas line fixed. You're going to need your heat fixed in your house. You're going to need your electricity fixed. Another good trade that we're always going to need. Now, Black women, we love our motherfucking hair. We're always going to need motherfucking cosmetologists. Yes, we can do things on our own and cut our laces and put them on ourselves, but we're always going to need people to dye our hair and do treatments on our hair and do things like that. So when you say trades, LPN programs, those are a lot of trades. Those are a lot of things that we can do. You know what I mean? So when you say trades, we're always going to need doctors. We're always going to need nurses. We're always going to need, those types of people. So when you think of trade, you also have to think, yes, STEM is very much important in our world right now, but don't also knock the other jobs and the other things that are being taught in trade schools, LPNs, and whatever else, nurse practitioner nurses. dentist workers, dental assistants, like things like that, welding, mechanics, all those things. We have cars. We're gonna need our cars fixed. So don't sit there and frown upon going to trade school because we need motherfuckers to fix our car. Because bitch, I'm not breaking a motherfucking nail trying to fix a damn tire. That's their job. So I just want to make that a valid point that we're always gonna need those things in those trade areas. Yes, STEM is very prevalent and very important for us. Now, Anita, yeah,
we need a queue, man, because everybody's trying to go at once. Yeah, like, no, I just want to say, like, I'm gonna send you the list. So I sent Mandy the list from 2030, but there's a list to up to 2050. Like, if flight attendants and nurse practitioners are going to be are going to be replaced by AI, and you like that's projected already. This is not a. This is what I mean. Like, this is not a. People have found out throughout AI testing for over the last 10 years that there's a lot of jobs that we're doing that we don't have to do, like gas, water, all of the things that you talked about that could all be automatic, and most people are actually running into an automatic system. So, like, up until 2050, there's jobs that are going to disappear because of the fact that we have the emergence of AI, right? And I really like. I'm not talking about STEM in particular. I'm talking about artificial intelligence. I really suggest that everyone looks into artificial intelligence and learns about like they're working on their first robot flight attendant right now. Like right now, they're letting them test fly, right? With a helping flight attendant. And then what are you gonna need? An overseer and 2 robots, and that's it. You don't need nothing else. And then all of a sudden it's going to be automatic. So like I just want to like the way in which the cell phone and especially the iPhone, the rate in which we got the iPhone to the state that it is in now, where we can open up our phone with our face. Like I want you to really think and really sit there and be like, in the next 20 years, this could all be gone. Like it's not like nothing is assured anymore, especially for the working class. So that's why I find it very important that people actually look past trades. And I'm not knocking on them. I'm not saying that people shouldn't invest into them, but combine them with something that is around coding, because that will be the best way in which you can still maintain some type of like equity in the future. I really think.
Yeah, well, they teach. They
also doctors are already using robots for surgery.
Yes, they are. We definitely have to research this and know just because they might need this or that or other, how many people are they going to need? So I think we should definitely research the future of AI and robotics for sure. But
Sugar, I was going to say you're right, because my mom had her whole hysterectomy done with a robot, pretty much. So,
well, we have a choice, guys, as human rights. Will we have a choice to say no? I don't want a robot flying me. No, I don't want a robot operating.
We don't really have a choice.
In the beginning, we probably will, but like, remember when we had that choice at the cash at the grocery store where you could still go for a human cash.
Okay.
A human cashier, right? And that was fine. And then all of a sudden, it's like for us right now, we have one automated store, and there's literally like one person just walking around. That's it. And the store, like the clerks come in to fill everything in the morning. Every Wednesday, Tuesday, every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and then they leave. That's it. That's the whole work. So imagine that. And I really even like Nandi, you've seen that list. Like that list is so, it's so scary to like. I'll read one of the lists in which I was like, shit, wow, I can't imagine that. Like, so Fisher, and this sounds so weird, but like I've always imagined, because of the fact that like fishing is such a, it's not only a sport, it's also something that like people do with care. People do with they run a whole village around fishing, right? That's going to be automatic. So then, what's going to happen to those fishing villages? Obsolete, right? That's a crisis right there. That's an economical crisis right there. So it's very scary to see like that by itself. Yeah, I like this list is for me lumberjack, obviously. Like it's really, really scary. So like that's why I'm excited for the future, but I'm also very conscious of where I'm going in, right? So I already have my degree in pedagogy. So now I want to get a degree in media, and after that I'm going to do at least something around specifically political journalism and coding, because I need to have the knowledge to understand like what's going on, how it's going on, and where it's going on. And I think that everybody should invest into at least some type of coding. It doesn't matter like as long as you combine it with a trade, it's going to help you out in the future. Even if you just do it for your friends and family, you can teach it to your community. Like that's also important. So yeah, that's all.
Hey mods, can you guys let Tay up?
Customer service is a slept on field too.
Absolutely.
The way I'm Travis, by the way. Good morning, nice to meet everybody. It's my first time here with y'all.
Morning.
My mother taught me. She said, "Son, if you're not gonna finish college, find you a skill set that you could use for the rest of your life. That's gonna benefit you in more than one area." So for me, it was customer service. It helped me get out my shy shell. Did customer service in person. Did customer service in call centers for Cox, Geico, numerous corporate American companies, and that helped me learn how to get comfortable talking to people, and it helped me out as far as what to say, what not to say, and it also helped me out as far as navigating networking in the music industry. And now also because I spent so many years doing customer service since 2011, I was luckily, thankful enough by the grace of God to be able to open up a roofing business with my father. So now when I'm walking up to people's houses and they need their roofs repaired and all that, man, I'm talking to them like I've known them for years. I mean, like it just comes easy. So like I would just say, whoever said that before, like 20 minutes ago, find out what your kid likes to do, early. They definitely right, because that's what happened with me and my mom. She noticed I like to talk a lot, so she's like, you know what, you need to get your butt into customer service, and eventually, and that's a field where we always, if something go wrong with our iPhone right now, we need to contact Apple support. Who on the phone with us? Customer service rep, right? So, like, y'all made some key points. You feel me? So, like, I'm just here. I'm listening. And I'm tuned in.
If I could really quick, can I say something really quick? I actually used to work for Apple, and we actually do have an AI that talks to you first, and then if the AI can't do the basic, whatever for your phone, then you get transferred to a person. So eventually, customer service reps might get replaced too because they're trying it out now.
Can I ask you a question, please? Good morning, everyone. Can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Good morning, beautiful queens. Beautiful queens. I just want to ask a question that's just been buzzing in my head all night. First of all, I want to say more. Is the owner of the room is here? Is he up? Oh, you sleep? Oh. I wanted to ask him a question. I just wanted to know, when was it okay, right, for us as Black kings and queens to support when somebody's a thief?
Oh my God! So you hear that we're talking about?
Yeah, I was gonna say something.
Yeah, I wanted to.
Can I say something?
No question.
Hold up.
Relax, guys.
Mute your mic. Okay, we're doing one at a time because we cannot understand what you are saying if everybody's talking at once. So I don't know who was responding to Tay's question,
Yeah, I was.
but go ahead and respond, and then we'll keep moving forward back and forth. But do not interrupt a moderator, please.
So I just wanted to say, Tay, and this is something that maybe I was annoyed when I said it. I'm sorry. I'm cooking, so I'm a little bit distracted. But we were having a very fruitful conversation around STEM, AI, raising children, education. Isn't that a really important thing for the Black community? Why
really is, right?
Wait. Hold up.
Why is this the moment that you choose to say, you know what? Let me interrupt that beautiful conversation and bring it back to that.
He just got here.
I just first.
He was not listening. He was listening in the audience. That's the point that he's making. Like read the room. Like you see that we're talking about something else, but you come up and shift the tone.
Why isn't anybody answering the question?
We already answered it. That's why.
It's been answered 55 times.
He just got here, y'all.
Because he Kim Zolciak. He tardy for the party. That's not our fault.
Hold on. Let me say something. Hello. I'll answer the question, then we're moving back to the more important conversation. The owner of this room, okay, he protects Black women, period. The issue with what's going on with Karen right now is the fact that men are coming at Karen at levels at which they should have came at men for doing much worse than Karen. So that is the standpoint of what the owner of this room opened up the room about. Men never attack men when men steal from each other. Men never attack men when they do worse to each other.
Can you give me an example?
Gladly, hold on.
Way.
I said, let me finish, and after we're moving on to a more important issue, okay? And yes, it's true. Men do not have the same energy for men the way that they always have that energy for Black women, and that's the issue, okay? And we're not gonna say no. Everybody, mute your mic because you're gonna listen, okay? And this is a fact. Do I support Karen and what she did? No, because like I said, I'm not into the hip hop industry, period. I don't support it, period. But that is true, okay? And all this took was for one guy, and then now everybody under the sun have this energy. They want to all come for her all at the same time. When, mind you, their issues with her is like more than 10 years ago. So hold on. No, hold on. I'm not done. I'm telling you where he stands on why he opened up the room. And then all we were discussing was the conversation that Jason Lee had about Nikki and about Karen and a couple other Black women, and that was it.
But yo, listen, can I say something?
Please stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting her.
But yo, y'all interrupted me. Let me finish.
But can you please let her finish first? Thank you.
Can you get Tay off the stage, please? Good morning, everybody.
Yeah. So
I knew that was gonna happen.
He will answer. Yeah, he's sleeping, and he's not going to be able to answer that question until he wakes up. And until then, yeah, like I said, if you're gonna support one thief, then support all the damn thieves, right? Because all the rappers are fucking thieves anyway. That's all they rap about, right? So yeah, now we can move on.
This is okay. Can I say something? Thank y'all so much. I just wanted to say something really
quick. I knew that was going to happen.
Exactly.
They get you, they butter you up like that.
Good morning, everybody. Is there a way that we can restart the room? Because are we still on the topic? Because
I was going to jump in on what we were talking about before, Nate. I was kind of talking, sis. Can I just go really quick? Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Aaliyah.
Thank you, Jane. I just wanted to piggyback off what JD was saying because I wanted to go back to that conversation. It was a really good one. I think it's really important to get your kids in STEM. For the longest time, I let people in my community, I let people around me try to convince me that STEM was only good for white people, okay? And especially white, basic men, okay? But then I'm like 25 years old, doing my thing. I have 2 degrees working on my master's, so I'm super excited about that, right?
We love that for you, Queen. Yes, keep up the good work.
Thank you. They're all in liberal arts, right? So like political science, criminology, and now criminal justice administration.
Oh,
I want to be a lawyer and talk about people. But what I realized is even throughout my studies, everything always goes back to tech. Think about it. Every tech, even if I want to be an attorney, right? Every tech company has a lawyer, right? And you're still going to have to know some type of coding. So what I did was I took it upon myself to join a free boot camp. There's so many programs out there for us Black people, especially females. Like I need us women to really, I need us women to get out there and apply for these programs, okay? Because when I went, I learned how to code in HTML, JavaScript, and CSS. So what I say to that is like, you can do anything you put your mind to, because I thought for the longest time I could never do STEM, but now I can finally say I'm a part of that field. I can teach it to my community like JD was saying, like others were saying. It is the future. As much as we have a lot of these jobs, y'all, a lot of jobs are being replaced by robots. AI is literally the future. Look at our currency. People are starting to do this crypto thing. Like it's coming whether we want to believe it or not. And yes, jobs will still be here, but a lot of them will be obsolete, and we have to be realistic about that. So start young. If you're already older, still research, still do what you need to do. But like if you have kids, like Jane was saying, definitely figure out what they do at an early age, but find a way to pair tech with it.
If I could jump in really quick on the AI aspect of jobs being obsolete, I just came up to say this really quick. I think the conversation will kind of shift to where, although jobs are going obsolete, the idea of working to live will be reevaluated, and like the discussion of equity within America will be reevaluated. That's kind of what AOC is talking about in the Green New Deal. As times advance, we have to reevaluate. Should people have to work to live? And I think those conversations will start happening, because as soon as more and more jobs go obsolete, there's only going to be so many jobs, and we're going to have to kind of restructure how we talk about work.
And that's my point. I think that like right now we're looking at a society worldwide. This is because of the internet. Like we're all so connected, and everything is happening. Everything that's happening in Sweden is like on the verge of happening in like Amsterdam, and then all of a sudden it happens like everywhere around the world. You know what I mean? So I think that like that speed and the way in which we communicate, and even the way in which we live in society, like we've seen throughout the pandemic, like certain things are just not necessary. Like I don't have to go into the office to do my job. And they kept that from women for years. They said to women, like, you can only work in the office. And so because of that, this is why we can't give you equal pay, because you're supposed to be at home. You know, you're going to be at home at some point with a child. And they said that they couldn't work from home, and they could. They could have always done that, right? And it could have been something that could have worked for them and for their children in a more in a system that could actually like benefit them as people. But no. So now that we're actually getting there, and we're seeing that. Now you're seeing a bunch of company policies change, because honestly they're getting ready for AI. They're getting ready to send a bunch of people out, right, and start creating this entire system around the fact that people are just not going to work anymore. And let me tell you, a bunch of people are going to be happy about that right in the beginning, mainly because of the fact that they think like, okay, great, this is a system that we could all benefit from, because psychologically speaking, we don't want to work. Like our bodies and our brains are actually not wired to work, right? We work because we need, and that's why we work. But there's no necessity for work actually, if you really start thinking about it. So, or at least not these odd jobs, like these things that should be arbitrary. So like I said, like when that happens, there is a moment where if you look into it, the class of people that is in those jobs the most is going to plummet financially. Like it's impossible for us to have um, the same financial level, right? If our job opportunities disappear. So then what are we going to do? So that's why I'm telling as many Black people as I can, like, go and learn about AI. Go and learn about like where we're going in the next 20 years. They took a freaking space flight to the moon, and to Mars, right? So we have to, like, commercial space flight is going to be a thing. We have to be a lot more aware of the situation that we're in right now. We can't think in the same situation as we did like the last 20 years, because it hasn't benefited us. So we have to really be upfront with ourselves and constantly like look at our situation. Like you said, look at the way in which we're going to live in the next society. Black people we just have to be a lot more aware of where we're going in society. The society doesn't, allow us the same opportunity. So it's really, 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 really neat.
And when we talk about how the rich is going to get rich, the poor is going to be poor, and the middle class is going to become extinct, well, this is a good way how. You know what I mean? A lot of people who, work their way up at certain jobs, those jobs are going to be obsolete. And I'll tell a short story and then I'll land. I worked at one job in one department. It had about maybe 100 people in that department. I went back 4 years later to the same job, and I think they bought three machines, and 3 machines equaled 15 people. So they were like 45. They bought 3 machines, so it's like 45 people less than. And this was a corporate office job. 45 people less than what was there 4 years ago. And I'm sure a lot of you. I know I've been into a Walgreens where there weren't any cashiers at all. It was just one person who would help if you needed help with the self checkout. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, you're definitely right, Sugar, and that's the reason why, like, I'm here, like, we are focused on all the wrong things. Like, we are focused on intangible fights. We are focused about things that are not going to help us in the next pandemic, which another one is coming, because there's a world reset that's going to happen. Notice how many people are dying. Notice how much, like, the food supply, right? And I'm not going to say that there's a food shortage, because we will never run out of food. But like, just notice how like things are changing in your local supermarkets, right? Black people are not paying attention to these things, and it's like you said, the rich is going to get richer, the poor is going to get poorer, and that's because they're setting up a new caste system. So while we're sitting here fighting things like fighting for things like hip hop and fighting racism and colorism, guess what these people are doing? They're literally just fighting to make sure that they stay on top and they become richer and richer, where they can survive the next world reset. And I think that if we start to shift our mind and shift where we put our focus and shift where we put our kids, right? That's what's going to help us in the next move. Because honestly, like when I sit and listen to some of these rooms and what it is that we're focused on, I'm like, oh my gosh, like would people just shut up and like just think about something else? And that's why we've been having like our other rooms, right? We've been having our quote unquote conspiracy rooms. We've been having our career rooms. We held many career rooms actually and filled up the room with like hundreds of people. And that's because people are interested in this, right? So if you're saying that, oh, you know, if you hold a room and nobody's not coming in, then maybe you need to change your circle. Stay away from people that are going to lower your net worth. Because these things are it's going to happen. They even have like right now like the new credit system, right? I think it's called I can't remember what it's called, but they literally have a point. Yes, it's a point system based on like your criminal history, like legit. Like if you have anything on your criminal record, then you will have like a red on your score, like pretty much that Black Mirror episode where that girl had to like
about the social score.
Yes, it's like a social score. Like they literally have it for everybody in your entire family. You get what I'm saying? So it's like these things are in place. Like y'all need to start paying attention. Stop fighting for shit that's gonna keep landing you in jail and make felons, and start paying attention to the things that the new world leaders are looking at. And guess what? Once you're there, when everything resets, you're stuck there. There's no you coming out. There's no you reaching your hand out to anybody to help you. None of that. Like you're stuck in that position. So that's why it's more important to talk about these things than whatever else everybody wants to argue about, because it doesn't matter after that.
I just want to say this just for a little bit of a spoiler. I am whatever JG was talking about. I'm getting into that now, and I know my man is in those companies and stuff like that. But just a little bit of a spoiler. It's gonna come soon as you think. They're thinking about starting this shit like next year, probably mid. I'll say like maybe spring, maybe spring. But it's gonna come very very fast. So if I were y'all, get on it.
Yeah, like automated trains are happening right now here. Like they're projecting to start riding at 2024, 2025. That's 3 years away. What the fuck am I doing? Like that's too much. That's too little. Like I have too little time. Imagine that, like automated trains. So that means in a couple of years from now, or in a decade from now, we're not gonna have no more we're not gonna have no more conductors. We're gonna have someone that makes sure that the machine is driving, right? But it's like at some point it becomes completely automatic, so it becomes obsolete to have that, and that's the point. So, yeah.
I just wanted to provide some clarity for the healthcare field. I am a nurse practitioner, and yes, we do use robotics and all types of AI during, during healthcare. But let's be clear. We will always need physicians, nurses. I don't want to deter anyone that is still considered under STEM. So if you have a child that wants to go into medicine, they will still have a job. There are certain things that robots are not going to be able to do. Robots are not going to be able to give empathy to a patient who's being told they're being put on hospice. So there's things that we will always still need in the medicine realm. I'm not sure if it was Jane, but to someone's point, it might have been Jane that said this. I don't know. I do again think it's exposure, right? Because my group of friends, we're already talking about this. We've been talking about this. My friends that are coders, they've been doing this. They've been in AI. So to say, that Black folks were just not thinking about this, we don't have, that's just not true. That's disingenuous to our community. We are thinking about these things. We are positioning ourselves. We are giving these jobs at Google and making, like, most people don't realize this. Google sales reps, they're millionaires. They are here making $1 million to provide customer service, and because they know engineering easily. So my group of friends, and I think it's about who you keep company with. We've been having these discussions. So again, it's encouraging that next generation, and again, just challenging your children. Like, yes, we're gonna need artistry. I think that's very important as well. But also challenging our children. Okay, what are you gonna be able to do? Where do you see yourselves? Again, these exposure is my biggest word. Talking to other parents that have been successful in these realms of getting the kids.
Shannon, I'm gonna pause you because I hear what you're saying, but your group of friends is a very small minority, and this is why we hold the rooms that we hold, because this conversation is not being had, and this is why the rooms fill up the way it does, because the conversation is not being had. It's a very small minority of people in the community that do these things, and you think it's a large amount, but it's not. You guys are the exception to the rule, and this is why we talk about this stuff, because it doesn't get talked about. Continue.
Yeah, like I said, I believe it's the company that you keep, right? So
okay,
maybe I am. I just was
the company that you keep. Wait a second. It is the company that you keep, right? So why is it that such a large amount of people aren't having this conversation? And why is it just to your friends only? You get what I'm saying?
Hold on. Let me say something real quick, right? Because I'm the one that even brought up this entire conversation. Why? Because I really don't give a shit about the main topic of this room in the first place, right? And also, when I say collective, I mean collective, which means obviously if you put your hand into a cup of marbles, and majority of the marbles that you hold in your hand is practicing the same thing, then we are the marbles that's practicing the same thing, while the few that did not come into my hand are not. So obviously when I said as a collective we are focused on the wrong thing, it's really true. So I never said that all black people are not trying to think about the future. And honestly, the way that you spoke, I wouldn't have even known that that's what you were into, because you talked about supporting rappers, and I said, why do we need to? Like, rappers will always make their money. Obviously, the number one, their money usually do come from white people. So I'm like, why are we sitting here fighting for hip hop culture? It doesn't do anything for us. We don't even funnel money into it. And on top of that, they don't funnel their money back into us. So why are we focused on this when all it does, like, all we do is listen to it, and then we perpetuate the same damn pattern in the music. Other than that, I really don't care.
That's not fair.
Yeah.
But I didn't say that, Jane.
Hold on. No, I just think you want to argue with me, Shannon. Okay, because everybody else understands what I'm saying, and you're the only one that's literally going back and forth with me on everything that we actually do agree on when it comes to the career field. So other than that, it's like I feel like you're not listening and you just want to argue. Other than that, I do agree. Yes, we're having the conversation. Yes, it's the company that we keep, and that's why the company that I keep will always focus on more better things rather than arguing about goddamn hip hop.
So can I respond? Can I respond, please? Because I was interrupted. Can I respond? Can I respond?
One quick
yeah, you were interrupted because moderators can interrupt. It's our. I know, but I was asking if I could respectfully respond to what was said.
And then right after this, because I kind of want to I'll make sure that everything's fine and okay. I actually wanted to talk about this as well because I like the company that you keep is really important. But Jane, what you said about like Black people, we need to watch ourselves, right? We also need to watch our children more. Jane and I had a room like I think a couple of months ago. Jane, I don't know if you remember this room, but the Black ableism room where we talked about like how learning disabilities are like one of the most unknown things in our community, right? Still to this day. And I think like especially the thing that you said about empathy sparked my thought around that, Shannon, because I think it's really it's not only important for us to look into like the wealth that we can build, but also the wealth that is inside of us, right? And like a lot of people were saying like, oh, for some people school is not made, or school is not made for some people, but I don't think that's the case. I definitely think that there's certain things that sit in our way specifically that we are not analyzing enough for our children, and we are not giving them the grace of like learning them truly, right, completely, and understanding what they can go through as children, right? So definitely that, like I like learning disabilities need to have a bigger lens on them as we go into this newer system, so that we can understand what our children, what works best in education for our children, and also what works best psychologically for our children. Because like, I don't want to psychologically damage the next generation at all. I want them to have the most free experience that I never would be able to have with all the damage that my parents and their parents and their parents did on them, and then return to me. Well, my parents didn't do a lot, but you get my point, right? So I think it's really important that we focus on that as well. But yeah, I'm so sorry, Shannon. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to say, Jane, my comments were not argumentative at all with you. Like that's not even my energy. But moving to what I was stating, this is the reason we can't proceed and we can't push the culture forward. Is that just here in the space, it's like, oh well, you like rapping, you like that doesn't matter. Like I'm a person that supports anybody that is doing the thug fizzle. It doesn't matter. It might not be my lane, but I don't worry about anybody else's lane. And so all I'm trying to do is say, like, hey, these conversations are being had. If your group isn't having the conversation, start having them, because you're truly behind the 8 ball. There are, a sector of our community. Now I'm hearing that this isn't really happening, but, I didn't know that. I figured everyone was having these conversations. Everybody was aware that AI is coming and that's, kind of the next wave, quote unquote, in air quotes. But again, like I wasn't attacking anybody's ideologies. I wasn't attacking how anybody felt. And to say, because I say that, I'm not holding rappers to the level of a community advisor, a leader, means that I'm not somewhat educated. Like that's just, and I'll let my like I don't want to argue.
See, and that's what I mean. You're still trying to argue. I said I wouldn't have thought that you were interested in that because of the conversation that you initially came in with to combat what I was saying. I'm the one that shifted the conversation, period. Because I'm listening and I'm like, what are we actually arguing about? Like, we're arguing about protecting rappers. We're arguing about hip hop culture, which we know is damaging to our children. So I shifted the conversation myself. And that's what I said. I did not say you were not educated. I actually believe that everybody in this room is educated. The problem is, even with education, our focus is in the wrong thing. Our focus is not on our children and moving them forward. Because the world is not going to care about all of this in the next 5 years. It's not. And guess what? The world is a cold place. It doesn't care about whether or not, let's have empathy for the fact that these kids are more focused on artistry rather than the needs of AI. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't care. And that's why I shifted the conversation. So to keep the fact that it's like every time I speak, you're trying to tell me, oh yeah, I'm being disingenuous. I'm being disingenuous. Like, no, honestly, at this point, it's a conversation between you and I. It's not gonna be progressive. We can move on to the next person. You want to argue with me? Argue with me in a private if I have time. Other than that, like, I'm not about to keep going back and forth with you. Because I never said that you were not educated.
I just want to. I'm an educator out here in Oakland, California, but also I teach media.
Oh yeah.
There's a couple of points. There's a couple of points I want to touch. This conversation of hip hop being dangerous is not true. Hip hop culture is not dangerous. Our culture has saved a lot of us, right? through a program.
Wait, I'm so sorry.
Wait.
Let him talk.
I'm going to get through.
No, hold up.
JD, hold on, JD. I'm gonna get the. I'm gonna let you talk. Just want to say. I'm gonna talk about that. Then I'm gonna go back to STEM and education. I just want to say that.
Can you just skip that? Like because of the fact
I can't just because it's been said so many times. I just want to just clarify real quick because of education and when we are talking about STEM. Oh, just real quick. I teach media, right? And the way I've connected to children for 20 years has been through hip hop, right? And it has saved a lot. So I just want to just clarify.
Yeah, no, I understand.
That, we just
again, Dinas, when we talk about media.
I just said that I'm going to media now.
When we talk about media, right? We talk about comprehensive listening, and we talk about specifically understanding the culture and understanding how the culture functions, and understanding what we serve to be as like I don't know which branch of media you operate in.
Audio broadcasting.
Okay,
yeah, media
great.
literacy.
So that's still journalism, right? So
Absolutely.
again, like you operate as a window through society, right? To society, right? Whether that's political, whether that's cultural, whether that's specifically for the arts, like it's always going to be something that gives you a window, gives society a window to basically operate under, right? And I think it's really important that we focus on that. Like obviously, when it comes to hip hop culture, I don't think that I don't think debate is going to be beneficial. Like, or even the naming that it's not dangerous is very triggering for a lot of people. So I just
what I'm saying though is that JD, there may be some facets, some parts, right? Being down for Oakland, right? People say Oakland's dangerous, right? I can acknowledge that the Oakland's not dangerous at the same time. And what I'm saying by that is, and I'm moving past that now. All I'm saying is that we can't put this umbrella that these things aren't beneficial and that there aren't ways that we've been able to help others. So I'll leave that alone now. That's all I'm saying. So we can't just put it like, oh, you can't help these rappers. I've helped rappers that were teenagers who are now back in the community working. You understand what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that we can't just put this scope. It was triggering myself.
But I can, and I will.
You're right.
And I will.
You are absolutely right. You are.
Look, the only time I want to
Can I say something real quick, please?
Wait, 1 second. The only time I want to hear about hip hop and kids is Hip Hop Dairy. That's it.
I just want to say this. I'm not surprised that you said what you said because it might help Black men in the hip hop industry, but it does not help Black women in the hip hop industry. Because a lot of things that has been going on in the hip hop culture has been very degrading towards Black women. Now, if you want to sit here and say that it helps y'all, okay, cool. But let's keep it real. Majority of the rappers that some of y'all glorify have talked about the same things that they're in jail for. So we can't say that it helps people, but yet the same people are still going to jail and rap about the same thing. You can see by the younger generation, they're talking about the same goddamn things that the older generation are talking about. And it has not gotten them anywhere. But yet jail or a casket. So yeah, it might help Black men, but Black women, no, it don't, because a lot of that has been towards the hip hop culture or people spreading misinformation about Black women and have a lot of hatred.
Absolutely. And I don't want to take away from the conversation I was really having. I would definitely stop leaning on point. And I apologize. You are right in that area.
So can you talk about how
there are aspects of what I think it was JD was saying earlier about whatever somebody wants to do, there should be an aspect of like STEM coding. And also there was a sister earlier talking about making sure that we focus on coding or focus on STEM. It's important. We also have to acknowledge access and lack of access and how we need to advocate that especially for public schools and things of that nature where folks don't have the monetary gains to be able to get into these programs to really start pushing these into the everyday school system. I teach 10th grade, 9th and 10th grade, and I have some students that we're kind of like starting at keyboard, just learning simple shortcuts and things of that nature. And so I 100% agree with you all about the need to, because trade's always going to be there. However, if you're able to, build your own website, you're able to, code all these things, not only are you doing something in a manual labor area, but you're also doing something in a service area that's more prevalent than it was 10 years ago, So I just wanted to say it is definitely important, but we also have to acknowledge that somebody said that Black folks are we're not looking into the future when, depending on where you're at, you are looking just to survive. And so it's changing, just all these outcomes, which does go into pushing into making sure that access is available for even the areas that are most often forgotten.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask you one thing, because you said that you were a teacher in like audio broadcasting, right? So maybe this will help mothers or fathers whose children are interested in going into media, because, like, as you know, print media is slowly disappearing, right? So the print media is disappearing first, and then after that, the blogs and all of the other things will slowly fade away as well, because people are just not interested in reading anymore. Like, there's like these researches, I don't know if anyone knows this, but there's these researches that look at like how you look at a page and where you scroll to and where you then leave the page. So news outlets are very keen and very beknownst of the fact that, like, certain things are just not they're just not attracting viewers anymore, right? And audio is this new quote unquote thing, especially the rise of podcasting, right? Is changing the market dynamically. So I don't know if you wanted to touch up on that a little bit. Like, what are you encouraging young students who want to go into the media world, and how are you encouraging them? And especially with this outlook on like how AI is going to change everything, like how are you encouraging them in particular to like stay in school, do certain things, and what market they could possibly go in?
As far as staying in school, for me, I push college. However, I push education overall over everything, which means that there are some self-taught, self-mastery things that you are able to learn. But the algorithms, we're beginning right now. Right now we're in a computer, we're in a media literacy, like just understanding how things work around us. And you're using your phone, the things you're looking at, how algorithms pay into that, and that is, excuse me, it's in advertising and things of that nature. I haven't been able to go that broad. I haven't been able to go that deep. Right now, it's understanding that media is a way for you to, one, if you are looking to build your own business, that these are things that can help you and all that, right? A lot of our students, at the end of the day, they're going to go to work. They're going to go to school for social justice. They're going to go to school for education. They're going to go for things that are going back to the community, and media can help them with that. And that's really all I can have that conversation with. A lot of young folks I've worked with, they want to be doctors, they want to be lawyers, they want to be social workers, they want to be educators, because those are the things that matter to them around their neighborhood. Even though we talk about, I worked in tech at one point, and I want them to get into the tech field, I want to see them grow beyond, they still want to push back into the community. So as my meet from there, media for me is how do we get y'all to a better life and to be able to come back and give back. So I can't really answer your question besides just trying to really.
I was going to say that.
Yeah, but I mean, you got. I from how I'm hearing it, and I may be wrong, but how it's sounding is that a lot of folks are disconnected from the young folks, and I hear what everybody's saying, and absolutely, we want to push them into better careers. However, there are a lot of young folks who are going back to making sure that they're building up their community. So, like, as much as we want them working in Google, we want them working and being mechanical engineers or computer engineers and everything, they're going to school for social work so they can come back and help the same young folks that they were.
But I just want to say they're doing that because that's what they're being pushed into. Like, I told my daughter, save yourself first. So go into STEM. Yeah. But if we tell them to be these social warriors, because what it really is, what you just said to me, is we're basically teaching our children, pushing our children into lower earning professions.
No, we're not pushing our children.
No, that's not what you said, but that's what it is when they go into social work and all this stuff. Because it's like, how many of us say, like, I told my daughter, no, I want you.
But that's why I agree with the STEM being also a part of that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and I heard what you said, but I just wanted to comment on that end part of why they want to go back and help in those capacities, because really
we should be pushing them to go back so they can be scientists and chemists and mathematicians, and then if they want to go back, quote unquote, in the community. So I just wanted to say that.
And I hear that, and I absolutely, I won't say I fully agree, but I hear you, and I partly agree with it. However, you can't change folks from what they really feel like is their God-given passion or what they're chosen to do. It's hard.
So let me jump in here. This is Naika. So I think you're missing what they're trying to say, but I also disagree to a certain extent too. So one, I think you're missing that what they're trying to communicate is that our culture, particularly in the Black community, pushes entertainment on our children. So they can either be athletes or music artists, but that's it. We don't give them the spectrum of career. So this idea that you're trying to act like, well, we can't change what their passion is, we can. It's all about the culture. So if the culture was pushing STEM as the thing to do, culture was pushing STEM, then all the Black kids would want to go in STEM. They wouldn't want to be. But if I go to a school, into a classroom in the city, the inner city that I live in right now, and I ask 9 out of 10 Black boys what they want to be, 9 out of 10 of them are going to tell me they want to be a rapper or they want to play basketball in the NBA, period. It's no question of that. So there is a responsibility that we have to the culture, to our community, as teachers, educators, community activists, as parents, to change that trajectory. So we're not going to act like we have no control, because that's not true. Now, the other thing that I want to say is, I do think we have a new generation that's coming up of entrepreneurship that I've never seen before in this youngest generation, where we see lots more children who are not only going for education, but they're really empowered to start their own businesses. And I think that I do give hip hop some credit, the Kanye West of the world, who talked about being a college dropout but following his passion. And I also give social media some credit for that piece of it. But I am in no way negating the point that they were trying to make, in the sense that we have a responsibility to expand. I'm not saying we have to just stop, allowing kids to have hoop dreams or music dreams at all. But we know that most of the kids that have those dreams will never make it. And there's lots of other career fields that they can choose to go in and be highly successful and even make more money. And I'm like, why does everybody want to be the entertainment? Why everybody want to be the health? Why don't you want to be the owner, the music, the label owner, the NBA team owner? You know what I mean? That's what I want. I try to think about it. You know what I mean?
For my students that they want to rap, right? Okay, if you want to rap, that's what you designed on. Okay, so then if you want to do that, let's also learn how to publish. Let's also learn how to create your own website. We have students that are athletes. Let's teach you how to edit your own highlights, right? So these are all things that are just trying to give them another look on it. It's still in a media-based world, especially in the music side. Like, if this is what you want to do, I still need you to have a backup plan. I still want you to look into other things. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's still trying to push. When I say you're going to choose, you can still push somebody in one direction, but if their heart is set on something else, they're going to still stick there, but you still want to give them tools. And that's why I agree that STEM is absolutely important, because when we look at, I'm 36 years old. When I was in high school, CDs were still important. Folks making money burning CDs. And I was learning from reel-to-reel editing to digital editing. So I went from learning analog editing to going into a digital world. And so these are things is like trying to make sure that they are being built for success, and we're still taking on in the sector and technology, because a lot of us we haven't grasped the importance of technology yet. It's still a foreign thing. So I agree with you. I 100% agree with you.
And that's why I said that we should be cultivating needs and want, a need and a want. Like, pay attention to your kids while they're young, open up their learning spectrum, make sure that they're learning different languages, all this stuff. And even like the language thing, like, that's not even needed as much, because like they have translators now. But just like opening up your children to all options of life, and then whatever they're most powerful in, cultivate that need, cultivate a want, and make sure that they get at least one degree
because, like I said, it's the new caste system, whether we like it or not. And then after that, move forward. So like, even like trades now, like someone made a good point. She said, I don't want to hire a carpenter that learned how to freaking do a roof over YouTube. I still want him to have at least worked in an apprenticeship. And that's true. So, like education is the most important thing. It's the new social capital. And as long as you get some form of education and then, pretty much access whoever you can, if you know that it's also who you know. And then from there, like your name will always ring bells in all spaces. Like you would never go hungry and you would never go broke. So I think that's the most important part. Like make sure that we're multifaceted. Like this whole this dynamic that we have of like always trying to be one person at a time, every generation is killing us because we are stifling the true talent and the true needs that our children possess in them. And not every child wanted to be a basketball player or a rapper. A lot of these kids wanted to be scientists, and we stifled that out of them.
My ex-husband always said, what if we put computer labs in community centers and in neighborhoods the way we put basketball courts? What would that change? How would that change the trajectory of Black communities?
Ooh, we would not be trailing to zero, I'll tell you that much. We probably would be trailing to at least $1 million a person.
Because we know that God doesn't distribute intellect by zip code. So they're smart, talented, capable children of all color and racial and ethnic backgrounds. So we know it's not that, So you got to take some responsibility. We all have to, not putting it on anybody. I'm including myself in this, and that we have promoted a culture of, entertainment to our children and pigeonhole them in that way.
Right.
Can I say that? That's the truth.
Can I say something, please?
Sure.
Good morning, everyone. I always come from a different perspective because I'm West Indian. My parents are immigrants. So there's always been an emphasis on education and going to college. It's not an option. You have this is what is going to happen. So I am 28 years old. I have 2 master's degrees. I've been in my career. I make 6 figures at 28 because I did go to school. I went to college. I went to grad school. I obtained all these degrees. I too work in healthcare. What Shannon said about prosthetics, etc., becoming or technology being huge in the healthcare field. Yes, it is in the healthcare field, but more so on the data and for quality metrics. In healthcare, there will never be a robot doing surgery on you without an individual monitoring that robot. It's too much of a liability. Additionally, working in healthcare during this pandemic has taught me that while education is important, getting those degrees are important, having that career is important, but a career does not build legacy. I think in this conversation, we're talking about wealth and riches, but the one thing that other cultures have over the Black community is their focus on legacy. For example, my job currently is to build my career. I have my career. My funds through my career are to build legacy for my generations and generations to come. For example, I've invested into real estate. I flip property. I make my salary in one flip of property in less than a month. You get what I'm saying? I think that while we should encourage our kids to go to school and get those degrees, but your degree and the income that you get from a degree and working for these organizations is very, very limiting. My mind, like Jane said, you need to be multifaceted and expansive. These organizations that you're working for literally stunt you mentally. There is a cap of which that you can give yourself. Shannon is a nurse practitioner in the healthcare industry. My mother is also a nurse practitioner who worked at the bedside in the hospital during this pandemic. What did she do after this pandemic? She got out of the industry and started to work for herself. While we are encouraging our kids to go to school and obtain those degrees, and I think it's definitely necessary, we also need to have our kids think of a legacy outside of being workers. Workers don't become millionaires. Bosses do. So degrees to an extent, especially from a Black women perspective, in the rooms that I sit, I'm smarter than all these people. My mind is better than all these people and greater than all these people because not only am I 28 with these degrees, I'm a millennial. I grew up in a different time than these. I don't want to sound ageist, but these older people that I'm sitting and having that I'm reporting to in a lot of instances.
Be careful. Be careful.
I don't want to be an ageist, but it's very limited. It's very limited because the baby boomer generation, let's be real, they cannot retire. They haven't financially sustained themselves enough to be able to retire. So you have these people at 65, 75, almost 80 years old still working.
Better preach.
Shiva, what universities did you attend?
I went to Florida Atlantic University for my bachelor's in health services administration. I have a dual master's degree in public health and a master's degree in health services administration from Barry University.
Okay, because you talk about education and legacy, but we have HBCUs and many of our grandparents did attend college. So just expand your perspective on the so-called African American community. Just keep that in mind. It's not whatever you're talking about. It sounds like a lot of propaganda where you say we don't care about our legacy. But we have HBCUs.
I'm not talking about legacy from attending a university perspective. I'm talking about legacy as far as when you have generational wealth. A lot of Caucasian kids are born with spoons in their mouth because their parents have businesses that have been thriving and successful for plenty of years, so they can just inherit. That's the legacy that I'm talking about.
We have that too. We have that too.
I'm not saying that we don't
Off the backs of Black people, though.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
For hundreds of years.
She did. We not make this an Edo's conversation because that's not what this is.
Right, that's what
Continue,
I'm saying. Hold on, guys.
Continue.
I'm gonna jump in here and try to.
Wait a minute. Wait a second. One night, Naika. Sorry, I don't know how to say your name.
You got it.
Is speaking, and then we'll continue the conversation. But keep in mind, yes, we're all from different parts of the diaspora and Black Americans, but we are all Black. All right, people?
Exactly.
Go ahead, Naika.
Hold on. I don't need any. I don't need any echoes. I said I don't need any echoes. I don't need any choir. I'm very well versed in this topic, so I don't have any problem with trying to explain. I think from the perspective that the young lady was talking about. I think when she's talking about legacy, she's talking about in this country, most millionaires did not get their money working for someone else. So they may have initially worked for someone else, but they were able to leverage those dollars to actually become an entrepreneur, get real estate or some other way of, accumulating wealth. And I think the point that she's trying to get at is one thing that we in the Black community have done is promote college, but we haven't promoted financial literacy.
Right.
So you can go to school all you want, you can get a great job all you want, but if you don't understand how to make your money work for you, then you'll never attain wealth where you'll be able to retire at 40 or 50 and have the freedom to do whatever you want to do.
Exactly.
Don't forget they burned down Black businesses.
Hold on, I don't need cosign. Remember, I shared that with you already. Okay. So what I'm saying is, it's not that she knows we have great legacy. We wouldn't, as Black people, still be here if we didn't have our ancestors and legacies in our community. She's in no way taken away from the legacy that we passed down. But when she's referring to legacy, she's talking about generational wealth and how generational wealth has been cultivated in other racial and ethnic groups, and how maybe we've missed an opportunity in our culture to really promote how financial literacy. That's it.
Right. Thank you. That's exactly my point. Because you can go to school. And a lot of the education that I have and knowledge that I have has been done outside the classroom. Mentorship has been pivotal in my advancement in my career. I have great mentors. It's important to get that degree. I will never take away from kids going to college. I will encourage it and I will say, do it. But it's extremely important for us to learn and teach children and teach generations to come that the money is supposed to work for you. Hustling is not the dream. I do not want to be up 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning working. That's not goals for me. The goal for me is for me to have multiple streams of income that are self-sustaining. And I just sit back. Being a worker does not, it's not the way, like, it's not evolution. That it's not, and I think that a lot of, I'm not a parent yet, and I don't want anybody to feel any type of way about what I'm saying. A lot of parents, you push that dream on your children because you didn't get that opportunity. Allow your children to be who they are unapologetically. Those children who are able to be who they are unapologetically, like the Kanye Wests of the world. He is who he is unapologetically. That's why currently he's the first Black millionaire in America. I do not
He's not the
shy
first.
away
He's
from
not the
degrees.
first.
I do not.
He's not the first. She don't know American history.
Billionaire. She said she meant billionaire, not millionaire.
Billionaire.
He's not the first.
He's not the first either.
He's not the first.
Currently, in my time that I know, currently at this moment, he's able to, and he owns the rights to most of his things. I think it's important for us to encourage our kids to go to school. I will never tell a child to not to go to school. My education has done wonders for me. My education has done wonders for my family. However, the way that we're building our generational wealth is not by being an employee. That's all I'm saying.
Let's not forget, they burned down our businesses. They terrorized our community.
Of course.
And also, hold on. It's her turn. You muted your mic. No, now Leela is going to have a chance to respond to you. When she finishes, if you'd like to say something, then you can respond at that time, okay? Go ahead.
Okay, so just like Leela said, yes, they burned down majority of our
I think it was Lila's time. Lila, are you?
Yeah, yeah, the real go
okay.
She's yielding.
They burned down towns when Black people started their business. Black Wall Street, like they did that. Just like now, we're rising up, and 1 second. We're rising up, and businesses are everywhere with Black people, and they create a pandemic because we are on the rise to slow it down again, to put it backpedal again, and people not understanding that's what's going on. They're not seeing that.
But I think that the pandemic, what I think the pandemic did for a lot of Black people was turn Black people into self-sufficient human beings to have businesses. This pandemic has been millions of people have died, and it's a horrible thing. However, I love that it empowered Black people to get into business for themselves.
We're not going to say that was the pandemic. Y'all going to hate for me to say this. That was Trump. Trump don't like laziness.
Yes, it was Trump. I agree with you.
Trump don't like laziness.
I agree with you.
He didn't want nobody sitting back collecting from the government. So we began to panic. Like, this man is in office. We need to move. We got to get money. We got to do this. We got to start thinking and start clicking. He ain't going to let us have nothing easy. And they started clicking, and then the pandemic came, and we got the going.
I agree with you.
But this just shows that the government gave a little money, and it shows what would happen if Black people was born with a silver spoon in their mouth.
Exactly.
Everybody is moving.
So I just want to name
Which
one
is why
thing.
I think that
One more.
Hold on. A moderator is speaking. Hold on.
JD.
Thank you so much, Naika. And I missed you so much, Naika. I just wanted to say that.
I missed you too, sweetheart.
Better follow my account. Anyway, so like I was saying, I have I wanna say, like, I am really like I want everyone to recognize how much of a privilege it is to have this conversation, right? Like a lot of us, like, and we people said, like, yeah, like everyone is having this conversation. No, not everyone is having this conversation. I think what was that, Diamond? Diamond? I'm gonna mute you for a quick second. Yeah, like, I think it's a really big privilege to have this conversation in the first place. Secondly, on a global scale, right? I think it's really important to definitely look into entrepreneurship. Like, I think that definitely is an added bonus. I definitely agree, but I also think that as far as as far as like when I like what I look into is other communities, and I look into how they're able to transgress their wealth, not only to their newer community, to the newer generations, but also on a worldwide level, right? So a good friend of mine, he lives in DC. He's now building a business in Senegal, right? Because they don't have sports bars over there, which sounds really simple. But imagine a sports bar chain in Senegal and it runs well. Well, that's generational wealth that's never going to go away. That's amazing. That's something that you can give back to your children. And again, that can put them into better education. It can get them the better privileges that they need, right? And it could get their children the better privileges that they need as well. Again, generational wealth. So I think it's really important that when we look at legacy, when I hear legacy, I don't hear historical legacy. I understand that a lot of people are talking about like that's the first thing that people think about when we look at legacy, and even the ways in which we are specifically oppressed all around the world and what we built out of it. Yes, I understand that people look at legacy in that manner and in that way, right? But when it comes to what we leave behind for our children, and this is more so on a personal level, and then bringing it back to the community, right? If you want to have children that not only will rise up themselves and will be able to comfortably learn and teach themselves things that they need to understand in order to not survive but live in society, because my objective for my children is never to survive. I don't want my children to survive. I want my children to live, right? I want them to like breathe easily. I don't want them to think about the next day or the day after that or even 5 years from now. I want them to actually sit down and just be children, right? And then after that, when they get into young adulthood, that's when we're going to relay in boundaries in order to get them to the right structure to get that generational wealth flowing and going for their children, right? But I think it's really important to name, like, when we look at legacy, leaving something behind for your children is incredibly important. So I love it that you named. I love that you named that. I really love it.
Yeah, and I think that was my point. I don't think that yes, but I live in America. I'm Haitian, so my country is the most shitted on country on the face of the earth. So I understand the legacy from a cultural perspective, and I'm fully aware that a lot of Black people in this country are behind because of slavery and 400 years of slavery plus. But it's not I don't think that children should be taught or should continue to be taught to be workers. It works against you to have that mindset. And like JT just mentioned, Black people being a worker is a constant state of living in survival mode. They're constantly trying to figure it out. That's not life. That's not living. And I think that yes, this generation, this upcoming generation, and our generation as millennials, we're very focused on mental health. We're very focused on entrepreneurship. We're very focused on not being workers for the rest of our lives. And I think that's a great thing because nobody wants to wake up. We spend 8 hours a day. If you work a job, you spend majority of your day doing something for someone else, and you're only getting a sliver of the pie. Like, careering and education, and I agree. I think everyone should go to school. I see the benefits that my education and going to college and all of that has had for me. And my parents, like Jane mentioned, my mom has always been very involved. It takes a village. My uncles, my aunts, my cousins, everyone has always been involved. I've had that sense of community within my family that as a push for me to being able to do. I've never had the mindset of being limited. I've always known I was limitless. So I think that we need to teach our kids that. I think education and just having a career limits your children to an extent.
Yeah, Shiva, I definitely hear you 100%. And I don't believe in end goals. I think that's the issue. It's like we go from like one side of the pendulum to the next, like one extreme to the next, right? So for me, right, what I would suggest for people who are not equipped to run businesses, right, if they do have to become an employee some way, somehow, use what you got to make it endless, right? So you see, like how you said, you flip your income, and now you're able to have residual income, right? You're able to have multiple streams of income coming in. That should be like the the ultimate key to generational wealth. And also I mentioned assets, right? A lot of Black people, and I don't know how many are into this, but for some reason a lot of Black people find talking about wills as taboo. And it's like, it's like I think that we should get more comfortable talking about leaving behind assets, leaving behind wealth for the future generations, because it's important. And it's like when you try to have these discussions, I don't know about you guys, if you ever had like discussion with like the elders in your family. You talk about a will and everybody goes up in flames, like, oh my God, no, what are you trying to do? You're trying to kill me? And it's like, no, like, it's just important to discuss, because it's like, who's gonna have, what you own when you're gone? So I think that if we start to discuss this more, talk about investing more, which I know a lot of Black people are talking about investing, but even with investing, like, people still are not leaving their investments behind for their living kin. And I think that tends to be like the issue. Like I said, we have a lot of millionaires that died and their kids are left with nothing after the funeral. I think it's because people find talking about wills and things like that as taboo. So that could be another issue that we're not really discussing or covering. And I'm glad that you brought.
Can I just piggyback on what you were saying? Hey everyone, good morning. Good morning. Yes, I just have two resources because I do know that not everyone is going to be an entrepreneur. Some people are genuinely happy in their career and want to be a career person. So two resources. There's a book called The Millionaire Next Door. Shows you the way that, kind of like the title says, your everyday next door neighbor might have became a millionaire like in their 50s because of the way that they invested their money. So it's a really good resource.